Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a practice.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big's coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big's coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big's coming. I know.
Hello, welcome to a glistening MCG as AFL footy returns to the heartland for the traditional round one clash between Richmond and Carlton. After 4 hand-picked matches to start the season, tonight it's standing room only as the crowd closes into 90,000 for the clash between the Blues and the Tigers. Last time they met, it finished in a draw. The Blues with a famous come-from-behind win against the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba last week, while the Tigers have bolstered the ranks with the return of the trio of stars, Captain Toby Nankervis, Dustin Martin and Tom Lynch in for his first game since round 4 last year, hoping for a more competitive performance than last week against the Gold Coast Suns. Hi everyone, Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand AFL. It's our privilege to bring it to you on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and via the ABC Listen app. As always, we'd love to hear from you. 0467 920 222 if you're making your way through the turnstiles and into the MCG tonight, or if you're observing and taking in all the action from near and afar. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Benny. Great to see you for a new season.
Oh, great to be here, Clinchy, back at our cathedral to football. These were the grounds where our Indigenous game was conceived, from the top of the hill down towards where Punt Road is today, and back to the traditional season opener or round one opener that we've had since 2008. 2014 they didn't have it, but every year from 2004 onwards. The Carlton fans, they're believing after that win last week, and then Richmond, they're fearing, I think, that maybe Adamuze has been handed a graveyard shift. That's a concern. Hopefully 90,000 in attendance. I can say the surface looks good, which is great news after the Taylor Swift concert. We won't have a crowd quite as big here today, but the surface ready to go with a race against time, which we have every year to get ready for round one.
A man who was up there in Brisbane last week amongst the Blues faithful was Mark Murphy. Arrived a minute before the opener played. Welcome to you, Murph. Great to see you for the Carlton show again tonight. What are we going to get?
G'day Clinchy and Benny and Boomer. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing both sides. I was fortunate enough to stay back and watch Richmond play the Gold Coast and saw how good Gold Coast were in that first half. And to Richmond's credit, they came out in that third quarter and played some brilliant football. I think they kicked 6 or 7 goals in that third quarter. So they'll be aiming to try and replicate what they did in that third quarter against the Suns tonight. And Carlton obviously had that huge win last week against Brisbane, and I don't think anyone would have tipped them last week. Certainly a Coliseum up there in terms of trying to beat the Lions, and to do it undermanned, and they're still probably a little bit undermanned, aren't they, Carlton? But they go in red hot favourites tonight.
And no one has played more AFL VFL games than the man sitting next to Mark Murphy, Brent Harvey. Welcome back for a new season.
Yeah, looking forward to 2024 already. I know you boys worked last week. I didn't. And I feel like this is the real opening round. I know it was opening round last week, Murphy, and you're up there, but 4 games, just not enough for me. I sat at home on the couch, and it was a Thursday night, Friday night. No games on Sunday. This is the opening round. This is round 1, Carlton, Richmond. Really looking forward to it. You're right, Benny. The ground looks immaculate, and it's beautiful, and it took me an hour and a half to get in with all the traffic, so it's going to be a big crowd. But I'm looking forward to it. I think the Blue Boys, the confidence from last week, wow. 7 goals to 2 in the first quarter, and it looked like they're going to lose by 100 points, and to turn that around without 2 of their prime movers in Jacob Wiedering and Sam Walsh, it's a really good start for the Blues.
So I guess the curiosity tonight is, can Carlton continue with the momentum in which they finished last week? Can the Tigers find a way to fight back under Adam Uze, the first-year coach? And for Richmond, they get some superstars who will hopefully help them turn the wheel.
It's amazing that we can talk about confidence right now in round 1. They're going into their second game for the year. But for me, if that trend had have continued last week and they walk away from Brisbane with an 80-point loss, they come back and they go, we need Walsh, we need Wiedering. Now they turn that around. All of a sudden they believe in their fitness. It's round 2, but they'll believe in their fitness. They know now if they're down by 5 or 6 tonight, they can just come back. And the confidence that they are going to be a good team has just shifted, all within a half of football last week.
What about the double act of Charlie Curnow and Harry Mackay? Murph, last week it felt like Carlton at their best, and no doubt belief would be an all-time high after being able to come back in the manner in which they did.
Yeah, no doubt, and there's been lots of talk about big Harry Mackay and that routine, but I thought the way in which he competed, I thought the first quarter, Harris Andrews just had a huge impact on the game, and to Harry's credit, he fought back and really won some of those contests, and then halved them, more importantly, when he couldn't win them. And then to go back and kick that goal late in that game just shows you how far he's come in such a short period of time. And the one thing for H, he's got to try and do it again, doesn't he? And the same with the whole footy club. You're not world beaters after 1 week, so they've got to come out here and start again, and nothing's a given, especially against Richmond in round 1, because there's probably still 14 or 15 premiership players on their list playing tonight. So they know what it's about, Richmond, but how much do they really want it? I think that's the hard thing when you've been up for such a long period of time and had such great success over those years. How much do they want to fight tooth and nail to try and win? And then Carlton, they haven't had any success really. They played in finals last year and had some great wins, and obviously had a great win last week, but they've just got to go and do it again.
Mark Murphy, Brent Harvey, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron with you on ABC Sport. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number if you want to get in touch with us throughout the night. We'll also hear from Jacob Wiedering, the injured Blues defender, in the lead up to tonight's match. A little bit of breaking news, Ben, just before we came to air, was that Fremantle and Justin Longmuir have agreed to a 1-year contract extension, so through till 2025, meaning that Matthew Nix is the only AFL senior coach out of contract at season's end, so that's a good showing of belief from the Fremantle Dockers.
Yeah, a little bit bizarre, just the 1 year on top of this season, but it does keep the Wolves at bay. A fascinating point around it, I mean, the Matthew Nix deal seems like it's not too far away from getting done, if you believe what's coming out of Adelaide anyway, but most coaches now have a 6-month payout clause anyway. So whether you sign them for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, if you were to remove the coach, you only pay them out 6 months. So it's really not that much of a financial burden if you extend them. So I'm sure that's a little bit of Fremantle's thinking with this, that even if they extend Justin Longmuir out, it might just keep everyone at bay. And if it still goes horribly wrong, then they only have to pay out the 6 months anyway. So there's really no downside for Fremantle.
So when you say keep everybody at bay, what are you talking about there?
Probably us,
okay,
the media. Particularly in WA, and I think Corbin Middlemass made a really good point about this. Out west, how much media speculation there is around Justin Longmuir will depend on how the West Coast Eagles and your former teammate Adam Simpson go. So if they go horrifically again, there will be another case of the WA media looking at Adam Simpson and saying, where are the West Coast Eagles going? If they go okay and show signs of improvement, then they'll probably turn to Justin Longmuir and say, where are Fremantle going? So, I think it's just to calm everyone down, give him the best chance this year.
And that 6-month clause that you're talking about, and coaches are on pretty good money.
Yeah.
If you do get rid of him, you're paying him out 6 months. It's not $500,000 or $600,000. You can, a club like Fremantle, I'm tipping, can take no one likes to take a hit.
Sixth wealthiest club in the competition.
Yeah, well, there you go. So they can afford to take a small little hit and go out and reassess. But he's only been there for a couple of years, hasn't he? He's
5th year.
Yeah, he's a
5 years. Yeah, all of a sudden.
Yeah, 4 years, 5th year this year.
Having missed finals last year, a little bit more pressure, and I think, as Ben mentioned, it brings a little bit of stability to the club just for this year to try and settle down the speculation that might take place outside the club. There are no late changes for either side tonight. Corey Durden will be the sub for the Blues, so he comes in for Sam Doherty, and Ryan Mansell for the Tigers tonight, with Dustin Martin, Tom Lynch, Toby Nankervis coming in for Banks, Kaczynski, Naismith and Ryan. Murph, we saw the Tigers' first hand up on the Gold Coast last week. It didn't feel like it was going all that well for Adamuze in the first half. 11 goals to 2. They did show some fight back in the third quarter, where they kicked 6 goals to none. So what are the big questions you have for the Tigers tonight as to where their season might sit?
Just how consistent they can be in their effort. I thought the first half last week was pretty concerning for coming off a pre-season under a new coach and then not really firing a shot. I thought the Gold Coast were terrific, so you've got to hand it to them. But maybe we're seeing a shift in AFL where momentum it's hard to stop, because it's hard to try and throw everyone back and stop what's going on, especially when you're winning the ball out of the centre square bouncing, which Gold Coast were doing at will last week. So, yeah, I thought I looked more as a positive after half time, because they were shot, and I thought it was almost going to be a 100-point loss at half time. And to their credit, they fought back and got themselves within 5 goals, and then they had a few just brain fade free kicks given against in that last quarter, which sort of shut the gate. And then you also have question marks about how well are Gold Coast going to be, and I think they're going to be a final side this year, Gold Coast, and we're all waiting to see what sort of game style we're going to see from Richmond. It's obviously going to be completely different than what they're used to, and that's what they require. They've got a new coach to try and reinvigorate some of these senior guys who've been playing football for a long period of time and played a certain way, and I think senior players will respond well to the challenge of playing football a different way, and then trying to bring on the next crop, so to speak, with it. So they'll find out who really wants to buy into that, though, with their senior players over this first month or two of football.
What's your expectation for Tom Lynch and Dustin Martin tonight, Boomer?
Yeah, also the captain comes back into the team as well, doesn't he? Toby Nankervis. So they're 3 really big in. My question last week around Richmond was where they were going to get their goals from. That was my big question. This week you bring in Dustin Martin. He's always good for 2 or 3. You bring in Tom Lynch, who's been out for a long time, but he's always good for 2 or 3. So they're already a 6-goal better team tonight than they were last week for me. I still think that their midfield has to hit the scoreboard for Richmond to beat Carlton. I think Carlton's got more striking power up forward. So if Hopper can hit the scoreboard, Taranto can hit the scoreboard, they're a greater chance, but I still think Carlton are going to be too strong tonight.
The Tigers made their way out onto the MCG with the floodlights on, but the natural light still doing the work here at the home of footy. Temperatures in the low 20s, so a perfect night for footy for Thursday night footy. In just a moment, we're going to catch up with injured Blues defender Jacob Wiedering. Will join us on ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. On your radio.
On digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
Look for the AFL button.
Thursday night footy from the MCG, a blockbuster between Carlton and Richmond, with a crowd expected of around 90,000 tonight. And one man who would love to be out there as Blues defender Jacob Wiedering is with us in the commentary box ahead of tonight's clash. Jacob, great to see you. How's the calf injury progressing?
Going well. Firstly, thank you for having me, guys. Calf's going well, progressing really well. Had a really good session today. Been on legs probably the last 2.5 weeks, and should transition into some full training next week. So sort of reassess over the bye, and I guess we have said that the timeline's sort of round 3, and that's looking pretty likely at the moment. So it's been good.
So in your eyes, something would have to go wrong for you to not feature in that match against North Melbourne in round 3?
Yeah, no, I've been really fortunate. I mean, the high performance team, the medical staff, and just the way training has been structured has allowed me to, I guess, put a fair bit of load through the calf pretty early, and that's sort of given me a little bit of a head start. So it's feeling really good, stronger than ever, I could probably say. I've been dealing with, Achilles tendonitis and some stuff around there for a few years now, and it's pretty much all cleared up. So hopefully, come round 3, I can perform for the boys. Didn't look like they needed me last week, so hopefully I'll find a spot.
I wanted to ask you, what was the experience like last week being a normal Carlton fan, sitting on the couch and not being able to have any influence on what was a pretty famous fight back in the end?
No, it was a little bit different. I haven't missed too many games over my time, but I did sort of 2022. Well, we won one, lost one, won one, lost one, so it was sort of an emotional roller coaster a little bit, and that's a little bit what happened last week. So Brisbane are a great side. Obviously, probably the hardest job in footy is to go up there and beat them, and they started really well. Boys fought back, and sort of a bit reflective of our season last year, I guess, and that's sort of how we reviewed it and went through the game. I don't think the boys are going to get ahead of themselves. There's a quality side out there tonight in Richmond, and they'll give it a good go.
So the back end of last year, what you're able to do, and then the comeback in opening round last Friday night. What is the special sauce that is within this group at the moment, Jacob?
It used to be the other way around. Start well and finish not so well. But I don't know. I think it's belief, a bit of maturity. The leaders probably really led from the front to start that sort of comeback, and Charlie and Harry and Cripper are all, I guess we're all a part of that. But we got some guys, and we started to do it in the back half of last season. You look at your Matt Cottrells, your Blake Acres, guys that have come in and provided, one, a really good base to do their role, and two, perform, I guess, higher than everyone expected, and we're certainly celebrating that during the week. And we just got 23 contributors out there at the moment, and boys have got some belief behind them, and the Blue Bagger Army is certainly behind us as well.
Mitch Cleary reported on 7 News last night that someone at Carlton who is a track watcher, watches training, says that Sam Walsh is running like an old man with his back injury. How is Sam Walsh running at the moment?
Well, he's running better than me, I'll tell you that much. No, he's going really well. It's hard to comment on those sort of things. I was out training with him today, and there was a small group of us: Jack Martin, Caleb Marchbank, Matty Cowan, and Walshy out there, and of course Elijah Hollins as well. So we trained. Did some pretty decent numbers today, and again, I think he's going to be more of a reassess over the bye week. It's probably handy that we do have that so early, and as far as I know, he's tracking really well. And as I said, he's definitely moving better than me.
Jacob, you're sitting on the couch last week. They kicked 7 goals to 2 in the first quarter. What are you thinking at that moment?
I was pretty stressed. I was a little bit worried. I had a few mates over as well, and we may have just started playing some cards, trying to take the mind off it a little bit. But again, it sort of just goes back to the maturity piece. I wasn't too worried. I know that our system and our defence certainly stands up. We probably just weren't playing together at that stage and weren't playing to our strengths. And I guess as soon as you saw us get it right in the contest, and it's a pretty cliche answer, but contest and pressure is a massive part of the modern game, and the boys certainly drove it in the middle, and the boys held up. Obviously, put some scores on the board. Charlie, some individual brilliance in the third, and it was very good footy to watch, and a lot more dynamic, I'd probably say, than last year. Whether or not we could come back from a deficit like that would be interesting to know, but we did it last week, and hopefully we can do it again.
There was some bad news last week, not only for the Carlton supporters, but every football lover. Let's be honest, with Sam going down with a knee injury. What does that do for the group going forward? What's the mindset now? Is it let's do it for Sam? Is it completely different where the boys just need to go out there and focus on the task at hand every week? What role will he play going forward?
Yeah, no, I think a bit like Zachy Williams, it provides a lot of perspective on life, and Doc has been through quite a lot, as a lot of people know, over the last 7 years, and his attitude will probably remain the same. He'll always be there for the boys. He'll provide any sort of mentorship. He'll be coaching. As soon as he's able, he'll be back at the club. And for us, we've sort of just got to carry on. It was next man up. I think Jack Harrell did a wonderful job when he came back into the team. And we've got some really good young guys that need sort of that opportunity. And I guess it's a double-edged sword, I guess, but provides an opportunity for someone. But as far as I know, everything's going well with Doc, and we provide, as much support as we can from a club point of view, but the boys will certainly get behind him, and all the best to him.
A third knee reconstruction for Sam Doherty, who's been incredibly unlucky for all the challenges in which he's faced throughout his career. Injured Carlton defender Jacob Wiedering is with you on ABC Sport. Tell us about how you went watching Harry Mackay with all the yips that had been and the media speculation around his goal kicking. How confident were you that he could go back and seize the moment and kick the winner?
I was very confident in Big H. I don't know whether it is a privilege, I guess. I get to train on them every single week, and typically they're kicking bags on me in pre-season. So, it's just a body of work, and I guess for everyone to see it on TV and I just take the moment with both hands and get it done for us was probably huge for him personally, and that goes sort of without saying, but it's something that he's been training non-stop for. He's a Commonwealth medalist for a reason. He's one of the best key forwards in the comp for a reason, and I'm sure he'll continue to do what he does usually, and that's kick bags for Carlton, and then you've got Charlie down there in support, so it's a good outlook for us for sure.
Yeah, Mark Murphy told us that he's putting the ball on the ground so that he can't play on, because when he puts the ball down, when he goes back after his 10 steps, he can't wheel and go. He's got to pick it up and start the drop punt routine. Speaking of Murph, not here, poor effort. A close mate of yours, very clean cut, walks between the raindrops. Who is Mark Murphy? Can you give us some dirt on him?
I can't. Again, I was fortunate. I certainly got to see some very good years of Mark Murphy. I won't talk bad about him because I know he's got some connections. So, no, he's a quality player, quality leader, always up for a chat as well. And so it was a privilege to play under him, and just a shame, we couldn't have a conversation tonight, so I'll give him one when I see him.
So sounds like you've still got some good contacts high up at the club. You're speaking very disciplined about him.
So what normally happens, because Jacob won't burn Murph, that means Murph has stuff on Jacob. That's all I'm going to say.
As we let you go, Jacob, I mean, the club's won 12 of their last 14 games. You lost against Brisbane. And GWS at the latter edges of last season. Do you feel like there's a confidence now, week to week, that you... not playing tonight, but you know what to expect from this group?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that stat, but when you put it that way, it's a pretty good little record for us. I guess you sort of go back 2 years ago, and we were 8-2 going into the bye, and none of the boys on the list had won more than 7 games or 8 games in a season. So perspective certainly shifts, and all of a sudden you're starting to get some success and wins on the board. And as I sort of said, I think last week was a show of maturity, and I think it shows where our group's at, and we're not getting too far ahead of ourselves. We're certainly putting in the hard yards, and we'll take it week by week. And I guess for us, and Vossi's put it on the table, Luke Sayers' leadership from top down has said we've got to be consistent throughout the home and away season. It's probably something we haven't achieved as a group yet, and that'll be the aim tonight.
Jacob, appreciate your time. Good luck with the recovery.
Thanks, guys.
Injured Blues defender Jacob Wiedering joining us just before we went to air. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron with you to call the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Brent Harvey and Mark Murphy are your experts. So Murph, a right of reply. Have you got some dirt on Jacob?
No, not at all. No, he's a very good man, Jacob, but he does like to give a bit of stick. Everyone thinks he's very straight down the line, nerd type. He's probably...
Is he a weapon?
No, he's definitely a nerd. Oh. But he's quite humorous, Jacob. So I was a bit disappointed he actually didn't say anything bad about me, because I was waiting for something. But he does have an F1 simulator at home, so maybe he's a bit flat that he can't do that because of his car for the moment.
A full F1 simulator at home?
Well, everything but the car.
Yeah.
So he's got...
But I know what you mean, like the seat and the steering wheel and the screen.
He's got his own room for it.
Wow. There you go.
I wish we'd known that before the interview.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I should have told you prior, but I was trying to get up here for it, but I got held up at the President's dinner.
The scene is set here at the MCG. The fans are continuing to make their way in. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. We'd love to hear from you, as Stan has done from Victoria. G'day, boys. Look forward to the call and ready for the 2024 season with all of you. Great to hear Boomer back and a Murph, of course. How's the leg, Brent? How you travelling along? You said you were running.
Leg's going good, yeah. Doing a little bit of running now. So up to about 5 or 6K sessions, which is good, because before Christmas I wasn't even thinking about it. So coming along nicely.
That's what you max out on, isn't it, Ben? 5 or 6 Ks?
I don't get that far. I don't go that far on holiday.
The players are gathering their final address before they head out into position. Who do you see winning tonight? Can you see Richmond staging an upset, or do you think the Blues can make it 2-0 to start the season?
I agree with Murph, what he said earlier about it's Carlton, Richmond, no matter when you're playing, where they are on the ladder, it's going to be a tough game. You know that. I just think the confidence that Carlton will take from last week will be huge, and I think the Blues get over the line tonight for me.
Yeah, the start of every game is critical, but I think the start's even more so important for Richmond tonight because they don't want to have a deficit like they were last week against the Suns going into tonight against Carlton, because two very different oppositions from last week to this week, and I feel that some of the younger guys who haven't been part of that success need to be lifted at the start of the game, and you've got their skipper Nankervis in and Tom Lynch, who will certainly straighten them up, and we know how good Dustin Martin is. So they're going to walk taller at the start of this game, no doubt. They need to perform well and hit the scoreboard early.
Sitting in the front row tonight for us is Lauren Borden. Welcome to you, Loz.
Oh, thanks, Clinchy. Such a great atmosphere down here, whether it's the fans, the security, you know, those manning the gates. There's none of that trudging through the gates just yet that you sometimes get in midwinter for round one here at the MCG. I have been picking up a few of those little pink beads, though, from the friendship bracelets from Taylor Swift concert. So that's still lying around. But like you mentioned, that turf is looking fantastic. It looks like grand final day out there. You can't fault it at all after those three concerts. You can't tell at all that it's you know, had those concerts on there. So looking great for round one here at the MCG. It was Paddy Cripps that won the toss, and Carlton kicking towards the city end of the ground. Corey Durden sitting on the bench now. Ryan Mansell on Richmond's side of the bench as the subs tonight. And
how close to 90,000 do you think we are if you look around the stands?
Well, I tend to trust the MCC prediction, and they're going with about 81, 82. So I know Carlton wanted 90, but maybe a little bit below that.
Beautifully done. Lauren Borden on the boundary tonight. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Brent Harvey and Mark Murphy are your experts. Of course, you can listen on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. As round one lights the fuse as all 18 teams enter the premiership race, and it all gets underway on a Thursday night as traditional rivals Carlton and Richmond meet from the MCG. To get us started on ABC Sport, here's Ben Cameron.
Back in Melbourne at the Cathedral of Football, the bounce is laid down, the rucks lock up, both with hands on it. Coming through Prestia, getting involved there. Also Hewitt, he's taken to ground. Cripps was bundled out of the way as well. And we'll get a secondary ball up in the middle. Up it goes to Koning and Nankervis. The Koning puts it down, Hopper onto it for Richmond. Handball to Ross. Handball straight to Cripps. Bursts out of the middle. Handball to Akers. Long kick inside 50 for the Blues. Down there, Curnow can't mark. Off the hands of Grimes, out of play. 4:50 stoppage for the Blues. No score through the opening 30 seconds.
Good start from both skippers there. Toby Nankervis obviously setting the scene with that first tackle, and then Paddy Cripps getting one out and dishing off to a teammate, getting the first clearance.
Right forward pocket, Carlton deep in attack. Harry Mackay tries to take it to the right. Hand pass towards Cripps. Can't take it cleanly. Knocks it back to Mackay. Hand pass under pressure to Hewitt, who's pushed over the boundary line. So Tyler Young's gone to Harry Mackay in the early stages. Dylan Grimes alongside Charlie Curnow.
A match up at the other end of the ground. McGovern on Dustin Martin. Be really interesting to watch because McGovern will want to come off and intercept Mark and help out. And you know what Martin's capable of.
And Young on Tom Lynch as Nankervis wins down the tap for the Tigers in the back pocket. Got it to Ross, kicks up towards Poulter. Shoved his opponent Kemp out of the way. Clears the path with a hand pass to Martin. Up on the members wing, kicks up to Tom Lynch. Trying to get a kind bounce. His first game back since round 4 last year. Can't do so. Knocks it back to Martin. He's tackled. Thrown to the turf by Nick Newman. And now the call of ball as the umpire awards the tackle. And the Blues will take it back at right half back. No score after 90 seconds.
Yeah, good tackle by the Carlton boys there. Gang tackle on Dusty Martin. You need to do that. When you get one arm free too, the umpire's always hot on you.
Newman waits his kick, a good one. Finds the chest of Akers. Newman's won the best clubman 3 of the last 4 years for the Blues. Akers on the wing. Sets a high ball just inside 50. Pack forms. Grimes spoils it down towards full forward for the Blues. Getting back McIntosh. Slips over under pressure. The Blues come from everywhere. They circle. The umpire lets them play. And a ball up at full forward for Carlton. Still scoreless through the opening 2 minutes.
Top of the attacking goal square for the Blues as De Koning tangles with Nankervis, knocks it down. Kennedy was on the move, couldn't gather. It's Prestia, it clears out towards Baker. Had to deal with an awkward half volley, and now Newman kicks around his body up the Shane Warne stand wing. Awkward bouncing ball for Kemp, but a great clean pickup. Swings on his right, kicks towards Harry Mackay, who leads into space and marks on his chest. Picking up where he left off from last week.
It was well done by Kemp on the D50 exit, playing in front of his opposition. And then a clever little turn, wasn't it, just to get his opponent off the instep, and then a nice little deliver to big Harry Mackay. And he'll be full of confidence, no doubt, after last week. And again, Benny, we see the ball dropped on the ground, going through the routine.
Harry Mackay, having kicked the win up last week against the Brisbane Lions, directly in front, 25 metres out to kickstart the show. Mackay comes in and steers it through. And the Blues are the opening goal here at the MCG. Harry Mackay proves it was no fluke. Carlton 1 straight 6 and the Tigers yet to score. Mark Murphy and Brett Harvey with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you called it well, Murph. Kemp beautifully played in front of his man, was aggressive with their setup. Carlton look like they're going to be doing that all year this year. I just want to go back to Harry Mackay there. We know he kicked the goal now, but it was such a big kick in the context of his confidence, isn't it? And you mentioned he puts the ball on the ground now. So there's a guy sitting in the next commentary box that used to throw the grass in the air, Matty Lloyd. So that's their trigger. That means he does this at training every single day, and when he puts that ball down, he knows he's in a zone. Doesn't matter if he's in front of 81, 82,000 people at the MCG, or he's down at Optus Oval, Icon Park, kicking in front of nobody. That's his trigger to say, I'm going to go back and my routine's going to be exactly the same.
So an early heat check for the 2021 Coleman medalist. Crooked bounce in the middle. Umpire lets them play. Nankervis follows it up, dribbles it forward here for Richmond. Onto it, Baker. His kick smothered. Trapped there and gathered by Newman. Wins it for the Blues, gives it away to Hewitt, kicks towards the wing. Fantasia comes up and marks. Off to Cripps, bursting through the logo. Long kick towards Curnow, trying to control it down. Grimes halves it. There to mop up Dan Rioli. In trouble though. Handball back infield, good enough for Hopper. Richmond at fullback. Under pressure, Grimes will clear.
Long ball in which Taranto had a sit underneath it and takes an excellent mark. Juggled that well in front of George Hewitt. And relieves the Tigers across half-back. Hand pass away to Hopper. Up the Shane Warne stand wing towards Martin. Wrestles McGovern to the front. Gathers the footy. Hand pass to Vlauston for the Tigers. Out to McIntosh running the boundary line. Takes one bounce as he gets to right half forward. Looks up inside 50. In the direction of Bolter. He shoved forward. Almost claimed the mark against Williams. He regathers. Hand pass away to Dan Rioli. In fact, it's Taranto. Fires on goal. It's across the face. And misses to the left-hand side. It was the Tigers' first inside 50 of the match. The Blues had had the previous 4. Carlton lead by 5 points through 5 minutes here at the MCG.
That was a good counter-attack in the end by Richmond. They found the mismatch there with Zach Williams on Noah Bolter, but lucky enough for Carlton and for Zach that he was able to bring the ball to ground, and unfortunate miss there for Richmond.
So Cunningham receives the kick in the back pocket. Will drive it long out towards the wing, through the hands of De Koning. Richmond there through Hopper. Handball to Vlauston, away to Prestia. Kick inside 50. Coming out, Kemp can't gather it cleanly. Clever tap from Bolter. Bolton sidestepping, slashing on goal and missing. Did all of the hard work. Had the candy sold and just needed to finish. Couldn't complete it. 2 behinds to start for Richmond.
Just got caught in 2 minds, didn't he, Boomer? Whether to
snap or drop punt.
To banana at the first point, sold the candy, and then went to snap it again. He could have just straightened up.
Yep. He's good to watch though, isn't he? That sidestep was electrifying.
Yep.
Mitch McGovern to bring the Blues back into play from the punt road end as far as he can out towards Charlie Curnow on Tom De Koning. Hand pass from Hewitt to Cripps, back to Hewitt. Away go the Blues through the middle of the ground. Cunningham puts it out in front of Mackay. Can't take the mark. Gibcus makes the spoil. Harry's back onto it. He's got Kennedy deep. Bounces it towards him. Into the open goal for Carlton second. All too easy for the Blues. Despite the Tigers having a couple of opportunities at the other end, it's the Blues 2 straight 12 to the Tigers 2 behinds through 7 minutes in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
No, it's good aggressive ball movement there from the point kick in. And the one thing I really liked was the fact that Harry Mackay, when that kick in was happening, was probably 25 out from Carlton's goal. So Carlton are obviously trying to stretch the ground as far as they can. And that makes it harder for the opposition to get that proactive defence going. And the way in which they moved the ball by hand from that contest, from that kick in, was really quick. And you just don't have a hope when you're like that as a defender.
There was a forward handball, Murph, that really broke the game open. And you're right, they stretched the ground. There was a huge gap between the centre of the ground and probably 40 metres out. And that's all the Carlton players rushing back towards goal. Really quick ball movement.
I wonder what Adam Uze's thinking. Conceded 70 straight points last week. Dusty Martin out of the middle with the clearance. Tumbles it to half forward. Boyd there for the Blues. Slaps it away onto it though. Bolton has time to steady. Kicks the Tigers inside 50. just inside 50, and Ross marks 49 metres out, wants to wheel and go. Sets it up in the Lynch direction, coming across Hollands. Ollie Hollands punches it away, and a throw in right alongside the right-hand behind post in the forward pocket for the Tigers. 2 straight 12 the Blues. Richmond 2 behind. 8 minutes played opening term.
He's an impressive young player, Ollie Hollands. Just their wingers, their roles, getting back support in the defence.
That, of course, played for Richmond, 1 game.
Playing his 21st match to Koning, trying to take it to the ruck, gave away the free kick with a shove in the eyes of the umpire. A shot on goal coming the way of the Tigers, and Tom Lynch. So we'll get a look on the replay here, Boomer, to see if you thought it was there.
It's coming in now.
It's a bit of a push in the side, half back, wasn't it?
Yeah, good. He gets a little one too. That happens around the ground. There's no free kick at all. That's pretty soft for me.
So a gift for Tom Lynch. He'll shoot on a 45-degree angle, only about 25 metres out. Playing his first game since round 4 last year to get the Tigers on the board. And their spearhead delivers. A hard settle up for the Tigers fans as their opening goal comes through Tom Lynch. They're 1-2-8 to the Blues, 2 straight 12. 9 minutes gone in the opening term here at the MCG with Brett Harvey and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well, if that was a free kick, Tom Hawkins got a lot to worry about because he does that 6 or 7 times a game when he does that forward ruck roll that he plays. Pushes them under the ball, pushes them in the back, gets the ball and has a snap. So, yeah, very soft free kick, but Richmond's first goal and an important one for Tom Lynch.
What I liked about it was the response out of the centre. Dustin Martin getting his hands on the footy, getting it to his forwards, giving them an opportunity. And that comes up the back of a centre clearance and another 450 stoppage.
Pretty good Swiss Army knife to send into the middle if you need to fix it. Dustin Martin, isn't he?
He's a pretty handy player, Benny. Yeah. Good to see the stars out there tonight.
Umpires Nick Foote, Lee Fisher, Dan Johansson and Robert Finlay in charge of this. Nankervis takes it out of the ruck. Tumbles a kick for Richmond to half forward. Bouncing ball. McGovern paddles onto it. Campbell keeps it in for Richmond. Gets around McGovern. Centering kick. Looking for Bolton. Hands to it. Doesn't mark. Cripps is there for the Blues. They turn it over though. Coming again, Cottrell. Marlon Pickett picks it up. He's tackled by Cottrell. Gets a kick away. Umpire says play on. Into a tackle, holding the ball, Bolton. And the Blues hold firm. Inside defensive 50, Fogarty to get the kick.
Well, there's the man who had 9 tackles last week, Lockie Fogarty, playing off a half-forward flank and getting that tackle in his day 50.
The Blues try and find an avenue out of the defensive 50. Blake Acres takes the mark. At right half back, he'll go back inside the defensive 50 to Young. Spots a player free on the Shane Warne stand side. He works it out to Nick Newman, who can take the mark at left half back. Up the wing, a kick to Hollands, who marks in front of McIntosh. He's got a looping kick over the top to Saad. Coming the other way, big collision. Charging out the spoil made by Vlosten. McIntosh tries to keep it alive. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. Campbell comes to offer support for the Tigers. Hand pass back to Vlosten, who laid the bump. He gets a kick up towards half forward. Lynch at full stretch takes the mark. With his fingertips up against the boundary. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, heading to the punt road end.
How good a player is Nick Vlosten? He was terrific last week in their loss, but again, coming forward, defending, is always where you want him to be. He's an absolute star.
He's got it again, Vlosten. Chipping it short to Lynch. 70 from goal. First game since round 4 last year for Tom Lynch. Brian Best and Ferris at a couple of clubs goes short to Dion Prestia. Still 60 from home at right half forward.
Just waiting for Tom Lynch to try and make a target, I think.
Prestia sets it up inside 50. Shanks his kick. Bolton fortuitously playing in front. He marks 40 out directly in front.
One of the all-time great Shanks that hit Bolton on the chest. It went at right angles from where he wanted to actually go. Prestia.
Probably the only bit of space, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Inside 50, it was about 40, 50 out directly in front of goal. Fortuitous playing in front.
This man can do the freakish. Trying to do the simple here. Plum in front. Boot the ball from 45 metres out. The kick is way out to the right. Hasn't adjusted the radar tonight. A couple of misses early on. He misses the lot.
He had some shots on goal. I don't know. That's 2 shots on goal already in the first 10 minutes of football.
The Blues have wasted no time bringing it back into play. Saad with the wolf kicks up towards Charlie Curnow. Free kick by the non-officiating umpire. It's going to be a Richmond free kick. going the way of Josh Gibcus in the marking contest. So some relief on the outer wing as he comes inboard to Jaden Short. Has it at right half back for the Tigers, who are 1-2-8 trailing the Blues 2 straight 12. And Short with that raking kick kicks up towards Tom Lynch at half forward. It clears him and Young gets towards the back where Campbell can't gather. Martin's onto it. He's taken over the boundary line as Boyd lays the tackle. And a throw in where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary line. Matt Glitch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Mark Murphy and Boomer Harvey with you on ABC Sport, and Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Just having Tom Lynch down the line to certainly straighten them up. Last week they were just searching for that big target.
Kennedy in the ruck for the Blues. Bolter wins it down to the front. They quickly pile on and we'll do it again. Right half forward here for the Tigers. Thompson Dow throwing it back. His brother, of course, leaving the Blues. In the summer just gone. Clearing kick from Newman for the Blues. Back up towards the wing. Kerno hands to it. Down in front. Roves it himself. Handball away to Cunningham. Now the Blues stream forward. Cripps on the end of it. Handball infield. Handball gets towards Carroll. Stands up in a tackle. Away to Kerno. Flying shot is missing. Just right. The Blues fans thought it was there for a moment. 2-1-13 plays 1-2-8. The Blues lead nearly quarter hour mark opening stanza.
Lawson straight down the middle with a risky kick looking for Ross. Can't take it. It bounces off Pickett. Back towards Ross. A chance to try and get the hand pass to the speedster Dan Rioli through traffic. Baker just sockers it forward. He will be in front of Dustin Martin, but McGovern is in front of him. Gathers for the Blues. Handball inboard to Sard. Gets it away to Boyd. Partially smothered with his kick around the members' wing. Hewitt gathers back to Sard. Ran into a dead end. Gone around Noel Bolter. Spots Hollands free. He's at left half forward. Looks up inside 50. Oh, he's on the lead and he takes the mark. Just inside the 50, out to the left. Matt Owies with a shot on goal.
Well, it's great ball use there. It went back to Mitch McGovern playing in front of Dustin Martin again. I know it was a shank, but still having that confidence to play in front was really important. And the ball use by hand was really smart. And Ollie Hollands to lower his eyes and not just go for Harry Mackay or Charlie Curnow. Smart ball use.
The former basketballer Matthew Owies brings plenty of excitement to the Blues fans. He fires on goal and puts through their third goal of the match. After the Tigers had a couple of shots at the other end, the Blues are able to respond to extend their lead out to an 11-point advantage. 3-1-19 to the Tigers 1-2-8. 16 minutes gone in the opening term on the SMS. 0437 774 774. A cheerio to Mark, who's listening in from the Marupna Footy Club. He's watching his team train and he's listening to the best call in the business. Looking forward to enjoying the Blues and the Tigers tonight. That's not a bad way to do it when you're on parenting duties.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And Murph, I think it's worth talking about a little bit more about Mitch McGovern there. So at the start of the game, I didn't think it was a great matchup because I thought he was going to be too aggressive to come off Martin. Normally a player that's playing on Dustin Martin will go and man him up and be side by side, and Martin wins more 50-50s than anyone in the competition. McGovern played 10 metres in front of him. You're right, it was a bit of a shank, but that aggressive stance just got him the ball, and that starts their offence.
Mackay in the ruck for the Blues, wins it down, but then Kennedy comes through, able to pick it up for the Blues and heave a kick inside 50. Curnow launching at it, doesn't mark. Short rows for Richmond. High clearing kick out towards the wing. Pack forms underneath it. No one marks. Live footy. Carroll back on it for the Blues. Handball away towards Cottrell, who's standing up in the tackle, and we'll give it to the umpire. A ball up. The Blues in their navy blue shorts as well. Richmond their home jumper with the white shorts for this traditional round one opener.
Thrown up Bolter and Kennedy. Bolter gets it back, kicks a clearing kick for the Tigers into the middle of the ground. Boyd couldn't take the mark for the Blues. Spills out to Shea Bolton. Hand pass away to Prestia. They're running through the middle of the ground. Hand pass away to Ross, trying to sidestep around Holland. Driving kick towards Lynch. Got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. It spills down to Zach Williams. Hang on, whistle. It's going to be a Tigers shot on goal. Front on contact in the eyes of the umpire. And the ball is going to return to Tom Lynch. Stand by for the Carlton response as they see it on the big screen.
Yeah, it's a fair enough response too, Clinchy. And that's not because I'm a Carlton supporter too either. That was pretty soft. It was basically just a floating forearm across the chest of Tom Lynch, and it was basically it was Rioli who spoilt the mark.
Tom Lynch from point blank range, 15 metres out for his second, steers it through. And what a welcome return he is to the yellow and black. The Blues lead is cut back to 5 points. They're 3-1-19 to the Tigers 2-2-14. 18 minutes gone, opening term, just front-on contact in the eyes of the umpire as Lewis Young tried to race back against Tom Lynch. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Tom Lynch was meant to be on managed minutes tonight. I was wondering if he would come off after kicking a couple of goals. Maybe Adam Uze's plans might have changed, but he has just come to the bench. So we'll see how long he spends on it if the Tigers don't want him playing full game.
It was a touchy free kick, but what it has shown is that you can get a 1v1 with Tom Lynch. It's going to cause some issues for Carlton tonight. So if Richmond can continue to move the ball quick and give those opportunities to Tom Lynch, it's a matchup they want, is at 1v1.
If the question is there, what else could the backman do other than let him mark it? Because there was bugger all contact.
Richmond out of the middle from the restart. Bolton nearly dragged down, gets a handball away. Straight to Hopper, floats a kick inside 50. Dusty bursts onto it. Handball errant, turnover. Blues back with it. Although they cough it up immediately. Hopper comes through again. Still a live footy, eventually picking it up. Fantasia. Now the Blues away through the middle.
Kennedy with a driving kick over the head of Fogarty. Races back with Grimes. The reinforcements get there. Young for the Tigers. Clearing kick to half back. McIntosh marks on his chest. He has it at left half back for the Tigers. Around the members' side. Prestia dropped the mark. Kennedy comes charging in. Great tackle. Prestia somehow gets a hand pass clear as he's turned end over end. Cripps picks it up for the Blues. Hand pass to McGovern, to Hewitt. He works it back to Chera at right half back. A hand pass now to Kemp. Kicks up towards Kennedy. Over the top comes Gipkis to spoils it down for Richmond. It's kept in play by Thompson down. Did that well. Keeps the ball out in front of him. He kicks up towards half forward. Beautifully done by Bolter. Shoves Young underneath the footy. Runs into the goal square. Swings onto his right and kicks it. There was just a hesitant moment where you thought, does Noah Bolton know what he's doing? Of course he did, as he opens up the angle on his right-hand side. And a couple of quick goals on the trot for the Tigers to pull it back to a 1-point ball game. The Tigers take the lead. 3-2-20 to the Blues, 3-1-19 with that Noah Bolter goal. Richmond take the lead for the first time tonight.
Well, you could see straight away when he marked that football, he knew nobody was behind him. Great awareness by Bolter, and he's very quick for a big man. He got up, he sprung up, and he could see the sausage rolls right in front of him. He wasn't going to stop for anything. And it was a good finish. Broke off the line right at the very end. Very smart by Bolter.
Of course, his name's Bolter. Of course he's got to be quick, Boomer.
Pardon the pun. Yes. They got themselves right back in this game now, haven't they?
They certainly have.
On the SMS, Matt's listening in on the ABC Listen app all the way from South Mole Island in the Whitsundays on holidays with his girlfriend, hoping for a Blues victory. Hello to you, Matt, and your girlfriend.
The Koning stays down, able to palm it down. Cripps knocks it on Richmond's way, though. Hopper onto the footy, gets it off to Taranto. Floating kick inside 50. McGovern goes up, doesn't take the mark. Campbell over the top of it for Richmond. At half forward here for the Tigers. Umpire wants to ball it up. The left half forward. The one behind is Richmond's lead. 3-2 plays 3-1. And Curvis and De Koning both with hands on it. Live footy, Ross onto it. He's stripped of it. De Koning coming through. Taranto tries. Fantasia shovels it out. And eventually Hewitt will extract it for the Blues. Gives it off to Fogarty. Long kick inside 50 for Carlton. Hands to it. Juggled Kennedy. He claims it. No. Play on. And Richmond will emerge with it through Broad and a kick out to the wing.
Sends it out towards Pickett at half-back. He gathers in front of Cottrell. Swings on his right boot. Turns it straight over. Kicks to Cherry. Might have been over the boundary line, though, as he got the kick away. So, fortunately, he'll come back for a throw-in. Richmond leading by a point. 3-2-20 to the Blues. 3-1-19. Carlton booted the opening 2 goals of the match, but the Tigers with 3 of the last 4. They well on top in the clearances, Richmond. 9-4. The way of the Tigers as it's thrown back in. Nankervis wins down the tap against De Koning. Chance for Pickett to try and bust clear. Got the hand pass away from Taranto. The kick was partially smothered. Trying to slide in as Thompson Dow. He might be in trouble here. Cripps is over the top. Newman's over the top. They all turn to the umpire and he rewards the tackle. A Carlton free kick just short of left half forward.
Yeah, you can't try and take possession of the football when you're on your knees. You're always in trouble.
Newman short to McGovern to Williams. Floats it long but off target. Drifting back. It just misses. Just at the left-hand side. Scores level. 3-2-20 each of 2. Late in this opening term on ABC Sport. Brent Harvey, the game's record holder. Mark Murphy former Blues captain, telling you what's happening.
Jaden Short into the back pocket by foot. He finds Jacob Hopper, who takes the mark. 23 minutes gone in the opening term. Hopper long around the southern wing in the direction of Nankervis. Can't take the mark. Taranto proms it beautifully. Front and centre. Sends the Tigers up towards half forward. Bolton marks in front of two Blues players. He's got Dusty surging into the pocket. Puts it out in front of him. And he takes the mark back with a fly. Deep in the right forward pocket. This is a cute angle as he throws the footy across the turf. So he is locked in for this shot on goal.
Good ball use going forward. Tim Taranto started it. He just, rather than banging it long and hoping for the best, he spotted it at 45 inside, and that opened up the game.
Going the banana, Martin steps out. A born showman as he drives it through the middle. Welcome back, Dustin Martin, as he returns the Tigers to the lead by 6 points. 4-2-26 to the Blues, 3-2-20. 24 minutes gone opening term. Well, I guess when you're one of the all-time great finals players, a snap like that from 15 metres out, you make look easy.
No, he doesn't mind the big stage, Dustin, and I've seen some pretty handy performances first-hand too on opening night.
How close, Murph? Right there next to him?
No, I wouldn't have played on him. Not when he went well anyway. But if they continue to move the ball like that, Richmond, they're going to cause Carlton issues, and they're finding them out the back, haven't they, on a few of their occasions. I know they've kicked a few goals from free kicks, but they've looked dangerous when they've been able to isolate those matchups 1v1, and they're streaming back into space really well at the moment, Richmond.
So when a team plays really aggressive football, Murph, the only way to get them out the back is by that quick ball movement, and Richmond have done that twice.
Kicked the last 3 goals all of a sudden, Richmond, 4 of the last 5. The coning down to Cripps, who gives it off towards Hewitt, gets it back, then Hewitt again, gang tackled, ball up in the middle. Richmond leading by a goal. Umpire puts it aloft. Both rucks miss it. De Koning tries to hack it out of the air. Spills to Prestia. Stands up. Gives it off to Taranto. His kick sends the Tigers inside 50. Bouncing ball for Bolter. Gathers. Handball away to Dusty. Little sidestep. Check side again. It'll go across the face towards Lynch. Bouncing ball in the opposite pocket. Tries to keep it in. Does so. Sweeps a handball. Straight to Saab though. At fullback for the Blues. Time to give it off to Kemp. He'll steady and pull a kick straight back to Marlon Pickett. Drops it. Drops it cold. Goes again. Live footy inside 50 for Richmond. Coming up with it, Hopper. Handball away to Pickett. Handball away to Baker. He's tackled quickly. And finally we'll get a ball up. 30 out from the attacking goal here for Richmond. They lead by 1 straight kick. 4-2 plays 3-2.
Very hot at the minute. Get the ball, you've got a half a second to get rid of it. If not, you get nailed.
Left forward pocket for Richmond at the punt road end. Lynch doing the ruck work, laying a big tackle. Nowhere for Orazio Fantasia to go, and the umpire will ball it up.
Yeah, we're starting to see a few mistakes because of that pressure as well.
Thrown up to Koning, wins down the tap against Lynch. Hopper can't get a hand pass away. McGovern jams it on the boot into the middle of the ground looking for Curnow. Spoiled down by Broad with support from Nankervis. Dan Rioli, little topo. Short could have been tackled when he didn't have it. It'll come back. Probably not a bad man to have the footy.
And he's right within range
just
too.
Inside 50.
Yeah, he's certainly in range. He kicked the ball a mile. Jaden Short.
Just a tug of the back of the jumper by George Hewitt as he wasn't in possession of the footy. Now the ball is returned to Jaden Short.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that one, when you tackle someone and it dispossesses them in the tackle and you hold on for an extra half a second, but the jump ball is always a sign.
He comes in and strikes it. And Jaden Short finishes with absolute class. And the Tigers make it 4 on the trot to open up a significant advantage, a 12-point lead. 5-2-32 to the Blues, 3-2-20. 27 minutes gone. Opening term, Jaden Short with his first goal.
Oh, well called, boys. It was 55 out when he had to kick the ball, and he made it by 3 or 4 metres. So beautiful kick. It was a beautiful kick. Just a soft free kick, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Hewitt didn't need to do it. Just held on for a little bit too long. But well, 4 on a trot.
Yeah, well, I think they've kicked 3 of their goals from free kicks, but the thing with Richmond, they've had the 14 inside 50s already and already scored on 7 occasions, so they're scoring a little bit too easy for what Carlton are usually pretty stingy in giving up.
Jaden Short promised more Richmond fight in his press conference during the week, and holding up his end of the bargain. De Koning wins the tap, gets it back from Cripps. Long left foot kick for Carlton to full forward. Bouncing ball for Curnow. Slips over. And then arriving Tyler Young, wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire holds his arms to his chest. All up, and Charlie Curnow a little sore.
Hasn't got up.
Well, maybe that is...
Hopefully that's not...
Yeah, the issues with the turf. Perhaps. Oh, he's got a little bit of claret as well, Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, it was from Dylan Grimes, who was going back. Curnow was trying to get off the ground. He just gave him a little shove. Probably and then he's
copped a boot in the face.
Yes.
A right boot right to the face.
He's good at that, Grimes. He's good at that. He's very
sloppy.
He's very clumsy. Very Dustin Fletcher-like for me, Grimes.
Yeah. The big blokes usually are quite...
Yeah, get those elbows.
Smart, clumsy.
Yeah.
Mumford was one that he got me once.
Yeah, smart, clumsy. I like that
floating knee. But anyway,
yeah.
I was more happy that it's a hit to the face rather than anything on the leg issue, because a lot of guys are slipping down around there at the moment.
Has played 53 consecutive games, Charlie Curnow, at the moment, for all of the issues he's had with his body. In a good patch at the moment. Touch wood, hop on one leg, whatever you need to do.
So a ball up 15 metres out from the Blues goal. Nankervis takes it out of the ruck for the Tigers against Harry Mackay. A clearing kick up towards half-back. Cleverly using his foot was Young. Ricochets it out to Sard from 55. Puts it long towards Harry Mackay. It's over his head against two. Young and Nankervis, and a boundary throw in at the city end. Right forward pocket for the Blues. It's the Tigers by 12 points.
They've held their own pretty well so far, the Richmond defenders in Young and Gibcus and Broad and Grimes doing a really good job of the ball coming in so far.
Umpire spins it in. De Koning backhanding it down, trying to get onto it. Chera leaves it behind. Arriving Ross there. He's wrapped up quickly. Cunningham holds him up. All up 40 out from the attacking goal for the Blues. With the first two goals. Now it's Richmond leading by that margin. Two straight. Nankervis wins the tap. Whistle on the play. Free kick going the way of Carlton. And big De Koning will get it. Mark set 40 metres out. Slight angle to the right-hand side.
Yeah, just copped the forearm straight to the chops. So he's got one back here. Tom De Koning would love to go back and finish this after giving one away to Tom Lynch earlier in the quarter.
Robbie Williams, favourite player at the Blues. Hit the big goal in the finals last year. This drop punt is out to the left. Hung it out there and couldn't score. Lauren Borden's between the benches.
Charlie Curnow's just getting patched up now. He was in good spirits when he came off. He wasn't too fussed by a bit of blood on his face. He had a smile on, but he's just got a couple of the club doctors around him now.
Thanks, Loz. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Brent Harvey and Mark Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. Nick Vlosten with a long kick in for the Tigers. Up towards Nankervis. Can't take the mark. Spills through the hands of Hewitt, who now becomes the tackler on Nankervis. Good job to bring the big ruckman down with a bone-shaking tackle. Ball up just short of left half forward for the Blues. Richmond 5-2-32 to Carlton 3-3-21. Tossed up in the air. De Koning wins down the tap. Ross onto it for the Tigers though. Hand pass out in front of Hopper. Tackled by Cripps, but not before he got the hand pass back to Ross. Somehow chiseled a kick down the wing. Dustin Martin takes the mark centre wing.
Gives off the handball to Baker. Long driving kick inside 50. Looking for a marker. Over the head it goes of Campbell. McIntosh slaps it on. Getting back Fantasia there for the Blues. Gives it off to Boyd. Short kick. Mark taken by De Koning. At centre half back. He wheels and goes. Takes a bounce. Kicks a long ball towards half forward for Cripps, who will mark and wheel and go no. Free kick given away. Hopper will get it. Cripps disposed of him illegally. Hopper at right half back for Richmond. They lead by 11 points late in the first.
There's a bit of holding going on and Cripps just ragdolled him and the umpire had to blow his whistle. Hopper at right half back sends it up towards the wing. Lynch got underneath it. De Koning as well. It's gathered by Mitch McGovern for the Blues. Across half back, the hand pass to Boyd. Chips it back to Chera. He marks on the paint of the defensive 50 at the punt road end. Richmond by 11 points. And the clock ticking down to quarter time. 32 minutes gone. Chera long around the Shanewarne stand in the direction of De Koning and Mackay and off hands. It goes out of play for a boundary throw in.
Carlton currently leading the tackle count 23-12, but the clearances Richmond 12-8 ahead, so certainly competing really well at the moment, Richmond.
The voice of Mark Murphy with you, former Carlton champion, 300 games for the Blues, thrown back in. Hopper dumped in a tackle by Hewitt. The umpire will ball it up just inside the field of play. 33 minutes gone in this opening quarter, in which the Tigers have dominated the clearances 12-8. Finished with 5 of the last 6 goals of the term after Carlton kicked the opening 2 goals of the match. Nankervis in front position against De Koning, spills down to Baker, stripped in the tackle by Hollands. No whistle initially, and Carlton's holding the ball. Free kick going the way of the Blues on the wing, but not before the siren sounds. And the opening quarter in the books here at the MCG. I feel the Carlton fans not too happy about the Richmond free kicks in front of goal. But at the first break, it's the Tigers who lead by 11 points. 5-2-32 to the Blues, 3-3-21. Tom Lynch in his return for Richmond. His first game since round 4 last year against the Western Bulldogs. He has a couple of goals. Individuals to Martin, Short and Bolter. Meanwhile, for the Blues, their goals have come through Kennedy, Mackay and Owies. On the SMS, we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number across the AFL season. Peter from Tambo Upper. So great to have Tom, Toby and Dusty back on the ground, encouraging for the team and all the Tiger supporters. Thanks to you, Peter. Fran from Melbourne. Looking good, the colour scheme for the umpires. This is a permanent fixture, so much better on the eye. Thanks for the call and go Pies. Not sure the aqua blue is their colour all season, but you got anything else?
I was going to call it powder blue, but
powder
yeah,
blue?
it's probably more an aqua blue. I'm happy with that, Clinchy.
And Rob in Greensboro says, Tom Lynch is getting well looked after. What a surprise. Thank you to you, Rob. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line through. Great to have your company on Thursday Night Footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
For all those yearnings for truly outstanding entertainment,
I have an idea of what might cheer you up.
You'll find a trove of Academy Award winning and nominated films on ABC iView.
Let's play.
Like Imitation Game.
It's beautiful.
American Sniper, Her, and Spotlight.
There's a story here, and I think it's an important story.
Brooklyn, Carol, and so many more.
Bon appetit.
Always free, always outstanding on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Harry Mackay, having kicked the win up last week against the Brisbane Lions, directly in front, 25 metres out to kickstart the show. Mackay comes in and steers it through. And the Blues are the opening goal here at the MCG. Cunningham puts it out in front of Mackay. Can't take the mark. Gibcus makes the spoil. Harry's back onto it. He's got Kennedy deep. Bounces it towards him. Into the opening goal for Carlton second. All too easy for the Blues. Tom Lynch will shoot on a 45-degree angle, only about 25 metres out. Playing his first game since round 4 last year to get the Tigers on the board. And their spearhead delivers. The former basketballer Matthew Owies brings plenty of excitement to the Blues fans. He fires on goal and puts through their 3rd goal of the match. Tom Lynch from point blank range, 15 metres out, for his second, steers it through. The Blues lead is cut back to 5 points. He kicks up towards half forward. Beautifully done by Bolter. Shoves Young underneath the footy. Runs into the goal square. Swings on his right. Kicks it. Going the banana. Martin steps out. A born showman as he drives it through the middle. Welcome back, Dustin Martin, as he returns the Tigers to the lead by 6 points.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
The sounds of the opening quarter from the MCG. Richmond by 11 points at the first break. 5-2-32 to the Blues, 3-3-21. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey are your experts. Ahead of them, Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Well, Clinchy, Richmond have had to make an early sub at quarter time here. Ryan Mansell's just pulled off his jumper to go onto the field, and it's because Dion Presti has gone into the rooms, and the club has said it's a bit of a hamstring injury. So we know all the problems that he's had with that. He had a hammy injury as well during the pre-season, so Dion Presti are subbed off at quarter time.
Thank you, Loz. He's had a challenge with soft tissue injuries, hasn't he? 3 flags in 4 years at the start of his career to Tigerland, but over the last handful of seasons, 5 seasons, he's managed just 20-plus games once in 2023.
Yeah, it's a big shame, isn't it? You want to see the best players out there, and unfortunately for Dion, the last couple of years been a tough row with those soft tissues. So hopefully it's not a really significant one, and one he only misses a couple of weeks.
And that hurts Richmond though. He's had 7 touches in the at the first quarter.
I think it was round 1 last year when he was dominating, and Richmond were right on top, and I think he did a hamstring on that night too, and then that's when Carlton came back right into it. So yeah, he's a big loss because he's certainly one of their prime movers through the middle of the ground.
What have you made of the opening term, gents?
It's been a fast game of football. Both teams are really moving the ball fast. We see Carlton being so aggressive with their positioning down back and through the midfield that if Richmond can break a line or two, they get the ball out the back. We've seen Bolter mark that ball 45 out, and there was no one in front of him towards goal. We've seen Lynch get a couple of one-on-ones, and that's all they want with Big Tom Lynch. But it's been a really fast game of football. Murph, with the Carlton ball movement, and you'll be better to tell me, but last week, I'm not sure what they did. Tonight, I'm seeing a lot of forward handballs. Yep. Now, I'm not saying people are getting forward of the ball. If they are, it's smart play because it's their half forwards and a couple of their mids. If they can see that they're going to win it and read those cues 1 or 2 seconds quicker and they can get forward, they've been using that forward support handball, and I think that's where Carlton's advantage come from in the first part of that first quarter.
Yeah, the first 10 minutes, they certainly exposed Richmond, and I think it was their high half forwards and maybe one of their midfielders that was dropping out of the contest, and they just had someone to use via hands, and it was like 10 metres off the contest, and they were really just posting up forward handballing and getting them out the back. Richmond tightened that up halfway through that quarter, but certainly both sides are really strongly going through the corridor. I'd count on one hand maybe the amount of occasions they've come out this close wing. They've all been through the corridor, haven't they? So that's what the AFL want. They've tried to open up the game. They're getting that. They're getting some 1v1s ahead of the football, so it's good to watch.
Is it a Collingwood copycat? Is that what we're seeing? Sort of the forward handball, take the corridor?
Well, every team watches the best team in the competition. Last year, Collingwood were the best team in the competition. So when a new coach comes in, I know when Alistair Clarkson had his short break, he went away and he watched the best teams in the competition. So you're going to emulate what the best teams do.
Second quarter underway. Richmond by 11 points to Koning and Nankervis. Nankervis wins down the tap for the Tigers. Dumped in a tackle was Hopper. Got the hand pass forward to Koning. Regathers for the Blues. Hand pass away to Carroll. High kick towards half forward. Back with a flight. Awkward ball in the end. And diving on top, Gloston trying to knock it down. And ricochets out to Grimes, who volleys it straight towards the boundary line.
Oh, wow.
Umpire will view this as insufficient intent. Try and keep the ball in play. The free kick will go the way of Zach Williams for the Blues.
Well, they quicker to change that rule between the arcs. The last person that touches it, the better it's going to be, because that's pretty much what it is sort of now, isn't it?
Jacob Hopper leads the way with 11 disposals for the Tigers. Patrick Cripps with 9 as Williams kicks up towards Mackay. Almost claimed the mark. He's tackled by Gloston. In fact, the mark is paid. Harry has it at left half forward. He had a fair piece of it, but we didn't hear the umpire's whistle. Out to the left, he'll kick from just inside 50.
He had a fair piece of it, but I think he's pretty lucky to be given the mark there. I don't think the crowd really went up at all, complaining when it wasn't paid. So anyway, we get to see another opportunity of Harry Mackay again. Benny putting the ball on the ground, going through the routine. There's a difficult shot for a left footer though.
It's unfortunate shots on goal for both sides. There's Harry Mackay out to the left, kicking for his second. Puts it out to the right and won't be a goal. Charlie Curnow sets himself, can't take the mark, and Pickett comes crashing through and rushes it through for a minor score. The Tigers by 10 points, 90 seconds gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Done well with that little piece of information, Murph. Just on that opening term, Richmond plus 16 contested possessions.
Yeah, I think they've been led by Hopper around the contest, and it's a really good sign for Richmond that he's getting his hands on the football and getting his hands dirty.
McGovern marks on the wing, will send it back inside 50. Curnow goes up and gets it. It always looked like he would mark it. He does so 25 out, slightest of angles to the left-hand side.
Well, it's good forward method too, because having those in-out-in plays and being able to isolate 1v1s.
Going to snap around the corner from directly in front. Curnow hooks it through. The dual and reigning Coleman medalist doing what he does again. Pulls the Blues back to within 4 points. 4-4-28, plays 5-2-32. Yeah, just Carlton captain Mark Murphy and games record holder Brent Harvey.
Yeah, just going back to my last point, it's always a good sign that your forward line's operating in the right manner, when you're having a play go outside your forward 50 and then being able to find a target inside 50 and get a 1v1, it shows you that all the forwards are working together and trying to create space for their taller teammates. And then the one thing I really liked was Harry Mackay dragging his opponent out of the way as well. So being very selfless down there. You don't want to see your big key pillars going toe-to-toe and interrupting each other in the marking contest.
Option for a snap?
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Oh, you just let him go, Charlie Curnow.
That's a fair call. And he kicked it.
Change roles, haven't they? Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow. De Koning wins down the tap for the Blues in the middle. Hewitt gets the clearance, kicks up towards Cottrell. On the bounce he gathers, but he's tackled by Broad. Can't break clear. And the umpire will ball it up.
I think for anyone who knows the Curnows, they operate best when they don't think.
Drive-by by Mark Murphy there.
Hello to the Curnows down in Torquay.
Hopper gets the clearance of the Tigers. Hand pass away to Camden McIntosh. Dodging and weaving. Creates a path forward as it gone away from Hollands. Kick inside 50. Caught behind in the end. It was spoiled down by Campbell. Bolts is the last one standing. Gathers and finishes. Jams it onto his right-hand side from only about 10 metres out. As a couple of Blues lost their footing inside the defensive 50. And Noah Bolter kicks his second. Goal for goal to start this second quarter, and Richmond back out by 10 points. 6-2-38 to the Blues. 4-4-28. 4 minutes gone, second term.
Well, who was that? Was that Mansell that done that little tap on? It was very, very smart. Didn't take possession of the football and was just really well done. And Murph, it might just be that end because people are falling over up that end. You called it in the first quarter. 2 Richmond players down back fell over, and
yeah, it looks like the turf's shifting a bit, doesn't it? There's always players slipping, and which is very unlike the MCG. And obviously we've had the concerts here a couple of weeks ago, but there's one that Lewis Taylor, I think, would want back, just a walk-through tackle there. I know Noah Bolter's a big man, but really going to make those tackles.
De Koning and Nankervis. De Koning rising above him to win it down. Nankervis follows up. Handball away to Dan Rioli. Forward handball to Taranto. Forward handball to Dusty. Here's Martin, attacking edge of the square towards full forward. Young slaps it on. Go for a minor score. Defending at fullback there for the Blues.
Even again, another Richmond forward there slipping with the ball coming in. It wasn't like it wasn't directed to him either. So must be pretty difficult down there.
It doesn't look like it's holding up that well. It looks pristine from up here. Like it looks a picture, but players struggling.
Zach Williams to bring the Blues back into play. 19 disposals on return last week against the Gold Coast Suns. Hewitt couldn't quite gather the loose footy. Spills away from Cherritt. Kennedy for Carlton gets the hand pass away. Links up with Fogarty. Hand pass away to Blake Acres. Kicks up the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. Harry Mackay crushes the pack. Can't take the mark. The Blues have the numbers though. Cottrell gathers. Back to Mackay. Kicks up to Charlie Curnow. So the two spearheads combining. Curnow 60 out, a centering ball. Almost got through to Nick Newman. Got past the hands of Hopper. It spills out to Shea Bolton for the Tigers. Hand pass inboard to Thompson Dow. Swoops the hand pass back towards right half back. McIntosh links up with Shea Bolton. Couldn't get it to Morris Rioli Jr. Sard gathers. Pokes it into the pocket for Carlton. And the mark is taken by Matt Kennedy. Deep in the left forward pocket. He's about 35 metres out. Chance to kick his second goal of the match.
Well done, Adam Sard. Just closed the outlet, made the spoil, and then followed up, and then just a smart ball use. He's a great ball user on that left foot, hitting Matty Kennedy. And he's certainly one that you would love to have a shot for you. There's a brilliant kick of the footy.
Kennedy on the arc, trying to curl it from right to left. It's across the face of goal. And missing to the right-hand side, and a minor score.
Commentator's curse there,
10 points. Yes.
Yeah, he could have opened up the face a little bit more, Murph, too. He started right on, just off line, and kicked just off the other side of the line.
He could have run another 5 or 6 metres.
Absolutely, he could have. And then it just opens up the face of the goal, and that makes a huge difference when you're on an angle.
So Loston with the kick in. Drives it long up in the Bolter direction. Underneath the footy he goes. Out the back. Footy on the wing. Cripps picks it up. Handball away to De Koning. Blues back with it. Handball away to Hewitt. He'll go long inside 50. Looking for Curnow from 3 deep. Hands to it. Doesn't quite. Ball jars free. Richmond away with it. Hopper to Tyler Young. He'll kick out to the Great Southern stand wing.
He puts it out towards Mansell, but McCullum over the top takes the mark. Back onto his feet quickly. Up towards half forward. Carroll takes the mark. He's 55 metres out from home. Played on by stepping off his line. Dumps a high ball inside 50. Cripps is there. Can't take the mark. Ricocheted off Gibskis. Knocked out to Hewitt. Carlton still a chance. Hand pass to Newman. Back to Cottrell, dodging and weaving. Hand pass wasn't all that pretty. Newman can't clear it. Hopper knocks it away. The Blues are well set. Cunningham, hand pass to Akers. Flying shot on goal from 40 metres out. He misses to the right-hand side. Tigers lead is 9 points at the 8-minute mark of the second quarter.
McGovern looks like a new player.
Yeah.
His body shape's changed. He looks fitter. He looks stronger. He's going for marks. He's been aggressive with his positioning. Looking really good.
Broad taking the kick in up towards Nankervis. Hands to it. Mark not paid. Now live footy on the wing. Boyd. Handball away to Carroll. Gives it off to Hewitt. In the middle of the ground. Kicks laterally. Turnover. Mark taken by Mansell. Richmond quickly back the other way. Long kick towards Dusty. Punched away from him by Kemp. Slapped on by Dan Rioli. Straight back to Kemp. Now the Blues in the middle of the ground. Here is McGovern again.
Puts it out in front of Matt Owies, who leads the foot race. Coming the other way is Gibkis. Tries to corral him. He's got the smother away, Josh Gibkis. And spoils it out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Well done, Brody Kemp. Had the 1v1 against Dustin Martin. Flew early, impacted, and then one possession of the footy again. But Mitch McGovern, you're right, he does look really fit. And I think he's found his niche playing that half-back role where he can float across and jump and use the ball like he's a great ball user.
10 disposals going at 100% for Mitch McGovern. Hopper gets the clearance of the Tigers up towards Martin on the wing. He gathers and then puts the hand pass out in front of Mansell, who tries to use his speed to burst past Williams. He can't do so. He got him on the second attempt, and Carlton take the free kick and the advantage into the middle of the ground. Mark is taken by Carroll. On the bounce, he kicks up to Charlie Curnow. Hand pass to Cripps. Tries to fend off the tackler. Brought down by Grimes, who's over the shoulder. And Cripps has it 55 metres out from home at the punt road end. He looks into the pocket to Koning's on the lead. And he takes the mark in front of Toby Nankervis.
Well done by the skipper there, Paddy Cripps, fighting off one tackle, drawing the high, and then getting hard off the mark. Understanding there's always going to be a bit of space and pop one out for Tom de Koning to run into, and he'll have a set shot on a 45-degree angle. Perfect side for the left footer.
Tom de Koning out to the right, comes in just inside 50 and hangs it out to the right-hand side of the minor score. Getting his opportunity ahead of Mark Pitnet for the Blues to start this season. It's the Tigers who lead by 8 points at the 10-minute mark of the second quarter. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey, your experts.
I'm going to get back to Mitch McGovern in a minute. Vlosten with the kick in. A little dicey, having to go up and knocking it out in the end. Gibkis throw in. I think when he first got to the Blues, Murphy might have been filling out his jumper a little too much and got the unwanted nickname of Brackets, didn't he, with the curving ones on his back?
It was a self-given nickname because he had a mate that was called Brackets who was filled out the jumper in regional SA and
WA.
WA, sorry.
Regional WA back in Albany from the throw-in.
Anyway, nicknamed himself Brackets, number 11. Being a little bit stretched.
Free kick going the way of Harry Mackay. Mark set 51 metres out. Mackay wheels and goes and shakes it. Out of bounds on the full. Missed it narrow. 8 points to the good is Richmond's lead. 6-3-39 plays 4-7-31. 11 minutes and change into the second.
Yeah, they just need to capitalise on this momentum. 8-2 inside 50 so far in the second quarter.
Broad to Vlossen up the wing looking for Tom Lynch. He's outmanoeuvred and Lewis Young takes the mark for Carlton on the members' side. Richmond 6-3-39 leading the Blues 4-7-31. Carlton with 1 goal 4 in this second quarter. The Tigers 1-1. Young comes inboard to McGovern. He veers back on his left-hand side. Hand passes to Young. Stationary as he received it. He gives it back to McGovern. Tries a long kick inside 50. Curnow's in the pack. Flying in from the side was Tyler Young. Spoils it down. Cripps onto it for Carlton. Tries to get a hand pass into the corridor. In the left forward pocket for the Blues. McIntosh under pressure. Hand pass away. Young didn't clear it. Carroll gathers for Carlton. Hand pass to Kennedy. Around the body. He steers it through. Matt Kennedy with his second. And the Blues finally get some reward for all their effort.
The ball's coming back.
Hang on. It's coming back.
Wow. It is a Carlton free kick, though.
So the footy is going to be in the hands of Ollie Hollins.
For a throw. I think the umpire was calling a throw, but he blew his whistle and nobody heard it because the 80,000 people were roaring.
Hollins just has to finish the deed here. He's going to kick across his body from 15 out. Snaps truly. And Carlton take 2. The all clear. Ollie Hollins is just his third goal in AFL footy at the 13-minute mark of the second quarter, and the Tigers lead is cut back to 2 points with Carlton's second goal of the quarter. The Tigers 6-3-39 to the Blues 5-7-37. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport.
That's just building the pressure, Murph. You mentioned 8 inside 50s, 9 now to Carlton, to Richmond's 2. The ball's been in their forward line for so long. They're going to make mistakes, Richmond, on the exit, and they've built that pressure for nearly 11 minutes now with the ball inside 50. So they probably deserve the goal there.
And as we've seen, last week in opening round 2, you need to capitalise when you do have momentum, because every side's going to go through patches where they're going to have run of the play, so they need to kick that goal and get some reward for effort.
They just showed their replay on Caden McIntosh's throw. He picked it up with 2 hands and threw it with 2 hands.
Mackay in the ruck, gives it off to Fantasia. Left foot snap towards half forward for the Blues. Bouncing ball for Hollins again, slaps it on. Onto it though, Vlosten for Richmond. Back to McIntosh, chips a kick and turnover. Taken there by Carroll. Had that important impact last week for the Blues. Long left foot ball towards full forward. Big pack forms. Hits the deck. Live footy. Cottrell picks it up. Runs straight into a tackle. Umpire lets them play for the time being. Now we'll come in and sort it out. All up, 30 out from the attacking goal for the Blues. Richmond by a couple of points. 14 minutes played second.
It's an avalanche at the moment. 10-2. The inside 50s Carlton's way. As it's thrown up, Bolter wins down the tap against Mackay. Under pressure, Hewitt got the hand pass to Cunningham. Feeds it back to Nick Newman. Across his body from 45 out. Charlie Curnow comes charging out. 2 to beat. Spills to Cripps. He can't gather. Broad's tackled in the left forward pocket for the Blues. At the punt road end, the umpire will ball it up. Richmond by 2 points. 14 minutes gone, second quarter.
And set up really well behind the ball here, the Blues. They've got the spare sitting out the back. Umpire
puts it aloft. Mackay trying to take it out of the ruck. Bolter soccers it on. A loose footy picked up by Thompson Dow. Clearing kick for Richmond. Up towards the wing. Holding going on. Free kick will go the way of the Blues. McGovern wants to take the advantage. Umpire says no. So Young to get the free kick. On the wing, Lewis Young goes short. Taken by Newman. Richmond by a couple of points. Newman heaves it on the left to full forward. Massive pack form. Strong mark. Back there, Bolter for Richmond. Taking the defensive mark at fullback. Forward in the first term and doing the work defensively here. Thumps it long out towards the wing. Akers hands to it. Doesn't mark. Live footy onto it, Ross. Ross will get a handball away and Campbell will kick around the corner and turn it over. Mark taken by Akers for the Blues.
Intercepting mark for Carlton. He's going to swing it all the way back inside the defensive 50 on the bounce to Lewis Young, who gathers, chips it over the top, and Adam Cherrett takes the mark. He looks to go short to Kemp across the half-back line. He works it to McGovern on the Shane stand side. He's got options in the middle of the ground. He kicks over Cottrell to Hewitt. Hewitt marks, releases Cottrell by hand. Down the middle to Harry Mackay on the lead. Can't take the mark. Young made the spoil. Awkward bouncing ball for Thompson Dow. He's back onto it though. Gathers with a hand pass to Mansell, too slow. Tackle by Newman. Cottrell gathers. Quickly kicks it inside 50. Kennedy's after it in the left forward pocket. Hand pass over his shoulder. Never got to Curnow. Lays a big tackle on Broad. Gets the hand pass to Noah Bolter, who blazes it over the fence. Out of bounds on the full. It's coming back as a Carlton free kick. The Tigers leading by 2 points, but the Blues have lifted.
Newman wants to go back to the logo. Straight to Lewis Young. He'll go short to Saad. Marks it. High left half forward. You hear the wolf. And he kicks on the left. Towards full forward. Bolter again hands to it. Spills to Kennedy. Dumps it on the boot. Shanks it out towards the right forward pocket, out of bounds on the full. Richmond get it back in their left back pocket. They lead by 2 points, but they're clinging on for dear life at the moment.
Well, the pressure's just been too big for Richmond to handle. 11-4 tackles in Carlton's way and 14-2 repeat inside 50s.
Ross up towards Shea Bolton, but flying over the top. Kemp takes the mark. He comes inboard, spots Matt Kennedy, kicks to Cripps, who marks just at the top of the 50. Charging in the other direction with Mansell, elected not to make body contact. Cripps got their Smurf. He's going to pass it off. He doesn't think so. In the direction of Charlie Curnow. Was a hold against Boston. There was. You can hear the delight from the Carlton fans in the Olympic stand As the ball will come back to Charlie Curnow in the left forward pocket. He's 25 metres out.
Now, it was really smart by Paddy Cripps. Saw the mismatch with Charlie Curnow and Boston and just put it out in front and just drew the hold.
Already has a goal in this second quarter to return the Blues to the lead. He snaps across his body and misses to the left-hand side. Richmond's lead is 1 point. The Blues are 2 goals 5 in this second quarter to Richmond's 1-1. 18 minutes gone, second quarter.
It's a little mangled, poor old Charlie Curnow. The boot to the face from Grimes. Up the middle go Richmond. Mark taken by Ross. Defensive edge of the square. Kicks laterally to the runner Broad. Down the southern wing they go. Kick for Pickett. Too wide. Out of bounds on the full. And Carlton get it back to Adam Sard. And left half back. Short kick to Williams. He hangs his kick in the air. Kemp sits underneath it and marks. Right on the arc of defensive 50. Kemp will stab it short. Blues on the slow play. Mark taken by Kennedy. Kick to the wing for Akers. Richmond leading by a point. The Blues coming. Akers infield to Kemp. Kemp a handball away to Akers on the logo. Long driving ball inside 50. Mackay launching at the back. Fantasia nearly hatched it. Caught it between his legs. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, Orazio Fantasia, but he comes up with the footy directly in front, 40 out.
Well, Harry Mackay just got pushed underneath the contest, and Orazio just in the right place at the right time. Good reflex. One at short leg, really, if you're playing cricket. Good reflexes.
Booney. Wouldn't say they're doppelgangers. Fantasia directly in front. He misses right. And the Blues might just be fluffing their lines at the moment. Not taking full toll. Scores level. 5-9-39 plays 6-3-39.
16 inside 50s to 2 for 2 goals 6 the Blues in this second quarter. Stan Rioli's given the hurry up and he brings the Tigers back in a play. A dashing run which is almost too far in the right back pocket. Kicks it up to the wing. Taccone could take the chest mark. Spoiled away from him. It spills out. Nick Newman up to the 50. Mackay takes the mark. Leading out in front of Tyler Young. He's still 55 metres out. The umpire's bringing him back a couple of metres and Harry might almost be within range now. Ball hasn't gone on the deck bend, which is what I'm looking for as a reference point.
Oh, he's putting it down.
Don't question me, Clinchy.
I know, I'm more wondering whether he keep the distance.
No, it's an interesting one because you kick it from 55, so
I'm taking that as a sign he is within range. Big H from 55, sets flight, hits it sweetly and through it goes. Arms outstretched. He is full of confidence. And Carlton finally gets a reward for all their efforts. And the Blues lead once more by 6 points. 6-9-45 to the Tigers, 6-3-39. 3 goals, 6-1-1 the Blues way in this second quarter, which is now 21 minutes old. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport.
Well, Murph, they needed that goal because just a quick couple of stats. 17-2 inside 50s. This is at the 21-minute mark. 11-4 tackles in Carlton's favour. 3 goals, 6 now for the quarter. They've had 9 scoring shots to 2. They needed that. If that was a behind, they wouldn't have capitalised on all that hard work that they've done. So 9 scoring shots. It's been a big quarter, or a big 21 minutes by the Blues.
And it can really hurt too if Richmond were able to go up and kick a goal, wouldn't it? When you've had all the play to not get that reward. So well done, Harry Mackay, going back from 55 and kicking it.
Back in the middle, Dusty trying to get after it. Cripps there too, slaps it out. Onto it, Marlon Pickett. Handball to Nankervis. Shucks it out towards Taranto. He soccers it on. Hopper onto it. Blow down. Handball away to Martin. Handball through the legs of his opponent to Baker. Handball Taranto. Bursting onto it, Dan Rioli. Tackled, caught. Newman wouldn't let him go. And potentially a goal-saving tackle.
That is one of the better tackles you'll see.
He pinned the right arm, didn't he? He couldn't get rid of it.
And especially when it's Dan Rioli at full pace and selling the candy to be able to stop and pivot and grab an arm. Well done, Nick Newman.
He goes short to Zach Williams, who wants to give the hand pass back over the top. Newman running away at left half back from Noel Bolter. Risky kick in the middle of the ground. He turns it over. Maybe trying to be too adventurous through the middle of the ground. Hopper takes the mark for the Tigers. Members side. Kicks wider to Dustin Martin. Kicked a big goal in the first quarter. He flares onto his right-hand side. Drives it long. No real clear targets there. Tom Lynch has to fly from the back. Brought it down to the front. Zach Williams gathers for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman. Clearing kick from the defensive 50. Up towards Carroll. Spoiled away by Gibcus, but it ricochets straight to Charlie Curnow. Hand pass to Akers. Breaks the tackle of Dan Rioli. Links up with Sard. Back to Carroll. Blossom's the last to pass. He brings him down. Great tackle. Just as the Blues had the numbers. Akers back on it. Now there's a player down in the backdrop for Richmond as the ball spills clear. Nankervis trying to gather, and it's Gibcus who's grabbing at his knee as Thompson Dow has it for the Tigers.
Also, Williams went down in back play and was grabbing at his Achilles, or maybe his foot or his ankle, which where he's come from, he's still limping too. And it looked like the turf shifted underneath him.
Now player's going to be stopped here because the trainer and the doctor are out.
This is really concerning.
Does not look good. He's grabbing that knee, actually clinching at the knee. He's
so this is Gibcus we're talking about, who was going up to spoil, landed on his right knee, and it kind of bends inwards in a unnatural looking fashion. So Gibcus is down. Looks like Zach Williams is okay, which is good news for him and the Blues, but trainers and the stretcher coming out for Gibcus, unfortunately.
He just kind of lost his balance as he was in the air and then awkwardly sort of almost collided with Dustin Martin, and his knee was twisting the opposite direction when he landed. So it wasn't the surface, it was more his body position as he landed, and he has his hands covering his face, so he knows it's an uncomfortable injury and certainly in some pain at the moment.
It's not a great start to 2024 in terms of knees, is it? And this, I really hope it's not, but it certainly looks like a knee, Murph, the way he's grabbing at it, and his hands is in his head, and
you'd see that
that's three in 2 weeks already.
Yeah,
Sam Doherty for the Blues last week, Kadeem Coleman as well, and Josh Gibcus, who didn't play any footy in 2023, went to Qatar to see a specialist around his hamstring injury last year, and the mobile stretcher making its way out onto the MCG. A few of his teammates have gone over to try and check he's okay, but he is getting the support from the trainers and the doctors to get him onto the mobile stretcher, and in a fair degree of discomfort.
And they're 2 down. They're 2 down now. Pressy is off for the rest of the game. Makes a big difference come last quarter.
It certainly does. And you feel for the young fella. Just doesn't look good at all, and he's obviously in a lot of pain. So sending our best to young man.
25 minutes gone in the second quarter, so still around 4 minutes to go till the main break. With the Blues 6-9-45, leading the Tigers 6-3-39. It's Richmond who led by 11 points at quarter time. Carlton in this second quarter have kicked 3 goals, 6 to Richmond's 1-1. And now Josh Gibcus has been put onto the mobile stretcher. A few more of his teammates have come across to just try and offer him a word or two of support. And you hear the applause from the Richmond fans at the city end of the MCG as he'll make his way off the playing surface. He lifts his head off the stretcher to at least acknowledge the applause of the Tigers faithful. And unfortunately another injury for the Tigers as the mobile stretcher makes its way from the MCG turf.
They have of course already used their sub as well, so they're a player down now for the rest of the night, unfortunately, Richmond. Leon Prestia subbed out with a seeming hamstring injury, but we wait for confirmation on that.
Corey Durden, the Blues sub, yet to be used before half-time. A free kick going the way of Thompson Dow on the wing, with Carlton leading by 6 points. So we approach the main break. He puts a high kick inside 50. Nankervis tries to fly it. DeKoning spoils it down. Hopper onto it for the Tigers. Hand pass to McIntosh, trying to fend off the tackle of Zach Williams. It spills out to Sard. Kicks across his body up the wing for the Blues. Charlie Curnow shoved out of it. And the numbers the way of the Tigers. A short gathers. It goes short to Camden McIntosh between wing and half forward on the members' side.
So McIntosh skips back off the mark. He'll set it up into the pocket, looking for a marker. Bolton! Spring-heeled shy going up, unable to take the mark. Now down at ground level, Fantasia coming through. Martin able to slap it on, close to the boundary line. Short, dumps it on the boot, tumbles it inside 50. No mark taken. Williams is there for the Blues. His kick goes 5 metres straight to Thompson Dow. Spins out of a tackle. Handball to McIntosh. Richmond at half forward. Short pulls a kick back to a central spot. De Koning hands on it. Might have been tunnelled, nothing doing. And they'll pile on a ball up. 45 out from the attacking goal here for the Tigers.
This is where our game's inconsistent. How is that not a free kick and Lynch's one in the first quarter is a free kick?
Morris Rioli Jr. came late, just in from the side, made contact, took him out of the marking contest, no whistle. Tim Taranto locks up Zach Williams. There's a bit going on in front of the Richmond cheer squad at the city end as Tom Lynch has been manhandled by Lewis Young. Thrown up, De Koning wins down the tap for the Blues. It spills out the way of Zach Williams, kicks up the wing over the head of Charlie Curnow. The Tigers have the numbers. Boston gathers with good support from Grimes. Chip kicks over the top and Camden McIntosh marks. Carlton by 6 points, approaching half-time.
Richmond with their turn in momentum. Sorry, Murph.
No, he certainly knows how to use his body. Dylan Grimes just owning Charlie Curnow and those balls out.
Short goes long. Nankervis reaching up over to Koning and dragging it in. 40 out, slightest of angles to the right-hand side.
There's great body use, just worked. Tom De Koning underneath the contest and just owned the space behind him. I think Carlton were probably a little bit disappointed they didn't have someone coming from over the back to crash that contest, but good body work there by the skipper.
There's a bulldozer. Toby Nankervis. How will he go with the finesse? Richmond would love a goal here from the big ruck, and he tugs it right.
Gee, it's interesting. If he had to kick that, scores would have been level.
Yeah.
And they've absolutely dominated this quarter of the Blues. Absolutely dominated.
5 points. Carlton's advantage.
Saad plays on into the pocket for Lewis Young. Kicks a clearing ball up the Shane stand side towards Harry Mackay. Can't take the mark. Spoiled down by Nankervis, who then lays on the top, preventing the ball coming clear. And Fogarty is the last to rise. Throw up on the southern side of the MCG. Tom De Koning wins down the tap. Hollands gathers, dodging and weaving through traffic. Hand pass releases Carroll. Gets the hand pass back to Hollands. Almost brought down. He's got his kick away inside 50. Fantasia caught behind it. Ricochets out towards short for the Tigers. Gathers. Hand pass to Thompson Dow. At left half back. Tyler Young's hand pass was just a little too sharp. It spills out to Harry Mackay for the Blues. Fogarty back onto it. Gets the hand pass to Cunningham. Trying to fend off the tackler. Holding the ball as Nick Glostone got him. And the free kick going the way of the Tigers at left half back. Carlton leading by 5 points. Half an hour gone, second term.
Yeah, he's probably one you don't want to try and fend off. Nick Glostone, he's not going to really buy any of that. Great tackler, great competitor.
A low ball out to the wing. Mark taken by Ross. Thrown out the hair. Had the Sean look last year. Now the long hair. Kick inside 50. Going up, Kemp hands to it. Mark not paid. Onto it, Boyd for the Blues. It'll come back. Holding the ball. Wow. The Koning pinged. Mansell got him. Richmond with it half forward. Chisels a kick for Rioli. Morris marks it. A couple of bites at it. And he brings it down directly in front, 20 out.
The stiff Murph.
Yeah, there have been a few questionable decisions tonight. From both sides, really, in terms of some of these umpiring decisions. I'd love to see the game let go a little bit more than what it is at the moment, but great little hop there from Morris Rioli Jr. Just took the space early and hung up there to take a nice contested grab.
This will be his first disposal. Having a shot on goal. Big kick.
Famous Richmond and footballing name to reinstate Richmond to the lead. On the halftime siren. Richmond in front. 7-4-46, plays 6-9-45. Morris Rioli with his first kick on the night puts the Tigers back in the lead. Mark Murphy, former Carlton captain and 300 gamer, and Brent Harvey, the game's record holder. But before them, the goal kickers for Richmond, a couple for Lynch, Bolter, Martin and Short. Sorry, a couple for Bolter as well. And then for Carlton, a couple for Mackay. Singles to Kennedy, Owies, Curnow and Hollands. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey here on ABC Sport.
Well, certainly a quarter in which Carlton dominated in every stat. other than probably finishing their work. They controlled the football, kept the ball inside their forward half the majority of the quarter, and they moved the ball around at will. The one thing they probably didn't do, other than convert the goals, they kicked a lot of behinds, obviously, but I thought they probably just banged the ball in there too often and just hoped for the best. And that was something that they were probably doing a little bit too much at the start of last year. I know it's easy to do when you've got those big key targets up there, but when they did lower the eyes and when they did just move the ball a bit more composure, they found options a little bit easier to come by. So they've got to be a little bit smarter by the way in which they're using the ball inside 50, but I think Michael Voss would be happy by the way in which they played in that quarter. But Richmond go in at half-time chock full of confidence. They're a point ahead. They certainly would have known they didn't have the run of play then in that second quarter, but they were able to hang on and really fight it out and then finish off with a couple of goals late to get themselves back in front on the scoreboard. So Adam Mouze's men will go in pretty confident at half-time, pretty happy with where they sit.
Well, 9 scoring shots to 4 that quarter. Inside 50s, 18 to 10. Tackles, 16 to 12. Marks, 32 to 14. They dominated every stat in the book that quarter. But we find still a point down. Really, 9 scoring shots to 4. They should be 4 or 5 goals up. If you came and just watched that second quarter, Murph, you'd think Carlton were absolutely dominating in the scoreboard and everything. So Richmond have done really, really well to hold on to where they've been at. And I think we're in for a good second half because the scoreboard says it's 1 point, but the state of play says that Carlton should be winning by a lot more.
How does Adam Mouze sort of address his troops for the second half, knowing that Josh Gibcus, one of his made points in defence as he looked to move Noah Bolter back. He's kicked a couple of goals to the Tigers, and they probably feel like they need a little bit of support for Tom Lynch down there in the air.
Yeah, possibly. I've been pretty impressed by the way in which Broad and Grimes have been able to play on both of those guys. They've got Young down there as well, and then Vlossen plays taller than what he actually is as well. So I'd be inclined to probably keep it the way it is and have Noah Bolter working up there alongside Tom Lynch. Tom Lynch has obviously kicked a few goals, and he's really straightened up the Tigers from where they were last week and the way in which they were playing. So he's a pivotal part of the way in which they're trying to move the ball going forward. So I'd likely keep Bolter still up ahead of the football and keep things the way they are down back and really just back in your troops that they're going to get the job done.
The thoughts of Mark Murphy alongside Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. A cheerio to Craig, who's listening to us on the ABC Listen app from Shenyang in China. Really feels like the start of the season with the Blues and the Tigers game last week didn't quite grab me like this week. Go the Cats. Thanks, Craig, on 0437 774 774. And hello to Lisa from Ellenbrook. Enjoying the call, guys. Harry Mackay needs to use the drop punt more in front of goal, and Richmond seemed to lift when Dusty's on the ground. Umpires are very inconsistent tonight. I think that view is shared by a few others here at the MCG. The Tigers with the last goal of the half, courtesy of Morris Rioli Jr., and they lead by a point. 7-4-46 to the Blues, 6-9-45. Despite Carlton having a lot more inside 50s and shots on goal in that second quarter. We'll pause for the moment from the MCG and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Devastated family and friends are paying tribute to the miner killed in yesterday's rock collapse at Ballarat in Victoria's West. Here's Ahmed Youssef.
37-year-old Kurt Hourigan has been identified as the worker killed in a rockfall at the Ballarat gold mine late yesterday. The father from Bruthen in the States East is being remembered as a supportive friend and someone who will be missed. Rhys Hourigan says he has always looked up to his brother and still can't believe what has happened. Friend Steve Hollis says Mr. Hourigan was the best mate anyone could ask for and says he can never be replaced. Another miner who was critically injured in the rockfall, a 21-year-old Ballarat man, remains in a critical condition at the Alfred Hospital.
A helicopter had to perform what's known as a hot landing to rescue 7 people trapped by floodwaters in a remote part of Western Australia. A massive land search commenced after 4 children and 3 adults failed to arrive at a remote Aboriginal community as planned on Sunday amid severe weather. A police plane spotted them with their bogged vehicle yesterday but were unable to rescue them until today because of the weather. Police Inspector Mick Kelly says the helicopter had to remain running as they bundled everyone on board.
The surface there was still quite wet from the recent rain, and that enables a spotter to come out of the helicopter and then individually secure the community members inside the helicopter.
Aid workers are calling on Israel to urgently open up more land routes in Gaza to allow the efficient delivery and distribution of aid to Palestinians. The UN's been able to use a new land route to reach northern Gaza, and the Israeli military says it plans to open up more. Meanwhile, a ship from Cyprus is on its way via a new maritime corridor. CEO of the charity War Child, Rob Williams, says it still won't be enough.
Anything, absolutely anything is worth trying. But let's put it in context. The first ship has a barge with about 200 tons of aid on it. That sounds like a lot, but actually that equates to 10 trucks. And Gaza, on a daily basis before October 7th, would have received 500 trucks.
Farmers have told a Senate inquiry into supermarket prices that their industry is in crisis. The inquiry this week has held public hearings into the price-setting practices and market power of major supermarkets, including Coles and Woolworths. The committee's chair, Senator Nick McKim, says the duopoly of the big supermarket brands is a major part of the problem.
The market dominance of the big two supermarket corporations is not just making life really hard for millions of Australians in the checkout of those supermarkets, but it's making life really hard for so many people in the farming sector. And the evidence that we're hearing means that farming and primary production in Australia is at crisis point.
Work health and safety officials in the ACT have found a small amount of friable asbestos linked to contaminated mulch from Sydney. Last month, mulch contaminated with lower risk bonded asbestos was confirmed at other sites in the ACT. Friable asbestos is higher risk as it can be more easily crushed to create fibres which may be inhaled and become trapped in the lungs. WorkSafe ACT says it took immediate steps to isolate the area at a residential site in Denman Prospect, and they're working to establish the extent of any potential contamination. The seat movement of a LATAM Airlines pilot is a key focus of an investigation involving one of the carrier's planes. The Boeing 787 suddenly lost altitude mid-air when it was flying from Sydney to Auckland this week. The unexpected drop caused passengers and crew to be thrown around the cabin, leaving 50 people injured. The analysis service, Air Current, says the seat movement was unintentionally induced by the pilot. Americans fighting a potential ban of TikTok argue that it violates the First Amendment to the Constitution that protects free speech. A bill that would force the Chinese-owned company to divest US assets or face a ban in the country will now be voted on in the Senate after passing the lower house. Tech policy researcher at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies, Caitlin Chin Rothman, says it could be a while before the app is wiped from American phones.
Legal challenges could potentially take years, and the government will have a very high bar to pass in order to prove that it has the legal grounds to ban TikTok. So it's unclear how the TikTok saga is going to play out, but it's unlikely that TikTok users will have the app immediately removed in the short term.
And Elon Musk's SpaceX company will make a third attempt to launch its most powerful rocket, Starship, from Texas later tonight. ABC News.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McGovern marks on the wing. Will send it back inside 50. Curnow goes up and gets it. Going to snap around the corner from directly in front. Curnow hooks it through.
Captain McIntosh dodging and weaving. Creates a path forward as it gone away from Hollands. Kick inside 50. Caught behind in the end. It was spoiled down by Campbell. Bolt is the last one standing. Gathers and finishes. Jams it onto his right-hand side from only about 10 metres out. Big H from 55. Stands flying. Hits it sweetly and through it goes. Arms outstretched. He is full of confidence. And Carlton finally gets a reward for all their efforts. And the Blues lead once more by 6 points.
They needed that. If that was a behind, they wouldn't have capitalised on all that hard work that they've done. So 9 scoring shots. It's been a big quarter, a big 21 minutes by the Blues.
Mansell got him. Richmond with it half forward. Chisels a kick for Rioli. Morris marks it. Famous Richmond and footballing name to reinstate Richmond to the lead. On the half-time siren. Richmond in front.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the MCG. Great to have your company for Thursday night footy. It's the Tigers in an arm wrestle. Lead by 1 point at the main break. 7-4-46 to the Blues, 6-9-45. Tom Lynch and Noah Bolter both have 2 goals, with the Tigers without a couple of players, with unfortunately Dion Prestia suffering a soft tissue injury. We think it's a hamstring injury at quarter time. He was subbed out of the match, and Ryan Mansell, the sub, made his way in. And midway through that second quarter, Josh Gibcus leaving the field on the mobile stretcher with what looked to be a serious knee injury. The Blues still haven't had to use their sub, Corey Durden, with all individual goal kickers for the Blues. Matt Lynch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden's down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey are your experts on Grandstand AFL. Round 2 in the National Rugby League tonight. It's the Brisbane Broncos who lead South Sydney 12-0. Coverage, of course, available on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the NRL button. And the teams are in for the rest of the round. So for Collingwood and Sydney tomorrow night, the Pies get Jeremy Howe back and Finn McRae gets his opportunity. Tom Mitchell is out and John Noble as well, while the Swans are unchanged. What have you made, Boomer, around the conversation around Collingwood, whether they've celebrated their premiership too much? They've got the flag unfailing. They've moved it forward to 6:16 p.m. tomorrow night, so before a lot of the fans will have made their way in, no doubt.
It's funny, isn't it? Round 1 or opening round, and they lose to a pretty good team last week, and everyone writes them off straight away. Are they celebrating? Do they watch? Then they launch their show, the movie.
Yep, taking the steps.
Yes, but I loved what Craig McRae said about not disrespecting Lee Matthews, but it was just different.
Yeah.
Lee liked to look forward, and Fly likes to be in the moment.
Smell the roses a little.
Yeah, that's the words he used. I want to smell the roses and just be aware of what they've just achieved. It's a bloody big thing when you're winning a premiership, so you don't want to just bypass it. You want to be able to celebrate it and really enjoy it, because you know what? If they don't win the flag this year, next year, or the year after, this group might not win another flag. So you've got to smell the roses. And he was good. I loved his press conference.
That group will never win a flag again. We know that no premiership team has ever
been the same
the next year. Well, they've never played another game together.
Is that?
Yeah.
Is it?
And that's the case again because Jack Ginnivan goes to the Hawks, so
that's right.
He won't be there.
There's always changes. From, 12 months on, isn't there?
Yep.
But I think that move that came out, it just made sense for him to make money out of it, really, at the end of the day. So
and look at you, money man.
Oh, you got to think about the dollars sometimes, don't you?
Commercial reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're obviously one of the biggest clubs in the land, and they win a premiership. Why wouldn't you showcase it to everyone and get everyone to buy into it? And as Boomer said, they've come up against a side who ran them within a kick last year, the prelim. So, and they've got done at their home deck.
And they are one of the most accessible clubs. So, I mean, they play a lot of Friday night games, which means a lot of media requests. We speak to players who are playing before they run out regularly. They let the media in a lot. So this is consistent with what they've always done. And it proves that, you don't have to lock the media out. We're not the enemy. You can, tell your story on the way.
Does it though, Benny? Because then the knockers come when you don't perform well.
But that was a footy person, though. Lethal.
No, he's got no idea, does he? What's he know?
Yeah, you chat to cricket people in the IPL or Women's Premier League. They do promo. They do stuff on a daily basis for social media. You feel like it's a bit of the modern day world. But
and you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, because as soon as you lose a game, people... They want to kick the boot. Let's face it, if you don't break for Collingwood, you don't want them to go well. That's just the way it is. So you're going to say that they're getting ahead of themselves, even though you know they're not.
I think people didn't mind last year because they loved the story and they were drawn to the way in which they played and they had all these tight games. So, but I think now they don't want to see Collingwood do well.
No one wants to see someone go back to back anyway. Let's be honest.
So Collingwood and Sydney, the team will be in action from just after 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And then on Saturday, of course, all our programs are back for the AFL season. So from 12 to 1, Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse, and then the Bombers and the Hawks resume their rivalry from the 80s, and it's good to see Ben Mackay makes his debut for the Bombers. I say good, not good for North fans, Boomer, but they're three new additions alongside Todd Goldstein. Gets to make his opportunity as well. So, Xavier Dersma, we'll see how the Bombers go against Hawthorn side, who improved quickly in the back.
Gresham playing as well?
Gresham is playing as well.
So there's four of them, four of the new ones. And that's a game of really Hawthorn for me are the unknown. Like, I love Sam Mitchell as a coach.
Yep.
I think he's going to be one of the better coaches that we've seen. So Hawthorn right now, people are thinking, they're not going to make the top 8 or anything like that, or not going to shape the 8.
What makes you say that, Boomer, about Sam Mitchell?
He's always had good footy IQ.
Yep.
I was lucky enough to play in international rules with him, and when you do that, Murph, and you've been there as well, and you sit back and you just observe people, and you see the way they take control and the language they use, and you could see, like, he was one of the slowest players going around, but mentally, he was one of the quickest.
Well, quick between the ears, wasn't he?
Yeah, he turned, face the game, and get the ball off before you even knew it, but he wasn't quick with his feet. So I've just seen some things, and I was at the game last year when they beat Collingwood, and I've seen the way they dismantled them. Just a couple of little things that they dropped their eyes going inside 50 when they knew their defence was their strength. A couple of little things like that, and I just thought, he knows what he's doing.
Just quickly to the Eagles in 2018, he coached their midfield that year after he had the year playing, and the players as part of that group speak about how big his influence was on that premiership too. They're full of praise for him.
It was Jack Redden, I think, really spoke really highly of him.
He was runner-up in the best and fairest that year, Jack Redden,
I'm pretty bullish about Hawthorn. The only thing that goes against them is the amount of injuries they've had over the pre-season too, which is going to hurt them. You can't afford to have too many blokes on the sideline who are a part of your top 16 players, and they've probably reached the tipping point and gone past it. But I think you're right. Tactically, he looks really sound, and I like the way in which they played last year. I think they'll surprise a few this year, the Hawks.
He reminds me a little bit of Alistair Clarkson. Goes away and studies, and I think he was actually overseas because he got sick or something, didn't he?
He got sick in New York, but he studied under Ange Postecoglou at Tottenham.
Yeah, so he goes away and he sees trends of other sports, and I think he's going to bring something back. It's not going to be, oh my God, I've never seen this before, but there's going to be tweaks in his game plan where he's trying to do something a little bit different.
Just on that, like the Hawks pretty much started, we've always thought that when you're having a boots up or from studs up rebuild, that you basically go set up the defence, then worry about the offence later, or attack. People get upset with offence. But we've seen Alistair Clarkson with North Ballers, George Wardlaw coined it, going pretty quick, handball through the midfield, take the game on. And Hawthorn have done a lot of that. Interesting that Clarkson and his protege Mitchell have both taken that approach. Yeah, it is. And we've seen Carlton. We've seen Carlton play super quick tonight, forward handball. We've seen Richmond go really quick. I think the game's evolving and changing as well. You're always going to have your Ross Lyons and that to try to stop doing what you want to do, but I think the game's gone a little shift more offensively or more attacking.
Yeah, well, you look at the way in which they go long down the line anymore. They don't go long down the line. They go long corridor now, and they'd rather be on an attacking slant rather than be defensive. So I think the whole way in which the AFL is going, they want scoring, and coaches understand that, and the only way to be successful is to have a really high scoring team, and then defence comes off the back of that.
Marby Ochol making his debut for the Hawks alongside Nick the Watson Wizard, we'll see on Saturday as well. I'll be alongside Cameron Ling for Grandstand AFL Sunday with Jake Nile as well, and Chad Wingard's going to join our commentary team for Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs on Sunday. So much footy to look forward to for round one. It's all available via the ABC Listen app, even if it isn't on local radio in your market. So as a good reminder that the footy never sleeps, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. A cheerio to Ian, who's driving between Port Hedland and Broome. Thanks for the call on a great game. Appreciate the company. Drive safe, Ian, and hopefully we can keep you company along the way. 0437 774 774. Bill says Tigers' new coach is it the same style? Take that on notice as players are in position, ready for the second half to get underway. The Tigers hold a 1 point advantage. Here's Ben Cameron.
And Curvis and De Koning staring each other down, back underway for the second half. De Koning goes up early, staying down. And Curvis, he slaps it on, side coming through for the Blues. Loses it, Chera onto it. Handball away to Carroll, handball to De Koning. Handball back to Chera. Left foot kick for the Blues out towards half forward. Bouncing ball, coming out Grimes, gets there late. Knocks it on with some assistance from Short and out of play. Deliberate. Insufficient intent. So free kick going the way of the Blues. Owies to take it. Sets it up inside 50. Broad gets to the front. Takes an uncontested mark. Richmond back with the footy. They lead by a point.
And at halftime, Richmond's GM of footy, Tim Livingston, told Channel 7 they think Josh Gibcus is an ACL. So predicting the worst there, unfortunately, for Richmond. Kick up towards the southern side of the ground, and the mark is taken by Bolter. Richmond in a quick attack with a hand pass to Dan Rioli. Bouncing ball towards Martin inside 50. Can't get on the end of it. And it's gathered by Lewis Young of the Blues. Hand pass down low. Made Nick Newman work for it. He gathers with a hand pass to Zach Williams. Kicks up towards half back. Akers gathers on the bounce. Dan Rioli laid the tackle. Just got the hand pass away at the last moment to Owies. Through the middle of the ground. The hand pass to Carroll. Back to Owies. The Blues in wave. Hand pass away to Cripps. Inside 50 out of Cunningham. He's got back. Kennedy is pushed forward. Flying back in the end. Deciding to stay down was Boyd. Could have been a free kick. In the end it will be, but it's a Richmond free kick as Nick Gloston was counted into. Only 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Just Matt Kennedy caught him high, trying to make the spoil.
Gloston kicks to Pickett, pirouetting as he marks. Had that famous pirouette on grand final day here at the G on debut. Kicks around the wing. Lynch launching at the footy. There's a free kick though. Shepherded off the footy. It'll go to Lewis Young, who handballs it on quickly. Blues with it through McGovern. Long kick. Just inside 50. Mackay juggling marking. Big H takes the mark. 45 out. 30-degree angle. Right hand side.
Yeah, it was really strong grab in the end by Harry Mackay. That Dylan Grimes is his direct opponent. It was actually well done by Matty Kennedy, who came in from the side and gave a fake attempt, I think, to mark the football and slightly caught Dylan Grimes. So well done in pretending to go for the mark, Boomer.
Yeah, so there's a something that they do practice. Well, otherwise it's a free kick. We just seen Rioli get done up the other end.
Here comes Harry. He's a new man. Flushes it from 50. He doesn't look like missing. And the Blues are back in front. 7-9-51 plays 7-4-46. 3 for Harry. Carlton out by 5 points. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey.
We've seen the kick before that play. Carlton probably should have scored. He had 3 options. He's kicked it high and Boston's come off and did an exceptional job and got a free kick. But repeat inside 50s. They did that last quarter. Carlton comes out. They set up really well behind the ball. The ball goes straight back in and, of course, gives the big guys another opportunity. But I'm loving this new Harry Mackay. The ball down. We've spoken a fair bit about it already this week, last week, but it's the new thing, isn't it? It's his trigger, it's his routine, and he looks bloody good.
Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. The 4th lead change as the Blues take the lead in the 3rd term. Back in the middle of the ground, a chance of the Tigers through Nankervis, trying to get the clearance. The ruckman knocks it on to Baker, trying to get down low. Chera wrestles for the footy. The umpires have play holding the ball, determining that Chera wasn't making enough intent to try and knock it out, and Tim Taranto will take the free kick.
Yeah, you just can't go to ground these days and take possession of the football. The umpire's always hot onto that.
Taranto looks to drive the Tigers deep into attack. Noel Bolter the target. He flies in front and claims the mark. So athletic as he made his way from a long way back to get to the front and claim the mark.
Yeah, he can cause some issues, you're right. He is so athletic, so powerful off the mark, and got 2 metres on Brodie Kemp, and he's a pretty quick backman as well. Beautiful kick inside 50, gave himself every opportunity, put it out in his space, let him do the rest.
2 goals already tonight. He's pretty much directly in front, kicking from 40 metres out to return the Tigers to the lead. He's got it. Richmond wrestle back the advantage. 4 minutes gone into this 3rd term, and the Tigers answer straight back. 8-4-52 to the Blues, 7-9-51. Noel Bolter with his 3rd goal of the match, 1 in each quarter.
Just shows you the importance of those centre clearances, doesn't it? Obviously the tackle winning, the holding the ball, but just giving your forwards first opportunity at the contest, getting those 1v1s. And there's always so much space now with the way in which the forwards set up. There's always usually 3 or 4 high, and that's what Richmond are doing at the moment, running into the centre square bounce. So there's always going to be some space, and they're probably going to be more worried about it, Carlton, with Tom Lynch and Noah Bolton's that dual sort of duo up there that can cause a few issues for the undermanned Carlton, because Jacob Wiedering obviously plays such a big role in organising and being the big ball down there. So get it. 1v1 opportunities are always there for Richmond.
Very early to mention it, but it was a draw on opening night last year. It's a point at the moment. Cripps out of the middle for the Blues. Floating ball towards full forward. Grimes drops it. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick to Vlosten. So Vlosten in the right back pocket. You'll have it for Richmond. Stabs a short kick to Nankervis. 40 out from his defensive goal. Richmond leading by a point. Wheels and kicks towards the members' wing. Waits it for Marlon Pickett. He comes up and marks it. Left half back here for Richmond.
He looks up in the direction of Jacob Thompson Dow. Couldn't quite take the mark. It's knocked on by Moas Rowley Jr. Got it to Hopper. Hand pass picked off though by Carroll. It's been impressive. Jack Carroll gets the hand pass away to Newman. Risky kick into the middle of the ground. Cunningham held his ground, took the mark despite the flying. Grimes sends it up towards half forward. Fogarty takes it 55 metres out. He can poke a kick over the top. It's in between Cottrell and Hollands in the end, and Boston charges onto it for the Tigers. Hand pass away to McIntosh. Richmond out of defence as he works it up to Campbell, who marks it right half back for the Tigers.
That last kick is so important going inside 50. That was a terrible kick. He had a couple of different options that he should have taken, and it would have been a lot easier.
Richmond happy to take a little bit of sting out of it. Campbell chips it to Vlosten. He chips it to Shaw. Inside his defensive arc. Short will play on. Kick long out towards left half back and Broad. Does it get there? Mackay comes across. Halves the contest. Akers can't run onto it. Broad goes back, slaps it out. Akers still going. Paddles it on at half forward for the Blues. Now loses it in the tackle from Marlon Pickett. And Cripps comes to help out. Handball goes straight into Marlon Pickett. He turns it over. Blues back with it. Carroll away to Hewitt. Sets it up. Curnow run and jump. Too easy. He marks it full forward. And Charlie will go back and look at his second.
Both teams just looked exhausted there at the half-forward flank. It was one mistake after another, but then George Hewitt, just smart ball use, wasn't he? He was probably 45 out. Could have had every opportunity just to have a shot, but saw some space and put it right there for Charlie Curnow.
To wrestle back the ascendancy in the game. Curnow delivers for the Blues. They're out by 5. 8-9-57 plays 8-4-52. At the 8-minute mark of the third term, Brent Harvey, the game's record holder, and Mark Murphy, the former Blues captain.
It was great ball use by Hewitt, but Curnow, who got the mismatch with McIntosh, went back to goal, and McIntosh turned his back to the play and had to go back, and then Curnow just ducked forward. It's a classic forward, knowing what he's doing.
Yeah, it's the connection for the high half forwards and midfielders to know when the forward wants it, to double back and then just put it back into the space. That's where the best ball users put it. And those forwards who are smart enough to look at the ball carrier get those easy kicks.
And it was perfect forward craft by Curnow. He knew exactly what he was doing. McIntosh doesn't play back, he plays wing. He's playing a bit of half back right now, but he was in no man's land. So fantastic work by Hewitt, the kicker, and Curnow, the marker.
Go down to Lauren Borden in just a moment. Tigers with some injury troubles once more. Nankervis trying to bust his way clear. He's tackled by Tom de Koning. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
It is another injury concern for Richmond. They're down to just 2 on the bench at the moment, with Tyler Young now in the rooms undergoing a concussion assessment. So obviously Josh Gibcus, Dion Prestia out as well.
Thanks, Lauren. Dustin Martin got the clearance of the Tigers, but only as far as Sardi. Sends it up towards half forward. The Tigers have the numbers. Grimes' hand pass, not his best. It's out wide in front of Jaden Short, and it trickles over the boundary line for a throw-in, courtesy of the pressure of Lockie Fogarty. Carlton by 5 points, but the Tigers can't take a trick.
It's good when you've got a couple of big key forwards in that. Mackay's got 3, Curnow's got 2. They look very, very dangerous. Richmond's got just Bolter for multiple goals. And Lynch, sorry.
So Koning wins down the tap. Tim Taranto trying to link up. Can't get the hand pass to Hopper as it goes across the boundary line and a throw-in. Hopper with 21 disposals leading the way for the match. Nick Vostone with 18. Cripps with 17. And Newman, it's Nick Newman for the Blues with 16. Carlton leading by 5 points. Lead has changed on the last 3 goals to start this third term. Bolton somehow got his hand pass away for the Tigers. Dustin Martin gathers on the wing. He picks it up, thought about the hand pass, now goes the kick up towards Tom Lynch. He marks it right half forward, 55 metres out from home. Morris Rioli Jr. is the deepest. He puts it towards the teeth of goal. Flying from the side, Mansell. Onto it, quick as a flash was Liam Baker, and a free kick for over the shoulder. It'll be a Richmond shot on goal from directly in front, 15 metres out.
Yeah, well, again, it was a quick ball movement. It was a stoppage win on the outside wing there, and that's where they've got Carlton a few times tonight, is that quick ball movement and rushing back towards goal, creating the mismatch.
Directly in front, Baker to return the Tigers to the lead. He comes in and bangs it through. Playing in his 88th consecutive match, Liam Baker. He can play a variety of roles, and he's kicking a goal here for the Tigers to put them back in front. 9-4-58 to the Blues, 8-9-57. 11 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You're with Brent Harvey and Mark Murphy.
How many lead changes is that? Has anyone got that stat at the minute?
I've got it as 7.
There's a few in there.
Yeah, correct way.
It's been...
They just can't shake him at the moment.
Goal for goal. Goal for goal.
In the last, ever since quarter time, really have been on top. But Richmond just keep finding a way, just when they look like they might be, running out of steam. They find a win through the corridor there at a stoppage. And then, as I said just before, just that rush towards goal, just creating the mismatches, getting numbers out ahead of the football.
Nankervis trying to take it out of the ruck, loses it, and the Blues pinch it. Here's Cripps driving a long ball in the Curnow direction. Vlosten spoils it away, tumbles towards the boundary, throw in deep in the right forward pocket here for the Blues. So 7 lead changes, but 6 of them have come since the 21-minute mark of the second term. Been virtually goal for goal since that point. Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Nankervis slaps it boundary side. Onto it, Cripps. Handball away. Campbell gathers for Richmond, slips over. Gets it away to Thompson Dow. Jams it on the boot. There and kick. Baker marks. At left half back here for the Tigers.
Last goal scorer looks up the members' wing. Dan Rioli's in space, backpedaling. He takes the mark despite a lunging Saar. Turns and comes inboard to Taranto. Just in front of the two benches. Richmond leading by a point. 9-4-58 to Carlton. 8-9-57. 13 minutes gone, third term. Kicks up towards half forward. Kemp got nudged underneath it by Mansell. Clears to the back of the pack and rolls out of play. End over end. Under the Olympic stand in the left forward pocket for the Tigers. Richmond leading by a point.
So the last 6 goals in the game, goal for goal either way. Umpire brings it back in. Lynch taking it out of the ruck. Kick smothered. Ricochets away to the pocket. Spinning out of trouble. Taranto swivel snaps and misses to the left-hand side. So Richmond double their ascendancy. Out by 2 points.
The last 4 goals have swung the lead in this match. Tigers with some personnel issues, with Dion Prestia out at quarter time with a hamstring injury. Josh Gibcus stretch it off with a suspected ACL, and Tyler Young down in the rooms being examined for concussion as the Blues work it from the last line of defence up to Nick Newman at right half back, and now a 50-metre penalty. As Tom Lynch and Seth Campbell both look at each other trying to work out who it was against. It was Campbell who came into the protected zone, although Newman's hand pass was sloppy. Sets a bit of a challenge to Boyd, who's cannoned into by Morris Rioli Jr. As a result, the kick flares out of bounds on the full.
Outstanding pressure.
It's just closing speed, isn't it? Morris Rioli Jr.
He just wanted it. You could see from the start it wasn't a fake chase. It was a chase, I'm going to get him. And he got him all right.
Doesn't get a lot of the footy, but that's what Adam Uze would love, just the pressure in which he brings. Noah Bolter takes the free kick. Kicks up towards Tom Lynch. It's spoiled out of play. Brody Kemp and a boundary throw in on the members' wing. Richmond by 2 points.
Yeah, you feel like the only stats that you'd look at when you're looking at Morris Rioli are his pressure rating and his tackles, because that's what he brings, and he's very classy. He does get the ball, but that's what he's there for, is put pressure on.
Blues come up with it from the ball in. Hewitt away to Cripps, sweeping handball to Chera, sells some candy, time to steady, lowers the eyes, can't find a target. Live footy inside 50, Marlon Pickett swoops on it for Richmond. Handball away to Vlosten at left half back. Handball away back to Marlon Pickett. Now diving on it, Chera wins it back for the Blues. To Cripps, to Fantasia, to Owies, back to Fantasia. Can't pick it up. Richmond survive for the time being. And Taranto's there to mop it up to Bolter.
Gets a kick out of defence, but only momentarily. As the mark is juggled by Brodie Kemp. He'll have it at right half forward. He's kicked the one goal in his career. He's sort of 52, 53 metres out, going back with intent.
He's pointed to the goals, but I just feel like he's probably a little bit out of range.
Top of the goals,
Brodie Kemp, I think there's going to be one put to a bit of space at the top of the square. Unless he proves me wrong.
The Echuca boy out to the right.
He's having a crack.
He is loading up. Out to the right. He misses everything as it flares off the boot. Out to the right and the near side. Out of bounds on the full. He puts up the hand apologetically. He thought he had it in him. Sometimes you've got to know your limitations. Richmond by 2 points.
Out of curiosity, Ben, when you came to the Taylor Swift concert, which end was it up?
At the city end of the ground, Boomer.
Where they're all slipping over.
Yeah, long kick in. Lewis Young onto it. Dumps it on the boot, inside 50. No mark taken by Mackay. Onto it, Cripps. Handball back to Sard. Floats a right foot kick towards the hot spot. Underneath it, Bolter makes it his. Marks on his chest. Sends Richmond out towards halfback. Bouncing ball for Marlon Pickett. He'll kick around the southern wing.
As Baker in space, he can take the mark on his chest and play on. They're on the break. Hand pass to Morris Rioli. Just sending a pass, but he couldn't. Great tackle away by Nick Newman. The Blues through Zach Williams. His kick towards Boyd was down low. He couldn't gather. Counter-attack now. Pickett to Baker. Hand pass forward for the Tigers. Shea Bolton at right half forward. Kicks as long as he can. Lynch one-on-one. Just can't pull in the mark as Brodie Kemp got back there late to make body contact. Hectic at counter-attacking from both sides as possession is lost from time to time. Shea Bolton wishing he had got it more centrally. Tigers by 2 points.
He's been very good in the contest, Brodie Kemp, tonight. Thought he's competed really well in the air. Another great effort there, working really hard to make that last ball, and Tom Lynch.
Umpire flings it back in. Young doing the ruck work. That's Lewis Young for the Blues. Off to Chera, who gives it to Sard. A heaving long left foot kick to a pack on the wing. No one marks. Marlon Pickett there for Richmond. He'll turn and kick as long as he can towards the goal square. A couple of Blues spoil each other. Into the post it goes. Minor score. Richmond's lead out to 3 points.
He's doing really well at the moment, Richmond, just to keep hanging in. 46 inside 50s to 31 in Carlton's favour at the moment. Just had all the play in the last couple of quarters, but to their credit, they're digging in with a couple of men down as well.
Sard brings the Blues back into play. Short to Lewis Young. Didn't know you went to Taylor Swift.
Oh, I wasn't here. I just played along with Boomer's gag, but I think it was the city end. I'm 99% sure.
Ask what your favourite Taylor Swift song was.
He was singing it when I came into the box tonight.
Chera marks back edge of the centre square, kicks up towards Patrick Cripps. He's competing against a few in the air. In the end, it was Ross who spoiled it down. George Hewitt overran the footy for the Blues, allowed Baker to gather. Bombs away inside 50. A quick look between Lewis Young and Sard. They made a meal of it onto Dustin Martin and kicks towards goal. Getting back Blake Acres. Some great defensive running as he marks at the defensive goal square and flares the kick out towards halfback that finds Nick Newman.
Newman wants to come infield. Does so short to Chera. Chera's kick, not his best. It'll sit though for Hewitt. Handball to Cottrell. Running through half forward. Dribbles a kick inside 50. Running onto it. Fogarty. Handball to Curnow. Kick smothered. Live ball in the pocket again. Curnow goes after it. Out of play it goes. And a throw in right forward pocket for the Blues. Lauren Borden downstairs.
It's not good news for Richmond. Tyler Young is out now with a confirmed concussion. So that's a third player for Richmond that's out of the game, which means the Tigers will just have 2 on the bench for the last quarter and a bit.
Amazing effort by Richmond in that last passage of play. Carlton were out there and they had a spare there with the handball link up.
Trying back in. Nankervis tries to flick it over the back for Richmond. Onto it. Orazio Fantasia brought down by Shea Bolton. Careful not to get into his back, and the ball up 45 metres out from the Blues goal at the city end of the MCG. Richmond leading by 3 points. Thrown up. Matt Kennedy doing the ruck work against Nankervis. Nankervis palms it down to his own bench. Kicks up towards Campbell. Spoiled away from him. Hollands couldn't take the ball cleanly for the Blues. Onto it is Ross for the Tigers. Kicks over the head of Dustin Martin up the members' wing. At the back, Nick Newman's onto it. Barely a moment to hesitate as he's tackled. Brought down by Marlon Pickett. It spills out to Zach Williams. He kicks close to the boundary line. And it just lands in the field of play. Awkward bounce abroad. Stayed in. Fantasia's onto it. Running the boundary line. Goes for goal. Bouncing. And just across the face. Misses to the left-hand side. Nathan Broad would have thought all these Christmases were against him if that had have gone through. Just got the cruelest of bounces. And they're just going to confer as to whether it clipped the post to the behind post on the way through. Did it clip the padding as it went past the left behind post?
No.
Don't think so.
Clear daylight.
So Richmond by 2 points once we get the all clear.
The other Schnicko on those, do they? Probably not the point post.
You don't trust the Schnicko, do you, Murph?
I'm not a believer in it.
I think it's just a little bit of a furphy.
The AFL GM Laura Kane saying they're going to baseball to try and look at some of the technology available.
Well, she spoke about the pitch clock that they use over there to try and speed up the game. So it's worked actually over in baseball.
The chip in the footy not quite ready to go?
No, not yet. Same number of plate appearances in baseball, so all the same amount of action, but games have condensed by about 25 minutes. Short kick into the pocket and a 50-metre penalty. So Bolter marched upfield. Still 2 points to the good. Another yellow and black. Hanging tough. Oh, Bolter stubs his toe on the kick, dribbles it to short. Under all sorts of pressure now. Caught, pinged. Umpire lets them play. Ball comes out. Bolter goes to make amends, gives away a free kick. And Fogarty with it for the Blues.
They're on the break. Cottrell's free in the left forward pocket. He takes the mark.
I've never seen 9 forwards against 3 defenders inside 50.
He can do some pretty incredible stuff at times, Noel Bolter, and then he can stud his toe.
Yeah, there's a few blokes sniffing a goal there, wasn't there, Verma?
You talk about reading the cues. They read the cues.
And he almost redeemed himself, Noel Bolter, but his tackle was over the shoulder and Carlton were skiing downhill at that stage. So Matt Cottrell looking to try and finish the job to return the Blues to the lead. We haven't had a goal since the 11-minute mark. We're now at the 22-minute mark of the third quarter. Cottrell comes in, steers it through, Blues back in front. And this arm wrestle continues in the third term. Carlton 9-10-64 to the Tigers 9-6-60. Carlton with 3 goals to 2 as Matt Cottrell able to steer through his first of the match.
Yeah, it's a really important period here for Richmond. They've had the answers all night, haven't they? When Carlton have looked like they're going to run away with it, they've been able to answer. So the next couple of minutes are really important for Richmond to get one back, get in front of the game. They're just hanging in at the moment. They're 3 men down, unfortunately, and let's just hope they can keep on competing. But Noel Bolter was like he's wearing a suit shoe, wasn't he? He got the point of his boot.
And then he gave away the free kick, of course. Entered Marlon Pickett into the ruck for Richmond now.
So 8 lead changes on the game, and the lead has changed on the last 7 goals in the match. Here is Marlon Pickett. High clearing kick for Richmond. Looking for Morris Rioli. Boyd spoils for the Blues. Coming through the goal kicker, Cottrell. Gang tackled. 3 of them get him. And a ball up. Right half forward here for Richmond. 23 minutes into the third. Umpire puts it up. De Koning lays it down. Onto it, Carroll. Handball out for the Blues. Away towards Stewart. Handball a turnover. Kick from Campbell for Richmond. Towards Lynch. Massive fly from Kemp. Doesn't bring down the mark. Dusty's there. It's still his playground. Dusty delivers Richmond back to the lead. Second for him. Richmond out by 2 points. 10-6-66 plays 9-10-64.
Richmond just keep bouncing back. This quarter, Carlton kicked the goal at 2-minute mark. Richmond 4-minute mark. Curnow kicked one at 8. Baker one at 10. Cottrell 22. Martin 24. 2 minutes later after the last 3 goals. They've been fantastic in replying really quickly, and that's what kept them in the game. Murph, you said it before, they're just hanging in there, and the scoreboard's they're 2 points up. It's still amazing because take the scoreboard completely out, this is an 8-goal win for Carlton at the minute, but unfortunately for them,
they're just finding a way at the moment.
They are finding a way. Little win, just tiny little wins along the way they've had.
The voice of Brent Harvey alongside Mark Murphy. Lauren Borden down the boundary.
Lewis Young has just come up from the rooms for Carlton. He limped down into the rooms, but he's been able to come up, did some agility tests along the sideline, wants to go back on, so he should be right.
So both Youngs have been off, Tyle and Lewis for their respective sides. Dan Rioli dashing out of the middle, hit the foot to the pedal, centering kick, the two Tigers collide. Shea Bolton one way, Thompson down the other. It spills out to Jack Ross, just inside 50, long to the goal mouth. Lynch was shoved out of it. It clears to the back of the pack and out of play in the left forward pocket. Kamikaze in the forward line for the Tigers as they're flying left, right and centre. Almost some friendly fire.
Marlon Pickett's been in the ruck the last two centre bounces. He got the second last clearance, and that one he had a hand in the clearance for Richmond. So doing quite a good job against a taller opponent.
Lynch and De Koning, both with hands on it. Ball hits the deck. Pack forms around it. Kemp getting involved. Baker too. Coming through. Thompson down. Shovels it out. Taranto snaps and kicks another one for the Tigers. Richmond with back-to-back goals. And all of a sudden they're out by 8 points. They break the seesawing nature of this contest. 11-6-72 plays 9-10-64. Mark Murphy, the former Carlton captain, Brent Harvey, the game's record holder.
It was a great goal from Tim Taranto, just smart positioning off the back of the contest. But Thompson Dow, that's as clean as you want below your knees. He just wanted the football more. Came in from probably behind two Carlton defenders, just hit it at pace and then fought through the tackler to dish it out to Tim Taranto. As I said, holding off good space off the back of the contest, but just a goal out of nothing. And Thompson Dow, well done. That's a great pick up and handball off to assist another teammate.
Michael Voss wouldn't be happy, Murph. 10 inside 50s for Richmond this quarter, 4 goals too.
Yeah,
10 inside 50s, 6 scoring shots.
Too easy.
Tim Taranto becomes the 7th individual goal scorer for the Tigers as Koning wins down the tap back in the middle. Got it to Cripps, couldn't clear the congestion. Kick was almost picked off by Taranto, left it behind though. Carroll onto it for the Blues. Hand pass to Maddo, easy fires on goal, kicking across his body. And this is to the left-hand side. Richmond lead by 7 points at the 27-minute mark of the third term.
So Richmond have kicked the last 2, but before that it was 8 goals, 4 for either side that were goal for goal. The lead changing on each of those. Bolter in the back pocket. This is a better kick. Stabs it to Thompson Dow, who has looked every bit an AFL player tonight. Gives it off to Bolter. Running long kick to a contest. No one able to mark. Bolton mops up off the side of the pack. Runs to half forward. Looks into the pocket. Turns it over. Kick goes straight to McGovern. Blues with it in the left back pocket. Richmond leading by 7 points.
McGovern back to Zach Williams, and he chips it back to Mitch McGovern. Still in the left back pocket. Now he bounds out of defence and kicks a long ball up the southern wing. Charlie Kerner the target, but Noel Bolter flies in front. And his body positioned superbly and claimed the mark. Chips it over the top to Shea Bolton. Hand pass around the boundary line. Over his shoulder to Jack Ross. Driving kick inside 50. Lynch is outnumbered. It's spoiled away from him. And rolls out of play in the right forward pocket at the punt road end. Richmond by 7 points, 11-6-72. The Blues 9-11-65. Matt Lynch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. 300 gamer for the Blues. Mark Murphy alongside Brent Harvey, the AFL Games record holder. Thrown back in. It spills down to the front. Cripps is after it. It spills though to Jaden Short. Jams it onto the boot towards the goal mouth. Mansell, Zach Williams. Mansell trying to get a boot to it. Was he held? He was when he didn't have the footy. Only metres out from goal. And really worried Zach Williams about the fact that he steps out, snaps on his right and puts it into the post. Ryan Mansell didn't want to waste any time and he made a mess of it. Carlton fans at the punt road end, they enjoyed it. Richmond lead by 8 points, but what could have been?
Yeah, a bit of rush of blood there.
You don't need to rush it, do you?
No, you can just open up the angle so easy. You can't get within 10 metres of the bloke now, so you just got to be smart when you're close to goal and you can just come around the angle, but obviously just wanted to make it done quick, get out of there and celebrate, but got to take your time.
McGovern running beyond the defensive arc for the Blues, chips it short to Cottrell. Blues fan as a kid. Cottrell goes dangerously back towards Louis Young, spoiling it down Tom Lynch. Williams comes over to try and help out for the Blues. He suckers it away, but Richmond are there. There to mop up Jaden Short. Picks it up. Left foot snap inside 50. Bouncing ball. Ricochets away. Going back after it, Mansell. Bouncing handball to Campbell. Tackled by Cripps. Strong tackle. Holding the ball. Herculean tackle there from Paddy Cripps. An absolute beast of a man, and Campbell couldn't get through.
Yeah, I like the confidence to crash through the big fella there, but when you take it on Paddy Cripps, it's probably one bloke you don't want to take on a tackle, and he just ragdolled him.
Cripps kicks up towards Charlie Curnow and Tom de Koning. It's balled away by Nankervis straight to Lucky Fogarty, and he's locked up by McIntosh. The ball up in front of the two benches. So we're nudging towards three-quarter time. 31 minutes gone. Richmond by 8 points. What an effort it's been with just two fit players on the bench. Hand pass comes out from the contest to Seth Campbell. Kicks inside 50. McGovern dropped the mark. It spills to Baker. Swings on his right. He can't get it past Lewis Young. He marks for the Blues at the top of the defensive goal square. Richmond by 8 points as he chips it to Cottrell, who marks in the left back pocket.
Gotten away with one in the last couple of minutes, Carlton. Both on a couple of occasions there. Both should have kicked goals, but just unfortunately not finishing their work, the Tigers.
Richmond by 8. Long kick to the wing. Mackay gliding through the pack. Strong pack mark up around the logos. Defensive side of the logo. And kick it around the wing. A little bit of a floater. Bolter juggling, marking. Play on, says the umpire. Other hands involved. Now they pile on. Umpire wants to ball it up. Left half forward here for the Blues.
I thought he hurt himself there, big Harry Mackay.
Yeah, the directive must have come out to slow the game up.
Down. He went really slow, didn't he?
Yep.
Thrown up to Koning. Tangles with Nankervis. Knocks it down to Cripps. What a great hand pass. Feeds it away. And just a moment of hesitation from Carroll. He loses the footy in the end. Spills out to Mansell. Can't get a disposal away. It's tackled by McGovern. And the ball's locked in the middle of the MCG. Richmond by 8 points. Tigers with 4 goals to 3 in this third quarter. They led by 11 points at quarter time, 1 point at half time. Had 9 lead changes so far before the Tigers have kicked the last 2 consecutive goals of the match. That's what Dion Prestia subbed out at quarter time with a hamstring injury. Josh Gibcus off with a suspected ACL. And Tyler Young out with concussion as well. Ross clearing kick for the Tigers up towards half forward. The mark is intercepted by Jordan Boyd of the Blues. He works it to Zach Williams, who marks under the Shane Warne stand.
Telling everyone to go long down the wing. And that will do it for the third term. So Richmond will lead by 8 points as we turn for home. 4 goals to 3 in that third term. The goal kickers for Richmond, it's 3 to Bolter, a couple to Lynch, a couple to Dusty, and then singles to Baker, Morris Rioli, Tim Taranto and Jaden Short. While for the Blues, 3 to Harry Mackay, 2 to Charlie Curnow, singles to Wally Hollins, Kennedy, Owies and Cottrell. Richmond leading by 8 points at the final change.
On the SMS 0437 774 774, we'd love to hear from you. Rob in Greensborough, more throws from Richmond tonight than in Las Vegas recently. Only 1 played. Rory in Reservoir, blind listener, love your commentary. I think there should be a 30-second time limit on score reviews, and if you can't get a definitive decision within the allotted 30 seconds, then your default to the on-field call. Reviews drag on too long and a real blight on the game. Great to always hear from you, Rory. Mo from Malden. All-time stat for most consecutive lead changes in a quarter. We've got to be getting up there. I think there might have been more than 9 in a quarter, but we can have a quick look during the break. And Bill, Blues are high on the clumsiness index tonight. Thanks for your thoughts on 0437 774 774. The Tigers leading by 8 points at three-quarter time on Grandstand, AFL, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. Having an action plan means you know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. B is for be safe. Be aware of the hazards you may face in the local area. C is for connect. Connect to abc.net.au/emergency for the latest emergency information. During an emergency, listen to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Lewis Young, who handballs it on quickly. Blues with it through McGovern. Long kick, just inside 50. Mackay juggling marking. Here comes Harry. He's the new man. Flushes it from 50. He doesn't look like missing. And the Blues are back in front.
Taranto looks to drive the Tigers deep into attack. Noah Bolt to the target. He flies in front and claims the mark. 2 goals already tonight. He's pretty much directly in front. Kicking from 40 metres out to return the Tigers to the lead. He's got it. Richmond wrestle back the advantage.
Blues back with it. Carroll away to Hewitt. Sets it up. Curnow run and jump. Too easy. He marks it full forward to wrestle back the ascendancy in the game. Curnow delivers for the Blues. They're out by 5.
Directly in front. Baker to return the Tigers to the lead. He comes in and bangs it through. So Matt Cottrell looking to try and finish the job to return the Blues to the lead. We haven't had a goal since the 11-minute mark. We're now at the 22-minute mark of the third quarter. Cottrell comes in, steers it through. Blues back in front.
Kick from Campbell for Richmond. Towards Lynch. Massive fly from Kemp. Doesn't bring down the mark. Dusty's there. It's still his playground. Dusty delivers Richmond back to the lead. Thompson Dow shovels it out. Taranto snaps and kicks another one for the Tigers. Richmond with back-to-back goals.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
3-quarter time for Thursday night footy, the opening game of round 1 of the AFL. The Tigers leading by 8 points despite having just 2 fit players on the bench. With Dion Prestia out with the hamstring injury at quarter time. Josh Gibcus, a suspected ACL in the second quarter. And Tyler Young out with concussion. The Tigers are still fighting their way through. They lead by 8 points, 11-7-73 to the Blues, 9-11-65. Can they hang on? Of course, when these two sides faced off in round 1 last year, it was a draw. Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Warren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of former 300 gamer for the Blues, Mark Murphy, and the AFL all-time games record holder, Brent Harvey.
It was a little bit disappointing there, Murph, from your old mob, the Blues. I thought they had a crack, no doubt. They're still right within the game, but every time they seemed to kick a goal, a couple of minutes later, Richmond was just an easy goal. Yeah. I mean, Marlon Pickett having 2 centre bounce clearances going against a known ruckman. You know, that shouldn't happen. Not 2 in a row anyway.
It just seems, we were just saying off air, it looks like there's a bit of frustration that's starting to creep in by Carlton because they feel that they've probably had a lot of the play and a lot of the momentum and just haven't capitalised on it. And then once they have scored, that, as you said, Richmond have just been able to score immediately.
Yep.
And they're getting a lot of confidence for that. And there's no doubt that Carlton are probably getting angry and frustrated that they haven't quite put the game to bed. And they're finding themselves 8 points down now with a lot of work to do. And you look at the way in which Richmond have played, they've just been able to just find ways and get Carlton out the back, running back towards goal. So they've been able to isolate quite well, and it's been off those quick plays which Carlton have found really hard to try and stop, and then they've been exposed on numerous occasions. So that's one area, and you said it throughout that third quarter, that Michael Voss would be really disappointed by. I think at one stage they had 10 inside 50s and scored on 6 or 7 occasions.
Yeah.
So that's at a high percentage rate for scoring on those times going in.
Even that quarter, 15 inside 50s for 7 scoring shots, even that's pretty high.
Yep.
You know, you're going like just under 50%. You don't want that happening, because if you do that for 4 quarters, you're going to get a big score kicked against you. This has been great by Richmond, though. They're 3 down. If they're 3 down, take the sub out, maybe they're 2 down, people will argue. But they've got 3 players that have been off the ground injured. They've got 2 players that are fit on the bench, as we can see them walking to the bench now. It's a good effort just to be in the game.
It's huge. And Dion Prestia is probably one of their better running midfielders too. And then you lose 2 support targets down back that are going to come across and help the likes of Grimes and Broad. And they've had to bring McIntosh and take him off a wing and put him down. So they've had to switch the magnets up a little bit. So they're going to be very proud about what they've done so far. And they're in front of the game. And Carlton have got a lot of work to do to close this out.
Mark Murphy with you. Tigers by 8 points as we enter the final term. De Koning wins down the tap, straight to Carroll. The Blues straight out of the middle. Long kick towards full forward. Unable to take the mark, and landing awkwardly was Matt Kennedy. And the flaring kick in the end by Charlie Curnow is out of bounds on the full. Tigers free kick in the left back pocket.
It's fair to say the doctors will be able to look at the vision of Matt Kennedy. He looked like he got hit square through the bottom of the chin and was pretty slow to get up.
Noah Bolter to take the free kick for the Tigers. Sends it as far as he can around the Shanewarne stand side. Nankervis spoils it to the back of the pack. Onto it is Paddy Cripps for the Blues. Hand pass to Cottrell. Tried to sidestep his opponent. Brought down by Ross. Hand pass is picked off. Gathered by Seth Campbell. Gets the hand pass away to Dan Rioli. Missed Shea Bolton with his hand pass. Nankervis tries to clean it up for the Tigers. Hand pass to Ross. He missed Shea Bolton. Tom McConey comes in from the other direction. He manages to knock it, but straight in the path of Mansell. He kicks up towards Martin, who takes the mark inside 50. In the left forward pocket, he's going to centre the ball. And finds Tom Lynch just 10 metres in the corridor. Opens up the angle. He'll shoot from about 45 metres out.
There's a player out there for Richmond.
Wow.
Go ahead. There's a player out there for Richmond. I know he made a big mistake before when he rushed himself, but young Mansell, he reminds me a lot of a young Shea Bolton.
Wow.
Just the way he moves, and Shea's turned into a really, really good player. But he was in and out of Richmond's team as well, a few years back.
Big kick here for Tom Lynch. There's Spearhead. He has two tonight. Two players on the bench. He comes in and flares it badly out to the left. Just scrapes it in for a minor score. Richmond lead by 9 points early in the final term. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Carlton's made their sub as well, so Corey Durden's on the field now. It's the new blue Orazio Fantasia that's come off and sitting at the back of the bench.
Big let off that one. Tom Lynch is usually dead eye from there. It's a big miss.
McGovern with the kick in. Long ball towards the logo. Bolter flying in from the side. A free kick given away. McConing with it for the Blues. On that long left leg. Drives it inside 50. Curnow there. Broad fists it away. Comes down for Owies. Might have been tackled in the back. Umpire lets them play. In fact, it will be a free kick. In the back, it was late from umpire Nick Foot. But the free kick will go to the Blues. Owies to get it. 35 out. Right of centre.
And if he kicks this is the one that hurts you. Murph, he misses that down there. Full from the kick out, full transition. Ball goes down and goes straight through the big sticks. They're the ones that really hurt you.
He's usually very good to always these set shots from 30 or 40 out.
They need a fire starter in the final term. Can Matt Owies provide it? His drop punt is a goal. Brings it back to 3 points. Gets Carlton going in this final term. 10-11-71, plays 11-8-74. Owies second. We've played 3 minutes in this fourth term.
Yeah, it was probably a soft free kick in the end. I thought the tackle was fair enough, but it's one of those ones trying to explain to the listener. The player doesn't get rid of the football and then just feels the contact coming and then just drops the knees and falls forward, and Bolter's gone and he's back from there. But I felt that Matt Owies was the one that drew the forward momentum, so I reckon Noel Bolter's very stiff there, but I just like the umpire to realise that, understand the players are going to drop the knees and fall forward like that. I don't like seeing those given.
And it's hard with that momentum, as you mentioned, going forward. You can't just stop. And the only thing you can probably do is roll. But then you're at risk of injury, your shoulders and things like that. So tough situation.
Boomer Harvey with you on ABC Sport. Taconi one down the tap, but straight to Hockler of the Tigers. Inside 50. Lynch comes charging out. Can't take the mark. Gets to the back. Sard racing after it. Keeps it alive in the left back pocket. Hand pass to Boyd. Links up. Ran into a dead end. Kempy's tackled. He's lucky. Gets a free kick. He's off balance as he was counted into, and gets the free kick in the left back pocket.
Yeah, it was for the second one on Seth Campbell. Just come in and just gone a little high.
Tigers by 3 points. Oh, Shea Bolton into the night sky. Can't come down with the mark. Can take a hanger. Hand pass to Pickett. He's brought down by Tom DeConing. Holding the ball. Great work from the big ruckman to stick the tackle.
It's a big play, that. Big tackle.
We'll give it off to Boyd. Running shotgun. Kicks the Blues to half forward, turns it over. Vlosten marks. So Vlosten getting it back for Richmond. At centre half back. He'll kick laterally out to Bolter. Kicks around the southern wing. Lewis Young in good position. Hands to it. Brings it down. McGovern there for the Blues. Handball away to Williams. Kicks to Curnow on the wing. Room to move. Oh, slow Charlie Curnow. Now kicks infield to Carroll. Carroll comes infield again to Boyd. Tigers rush to man the mark. Handball away to McGovern. Chips it inside 50, looking for a marker. Nankervis hands to it. Free kick in the back. All paid the mark, take your pick. Richmond back with it at fullback. They lead by 3 points. They've clawed and scratched and hung on all night.
Nankervis out to Shea Bolton. He's going to hug the boundary line on the members' side up to Seth Campbell. They've had a good return from their trio of premiership players. Tom Lynch with 2 goals, Dustin Martin with 2 goals. Toby Nankervis helping in defence. Tigers by 3 points. Campbell up towards half forward to Koningen from the side. He takes the mark, had the ball knocked out of his hands by Liam Baker. Not sure it was all that intentional, but he did cannon into him. And De Koning will go from half back to half forward. It's been a pretty generous 50. He's going to be inside 50. And now we'll have a shot on goal.
It's every bit of 60, that. I reckon that 50. But certainly within range. Tom De Koning.
Costly penalty to pay for Liam Baker. And Tom De Koning with a chance to kick his first goal of the match. From right on 50, sets fly, brings the Blues fans to their feet. Carlton back in front with 2 quick goals to start the final term. 7 minutes gone and the Blues lead by 3 points. 11-11, 77 to the Tigers, 11-8, 74. And after Tom Lynch couldn't capitalise at one end, the Blues have gone bang bang.
He's always going to find probably an extra leg. Tom De Koning this last quarter. He's playing against a bloke who's fresh off having an interrupted pre-season and obviously been around for a long period of time. Tom De Koning right in the prime of his career. It's been good tonight, but this is his last quarter that he really needs to step up, and that was a really important kick for him.
So 10 lead changes on the night with that De Koning goal. It's also only the 3rd time this evening that the Blues have kicked back-to-back majors. They did kick the first 2 of the game as well. And you just start to wonder, men down on the bench, how much will that hurt for Richmond? Nankervis taking it out of the ruck and tackled by De Koning. 3 points the Blues advantage. Umpire puts it up. Both rucks, hands on it, spits out towards Bolton. Handball out, looking for Camden McIntosh. Can't gather initially. Keeps paddling it to his own advantage. Now soccers it on. Straight to Chera. Another required distance. Blues back with it. Kicks Ward of the wing. Fogarty marks and goes. Kicks long. Mackay's there over his head. Bouncing ball. Ward tracks it in the pocket for Richmond and can repel.
Kicks up towards Seth Campbell, close to the boundary line. He can't keep it alive. With Zach Williams right on his tail. The boundary throw in under the Shane Warne stand. Carlton leading by 3 points.
He probably didn't put it to the right side of Harry Mackay there. He put it on his head out the back. Probably needed to put it just out in front to his left. Let him run onto it.
Thrown back in to Koning. And Nankervis tangle it, spills down to Taranto of the Tigers. Kicks end over end. Up the southern side. McGovern gathers for the Blues. Gets the hand pass away to Nick Newman. He drives a kick towards the 50. Harry Mackay's outnumbered 2-on-1 with Bolter providing good support as Nick Glostone takes the mark. Another intercepting mark for him.
He chips it over the top. It doesn't find the target. The Koning bobs up and marks. Sends Carlton long towards Cripps. He goes up, doesn't bring it down. Now live footy out to Kennedy. Kick smothered. Lost in the defensive effort. Marlon Pickett picks it up. Loses it in the tackle from Hollands. Holding the ball. The Blues are lifting. Hollands will have it. Right half forward. Sets it up to full forward. Off hands. McIntosh. Tackled by Curnow. Brought down in the square. Held up. All up. Right at full forward for the Navy Blues.
Everything's just lifted, hasn't it? The crowd's lifted. They're involved now. Carlton's pressure's just gone through the roof.
Mackay and Nankervis, top of the goal square for the Blues. Nankervis takes possession. Can't break clear. Umpire said he had no prior opportunity. We'll do it all once more.
Well, he actually did. He actually took the tackler on. He tried to balk him. He could have kicked it, and he pulled it back in to balk him.
Gave him the benefit of the doubt. Cripps is doing the ruck work against Nankervis. He tries to take it out of the ruck. Can't do so. It's stuck underneath him. He shovels out a hand pass to Boyd. Gets it to Chera. Around his body. Finishes the goal. Carlton are surging now. 3 goals to none to start this final term. And they might have broken the Tigers' spirit. A 9-point advantage. 12-11-83 to the Tigers. 11-8-74. Just able to will a shot on goal.
Oh, it was just the bullocking from Paddy Cripps. He put the hand up and said, Tom McConaughey, get out of here, I'll take the ruck against Nankervis. And then it was just a follow-up, and he was just hungry for the footy and just hands on knees, ripped the football out from an opponent, dished it out. Great finish by Adam Cherra in the end, but Paddy Cripps just wanted to make his imprint on the game, and he's certainly done that. He's been fantastic tonight. He's had the 27 disposals anyway, and only had the 3 clearances, probably lower on his sort of standards, but he's tackled well. He's had 5 tackles. He's just a beast. He's had 17 contested possessions.
First time tonight, Carlton have kicked 3 consecutive goals. All of a sudden, they're out by 9. Out of the middle, though, Taranto kicks Richmond inside 50, going back Boyd. Good defensive mark. It's a nod of approval from his former captain. He's kicked Dicey. It gets to Saad. He's paid the mark. And have it at fullback. Carlton by 9 points. They did lead by 11 in the first term, but that was their biggest lead tonight. Blues chipping it around inside D50. Kemp kicks around the boundary. Short to Kennedy, who runs up and marks at right half back.
Kennedy looks for options. Cripps is the target. Around the Shane stand side. Can't take the mark. Taranto tries to scrap forward at ground level. Nick Newman lays the tackle on Grimes. The umpire will ball it up. In the National Rugby League tonight, the Broncos are on the board in 2024. A 28-18 win over the Rabbitohs. The Blues leading by 9 points here against the Tigers. Cripps tries to take it out of the ruck. Gets the hand pass around the back to Nick Newman. Kicks across his body. It was touched off the boot. Pickett doesn't realise. Hollands comes charging at him. Feeds the hand pass over the top to Nick Glostone. Hard against the boundary. Has to jam a kick forward. Can't control it. And Saad takes the intercepting mark for the Blues at right half back.
Saad will take off. Takes a bounce. Now kicks a shank. Nearly a turnover. Bringing it down though. Short. He'll run onto the footy. Look away handball. Richmond back the other way. Thompson Dow. Handball to Bolton. Into trouble. Nowhere to go. His handball turns it over. Carlton come up with it. Cripps to Cherra. On to Newman, who chips it short to Mackay, forward of the wing. Southern side of the ground.
Mackay looks up inside 50. Curno's the target. He beats 3 in the air. McIntosh was well placed in front. And it might have been a couple of his own teammates in the end, but Charlie Curnow at full flight able to come down with impressive contested mark.
There's no better sight when you see the big blokes run and jump with the footy, but I go back to Nick Newman's contest and the corral and tackle of Shea Bolton, who's probably one of the slipperiest characters there to try and tackle on it. Got him on a couple of occasions tonight, Nick Newman. He's a great tackler, but he just forced the turnover. And now Carlton find themselves having another shot.
Back-to-back Coleman medals, looking to put a gap between them and the Tigers. Curnow for his 30 misses to the right-hand side. And the Blues led by 10 points. Richmond fans take a deep breath. 14 minutes gone, final term. Is there anything left in the tank for Adam Uze's Chargers?
Well, I thought if he kicked that was going to be the nail in the coffin. Richmond is spent, and they should be. They're 3 rotations down or 3 players down. They're doing it hard now, and Carlton have just lifted the tempo in their tackling and their pressure.
So the door just slightly ajar. Grimes short. So Jaden Short in the pocket. And Richmond finds something. Short chips it over the top to Grimes. Play on, says the umpire. Under pressure from Akers. Grimes has to handball it away. The Blues swarm. Durden to Cunningham. Centering kick. Curnow marks. Run down in the goal square. He played on and Vlosten got him. Shades of Nick Rewalt and Shaw at that end.
He's sure. Nick Rewalt, that's what I was going to say, Benny. Well done. Good.
Great minds think alike, Boomer, or fools never differ. I'm not sure which one.
I don't think he's got anything on that.
I think he's missed it.
Ball hasn't rotated or deviated off his boot. Great presence of mind by Nick Vlosten, isn't it?
Never goes up on the plate. Curnow could have easily had another, but...
Why did he play on in the goal? He's marked that in the goal square, so he would have kicked from the goal line. There's just no need. Rush of blood, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same as young Mansell.
Oh, does the ball just deviate ever so slightly off his boot?
Oh, maybe a little bit.
Just on the side on replay, it looks like there is a very minor deflection, but then does it hit Nick Vlauston?
You've got good eyes there, Benny.
It's off the AFL sign on his sock.
Trying to
That will count.
Snicko?
Snicko.
Doesn't look from behind the goals like it deflects, but
Side on it does, doesn't it?
side on it does.
Nah.
What was the call on field? Behind?
I don't think they can overrule that.
Here we go. So finally, the score review is coming up. It is umpire's call. And behind, the door remains slightly ajar for the Tigers if they're good enough. Carlton by 10.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, not a good moment for Nick Vlauston. Almost turns it over. Durden can't get onto the end of it. Matt Kennedy has a go for the Blues. Hand pass to Hollands. Big tackle laid. McIntosh. Hollands wasn't in possession. It'll be a Carlton free kick at right half forward. He's 55 metres out from goal. Mackay is deep. Akers as well. Tom de Koning's now starting to make his way to the goal square. Hollands is going to set fly. He puts it towards the teeth of goal. Mackay's underneath it. Broad spoils it down. Ricochets out to Cottrell. Can't take it cleanly. Ross put the pressure on it. Spills to short. Hand pass to Seth Campbell in the back pocket for the Tigers. Kick missed the intended target, Baker. Sard for the Blues. Hand pass away to Nick Newman. Reloads into the pocket. Mackay trying to juggle the mark. Can't take it. Onto it. Durden gets the hand pass away. Cottrell wants to try and centre it. Looking for Boyd. He found him. Charging into the forward 50. Shea Bolton coming the other direction. And Jordan Boyd down low, able to claim the mark. He's on a 45-degree angle, 20 metres out from goal.
Oh, it was very unselfish. He had every right to have a shot. I reckon Boomer would have had a banana from there, but he just saw Boyd out the corner of his eye, and Boyd just wanted the mark too. It wasn't probably the perfect kick, but he worked really hard to make position. And he's probably one of the better kicks in their side too.
Jordan Boyd playing across half-back tonight, looking to slam a nail in the coffin. He comes in, hangs it out to the right, misses.
Keep him in it.
The Tigers are still in it. It's an 11-point lead. Carlton's way at the 18-minute mark of the final term. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey with you.
Short with the kick in. Stabs it to Thompson Dow. He didn't stab it there, did he, Boyd? He hammered it. As Dow goes back to short, long kick up to the wing. Off the hands of the pack, Marlon Pickett soccers it on. A little fit of the fumbles. Now they come in and Boyd, the man who just missed, wraps it up. No, it spits out. McGovern picks it up for the Blues. Short kick, straight to Nankervis. He goes with a 5-metre kick, straight to Cunningham. Blues back on the footy. Chera handball away to Kemp, look out. Handball dribbles to the logo. Getting involved again. Here is Hewitt. He's tackled quickly, taken to ground. And a ball up on the logo, members' side of the ground. 12-13-85 the Blues. Richmond 11-8-74.
Thrown up in the air. Nankervis wins down the tap for the Tigers. Pickett got a cruel bounce. It spills to Hewitt. Kicks up towards Matt Kennedy for the Blues. Tackle, but got the hand pass away. Fogarty blazes inside 50. Bolter dropped the chest mark for the Tigers. Regathers. Bangs it as far as he can. Up towards half forward. Kemp's out number 2-on-1, but takes a good mark for the Blues. But then kicks it straight into Morris Rioli Jr. It spills to Baker. Lynch is on the lead. Has a couple of metres on Lewis Young. Gathers on the bounce. Hand pass over the top. Campbell dribbles it through. Bounces it through. The Tigers are still alive. Brody Kemp with a brain freeze across half back. And the door is still open for the Tigers, who bounce to their feet at the city end. Carlton by 5 points. 12-13-85 to the Tigers, 12-8-80, despite the Tigers having 2 fit players on the bench. 20 minutes gone, final term.
Little moments in games, Murph. So Kemp comes forward, wins a 2-on-1. Great.
Huge win.
You know what? You're 11 points up with 7.5 minutes to go. Take a little bit of time. Just hit another target. He tries to go quick. Smothered.
Yeah.
Ball transition. Goal straight over the top of his head. Huge moment in that. Huge moment to take the mark, first of all. But go back and relax. Just go back and relax.
It's where you need cool heads in these big moments and big games. Unfortunately, just rushed himself.
Ticking into time on in the fourth. Blues by 5 points. DeConing the tap. Taranto the clearance. Snaps to half forward. Baker drops it. Whistle on the play. Free kick. Baker will get the free kick. Little push out.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Front on contact. Had the right position, and Nick Newman had no other option other than trying to lay some body into him. And they're always going to pay that front on.
He's given it to Babe Ruth. He's pointed on goal.
So what he should do here and run around, he would nearly kick this on the 50 because the man on the mark cannot move.
Told to stand. Baker kicks as long as he can, tugs it left, and it floats through for a minor score. So 4 points Carlton's lead. 21 minutes played in the fourth. Adam Uze looking for his first win as a senior coach.
There's still plenty of time. 7 minutes to go.
Having a good ride. Distance is not normally his issue. Assad brings the Blues back into play. Long towards Mackay and DeConing. Mackay can't juggle the mark. Spills out to Hopper. Hand pass to Nankervis. Here go the Tigers again to McIntosh. Into the pocket. Sard's underneath. He juggles the mark. Baker couldn't get back to get a hand in there. And Adam Sard in the right back pocket for the Blues.
He's been good again tonight, Sard.
Yep.
Crowd posted at 83,881, so we're a fair way off the 90,000 back in 2018. And another good showing here at the MCG for these traditional rivals. Onto it Broad at right half forward for the Tigers, pokes it into the 50, and Baker takes the mark once more. He's hard against the boundary, right forward pocket. Eyes darting into the corridor. Tom Lynch is trying to make space at the goal square. He pokes it, looking for Shea Bolton. He can't get a clear fly. He got underneath it in the end, and this time Kemp is certain in his mark and deciding to push back.
It was almost the right option. He just gave it too much. He just tried to put it on Sard's head and let Bolton jump on his shoulders, but just gave it a little bit too much.
Carlton leading by 4 points. Here's Sard in the back pocket, selling some candy, taking on Morris Rioli. Doing so well. He'll kick up to the wing. Broad's there. He takes the mark. Richmond will come again. 4 points the lead. 23 minutes played in the fourth. Broad short to Taranto. Taranto looks at the congestion in front of him. Sends it towards the attacking arc. Nankervis goes up, fisted away. Cripps roves. Blues back in possession. Hewitt loses it. Baker onto it. Dumps it on the left boot. Kicks to full forward. Akers is back there at fullback for the Blues.
Didn't need to take the advantage there. It's a kick inside 50.
And Shea Bolton almost intercept mark, but Nick Newman's able to deal with it in the left back pocket. He has Hollands free at left half back. Tigers lacking just a little composure as they go inside 50, with the Blues holding on to a 4 point lead. Carlton with 3 goals to 1 in this final term. Tigers just with 2 fit players on the bench. Hollands up towards the Koning, can't take the mark. Grimes is onto it, kicks close to the boundary line. Shea Bolton almost claimed the mark, it stays in play. Mansell sockets it off the ground to Morris Rioli Jr. Hand pass to Pickett, not a lot of options, trying to get it back to Rioli Jr. Can't do so. Kemp slides in for the Blues. Hand pass to Nick Newman, beautiful kick. You heard from Puma there. Fogarty takes the mark, centre wing members side.
Happy to just back off the mark, take some time off the clock. Short to Sard.
Great composure from Nick Newman before. Could have been excused for banging it long down the line. They had 3 Richmond defenders there, but decided to go back short in corridor and found a teammate.
Sard will wait a kick. Grimes comes across, hands to it, ball spills down. Oh, he's onto it. Time to steady. Look towards goal. It'll go to the goal line. And right back there, Vlosten marks. Sends Richmond out towards the southern side. Here's Campbell, the last goal kicker. Chips it for McIntosh. Close to the line. It stays in initially. Eventually, it trickles out. The Blues by 4 points. 24 and a half minutes into this final term.
It was great hard running by McIntosh there. Unfortunately for him, it was the sub chasing him. So it was the only bloke on the ground that would have been able to get him.
Biggest lead of the match has been 11 points. It's been an arm wrestle swinging contest all afternoon. And the Tigers look like maybe their fight had wilted, but they found a way to respond. They trail by just 4 points here with a secondary stoppage, a ball up At half forward for the Blues. Now Curvis knocks it towards the boundary line. Thompson Dow couldn't gather to Koning, end over end inside 50. Through the hands of Mackay. Spills to Charlie Curnow. Bounces the kick towards goal. Grimes lunging after it. Like a slip and slide, he knocks it across the goal line for a minor score. Of course, these two finished in a draw in round one last year. The Blues by 4 points.
When someone asks me about Dylan Grimes in a few years, that's the sort of stuff I'll think of. The Grimes stopper getting back, making the late save. 5 points. It's almost schoolyard. Next goal wins. Camden McIntosh driving ball up to the logo. Kemp going back. Free kick to Richmond. They'll take the advantage. No, the umpire wants it to come back. So Lynch to get the free kick on the logo. 26 minutes and change into the fourth. Carlton by 5 points. Adam Uze eyeing his first win as senior coach. Lynch sending it long towards full forward. Strong mark back there.
Curnow.
Taken by Curnow, who's been deployed behind the ball. He'll come up with it at fullback for the Blues.
You probably need to send Noah Bolter with him, I reckon. Can't have Noah Bolter sitting back when you need a big guy taking marks up forward.
Kicks to McGovern at right half back. Cunningham runs hard into space as Curnow's in the defensive 50, so Mackay and De Koning are the long options.
Yeah, there's no point having too many extras behind the ball now. You need to try and even up those numbers.
Cunningham kicks up towards Harry Mackay, broad over the top, got a fist to it, gets to the back, Noel Bolter onto it, tries to get past Harry Mackay, it bounces out of play in front of Seth Campbell and a boundary throw in. Carlton by 5 points, 27 minutes gone final term, 12-14, 86 to the Tigers, 12-9, 81.
Umpire brings it in. Nankervis palms it down to the front, Cripps out after it. So too Hopper. Akers trying to keep it in. Hopper sticks out an arm, knocks the ball out of his hands. And a throw in again on the southern wing.
There'll be two methods here. There'll be Carlton trying to keep it boundary side, and Richmond will be trying to flick it over the back, get it into the corridor, get into some space, get it moving forward.
27 and a half minutes into the fourth. Only 4 goals in it. Won't be a long term. Blues lead it by 5. De Koning slaps it boundary side. Akers onto it. He'll just snap to half forward. McIntosh goes up. Cripps comes through. Wrapped up in a tackle. Handball to Hewitt. Hewitt tumbles it towards full forward. Mackay brings it down. Going after it, Owies. He's tackled quickly. Broad piles in. And a ball up. Forward 50 stoppage. The Blues will be happy.
You could almost tell Carlton didn't want to bang it into the numbers, did they? They just wanted to hold on to the footy.
And just want repeat stoppages now if you're the Blues.
Blues won a thriller last week. Can they do it in a different way this time? Taranto gets the clearing kick for the Tigers up to the wing. Pickett trying to get it to Shea Bolton. He runs away from Kemp around the Shea-Morn stand side. Looks up towards half forward. Puts in the direction of Lynch. Curnow comes in for the side. Working in defence. The back-to-back Coleman medalist, and he spoils it out of play. Looking every bit a natural defender.
Yeah, so when Curnow went down, they sent Vlosten straight back down there, but Williams went to Vlosten as well to give him still a +1, and still Charlie Curnow.
No ruck there for Richmond, so De Koning takes it out of the ruck. Handball errant, onto it McIntosh. Kick tumbles forward, tumbles out. Another throw in, same spot. 60 around from the Tigers goal.
So now Broad's gone down on Curnow. They just keep evening the numbers. It's a smart play by Richmond. You need to have even numbers.
Carlton have only got 2 ahead of the football, and there's about 10 pairs ahead of Richmond's goals.
Sands slipping through the hourglass for the Tigers. Akers onto the footy for Carlton. Handball errant. Coming up, Cunningham. Clearing kick. Kick for territory. Long to half forward. Mackay skittles the pack. Bolter picks it up for Richmond.
Last roll of the dice almost for the Tigers. McIntosh marks on the southern wing. Chips it over the top to Thompson. Dowie takes the mark in front of McGovern. This is what you train all summer for. Swings onto his right-hand side. Deep inside 50. 2 Blues spoil each other. Shea Bolton trying to gather. Can't do so. Taranto's there. The reinforcements arrive. Sard over the footy. They try to rustle it clear. They can't do so. And the umpire's going to ball it up. What could have been?
Shea Bolton, you don't see him fumble very often, and
very
he just had a little one right in front of goal.
Up it goes. De Koning slaps it boundary side. Onto it McGovern. Just knocks it out. The ball jarring around left forward pocket for Richmond. They need a goal to win it. Soccering it out, cleverly Carroll. Onto it, McIntosh. Tries to get it on the boot. He can't. Navy blue euphoria! Are they the masters of the close finish now? They win a thriller by 5 points.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
So for a second successive week, Carlton win by a single-figure margin. 1 point last week, 5 points this week. They hold on. They kick 3 goals to 1 in the final term to win it. Harry Mackay with 3, Kerno with a couple, deployed back late. Owies a couple, singles to Hollins, Chera, Kennedy and also Cottrell. While for Richmond, 3 to Bolter, 2 to Lynch, 2 to Martin, singles to Baker, Rioli. That's Morris, Taranto, Short and Seth Campbell.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
They take you on a roller coaster ride. Carlton last week, it was a thrilling effort of Harry Mackay. This week it was desperately hanging on in the dying seconds. A 6th straight win by a goal or less. They have mastered the close finishes, Carlton, in a similar sense to the way Collingwood were able to do so. And the Blues start 2024. 2 wins from 2 matches. While for Adam Uze, it's heartbreak, despite a brave effort from his Tigers with just 2 fit players on the bench. The Blues 12-14-86 to Richmond 12-9-81 in front of 83,881 fans. For the winners, 3 goals to Harry Mackay, 2 goals to Charlie Curnow, to Matt Owies, while individual goals to Hollins, Chera, Kennedy, to Koning and Cottrell. While for the Tigers, 3 goals to Noah Bolter, 2 goals to Tom Lynch, 2 goals to Dustin Martin, individuals to Baker, Rioli, Taranto, Short, Campbell for the Tigers. The Blues winners by 5 points. A tough night for the Tigers, losing Dion Prestia to a hamstring injury at quarter time, Josh Gibcus to a suspected ACL in the second quarter, and Tyler Young to concussion after half-time. So just 2 fit players on the bench for the Tigers. They fought it out right to the dying stages of the match, but in the end Carlton were too strong, and they played another great clash between these 2 sides.
Yeah, like full credit to Richmond. I was hugely impressed by the way in which they went about it tonight. They just didn't go away. They just kept on cracking in, and to do it, as you said, Clinchy, without 3 players going down, they could have easily gotten run over then, but they almost snatched it in the end. But I thought the way in which they played last week, they were going to be in danger of being beaten quite comprehensively tonight, but their game style stood up. I thought they got Carlton out the back on a number of occasions and made them look pretty iffy. They got some good 1v1s, had lots of space running back towards goal, so I was really impressed by their ball use through the corridor as well. And sometimes you got to win ugly, and Carlton, they did that tonight. They would have liked to have had the game wrapped up earlier, but anyway, they found a way.
Just on the Blues, their past 6 wins. So this goes back to round 22 last year. 4 points against Melbourne in round 23. Round 22. Round 23, they beat the Gold Coast Suns by 4 points. Then they beat the Swans in the elimination final by a goal, so 6 points. The qualifying final against Melbourne by 2 points. Round 0 last week, or opening round, they won by a point, and then 5 points today. So inside a goal, their last 6 wins.
Yep. So don't tip them to win by a lot. That's what you're saying to me, Benny.
Yeah.
And they're just finding a way, and that's a sign of a good side, but they still need to try and win a few games by a greater margin to give some of their fans a little bit less of a heart attack, I think, when they're playing at the moment.
Well, that's what Collingwood did last year. They were just winning games when people say they shouldn't have been winning them. They were winning them by under 10 points. They won a handful of games under 10 points where they come from behind as well. Now, Carlton came from behind last week. Tonight, it was an arm wrestle for pretty much the whole night. And you say, Murph, that's what good teams do. They find a way. Collingwood did it last year. We're seeing that with Carlton right now. Absolutely we are.
And I think you're seeing some of their method too when they are in these tight games. It is holding up. They were trying to keep the ball in tight. They almost didn't want to take possession of the football in that last 20 or 30 seconds. They'd rather tackle and try and hold the ball in rather than take possession and dump it outside that D50 to the numbers of Richmond. So they were smart in the way they used the ball prior to that as well, keeping boundary side, getting numbers around the contest. So yeah, they're just finding a way in the tight moments in the latter part of games just to find a way and hold on. So they're good signs, and they walk away with 4 points after round one. Well, 8 points after round one, where some sides haven't got a point.
Yeah, that's a fair call, Murph. And look, we mentioned this a few times, but that second quarter where they absolutely dominated the game, I felt like they should have gone in at half-time 5 goals up.
Yep.
Richmond were actually leading by 1 point at half-time. It was just like, wow, how's that even happened? Because they hadn't hit the scoreboard the way they should have and taken their chances. They would have been up by 30-odd points. But to Richmond's credit, you know, we mentioned it through the coverage, they just kept coming.
Yeah.
They answered every single goal that the Carlton kicked. A couple of minutes later, they'll kick one themselves and keep themselves right in it. But in the end, if we're going to be super honest, that they ran out a little bit of legs. I mean, Dustin Martin, first game back, he had 1 touch in that last quarter, but there's lack of rotations as well. They were 3 players down. I thought they were really brave.
Yeah, they were
really brave.
Yeah, and I think their backs kept them right in amongst the game. They had 65 inside 50s, Carlton, and we spoke a lot about Vlauston, but the job that Grimes was able to do, Broad, I thought, had a great game, and they were 2 men down, essentially, with Young and Gibcus being injured as well. So they had to force McIntosh to come off that wing to support. So they can be really proud by the way in which they played tonight. They certainly lose no admirers. They probably gained quite a few by the way in which they went about it tonight.
Dion Presti is a big loss for him. He's a prime mover for him. We know Taranto and Hopper do a fantastic job through there, but you need 3 real good players, and Presti is their third, or in their top 3 in that midfield anyway. So
he's their real break the lines, chain of possession player, isn't he? He's a really hard runner. So when you're losing, probably your second best midfielder in there, probably Taranto's probably their prime mover in there, and Presti is probably their second best. It is a big ask for the other guys to take up that load. And I thought Hopper played quite well, but he ran out of gas too. Like he started off really well, finished with 25 disposals, but you just need more depth in that midfield numbers, don't you?
Well, what that does for Richmond, that allows Shea Bolton to play a little bit more forward time, and we know that he can hit the scoreboard. Tonight he had 2 shots because he kicked 1 on the full, but he hits the scoreboard most weeks.
Yep.
And that allows those 3 midfielders to go to work. Bolton can be more of a forward mid than a mid forward, whereas now he probably needs to go back into that mid to give him that line breaking because you lose one in Prestia. So they're going to have to throw their team around a little bit now, Richmond. I'm not sure who they got next week. I'm sure we'll look at that.
Got the bye next week, so they can rest up.
They got the bye?
They do.
Oh, there you go. So a bye in round 3. How riveting is that?
2, because we had the opening round. So round 2 next week, and then the Blues have North Melbourne.
Which is really round 3.
Yes, Freo in Gather round.
Get it right.
In Adelaide. It's all a bit trickier this time to try and keep up. And Adam Uze, his Tigers, have Port Adelaide at the MCG next Sunday. So, if Carlton are finding ways to get the result, as we said with Jacob Wiedering a little bit earlier, they've won 13 of their last 15 games, so they're on a little bit of a run at the moment, but Michael Voss would still feel like there's a fair bit of improvement in their game still to come, and I guess for the moment they're banking the 4 points, which can be so important when you're wrestling for the top 8 and top 4 positions.
Yeah, they are, and they're missing a couple of their stars, and I think they're finding a few while those guys are out. I thought Jack Carroll tonight had 20 disposals, but his disposals are really clean. He knows the space around him. I don't like to go too hard and sort of compare him to someone, but he's very similar moving to a Scott Pendlebury in terms of has lots of time. He's a left footer, got great spatial awareness. That's probably a big rap, but he looks really accomplished at the level already. And it is his 3rd year, but he hasn't played a lot of senior football. So they're finding a few with a Walsh out and a Wiedering out, having other guys having to step up and fill that void. Obviously, Sam Doherty being out for the year. Jack Martin still to come back in time. Caleb Marchbank's another one, but they're finding a way just to get the job done. And as we said, they're finding a way in these really tight games, which I think is really important for good sides in the back half of the year.
Richmond 12-9-81 to the Blues 12-14-86. Carlton winners by 5 points in front of 83,881 fans. The Blues have made their way off the MCG and they're heading in to join Lauren Borden in the change rooms.
They have. They've just slowly been making their way in here after celebrating with all those 83,000 fans. Paddy Cripps, of course, leading them in, and the friends and family and everyone packed in here too. They came in slowly, slower than usual, obviously waiting for that finish just to make sure that the Blues were able to get the win. But as you can imagine, first game back in Melbourne, there's a pretty big crowd of fans and family in here, all getting set to watch this song. You mentioned Collingwood and all those tight wins. They've also started going with that shushing and hushing right before the song, just like Collingwood did all last year. So maybe that's something they're trying to emulate. But hopefully we'll get a chat with Tom de Koning in just a moment.
All right, thank you, Loz. Yell out when you get a player. The Blues winners by 5 points. Often the rendition of the song gives an indication as to where they ranked that win, and I got the impression there was a bit of relief there in that song as they belted it out. But they have won their last 7 matches at the MCG, the Tigers, so it's a little bit of a trend they've been able to get on. The Blues, yes, here at the MCG. So I guess this is where September is played.
It's always good to win at the MCG. We know the Kangas have one game here, I think, this year. We know who's the other teams that don't play a lot of football. The interstate teams play.
Adelaide normally don't play too often here.
Very little. So when you come here in the finals, we spoke about Brisbane last year, didn't we? They couldn't win at the MCG. So you want to play as many games as you possibly can, because this is where the big ones played at. You want to play good on this beautiful arena.
So the Blues winners by 5 points. What would Adamuse's message be, given that his side fought on so bravely? But if we saw last week, they had to do a lot of work after half-time because they gave up a lead to the Gold Coast Suns in that first half, 11 goals to 2. Tonight they were certainly far more consistent, and with the return of their 3 premiership players, they looked a far more evened, balanced side.
I think the message would be pretty clear. That's the standard. That's what we want week to week, is that consistency across the game, and they didn't have that last week, and they weren't able to get anywhere near it against the Suns. So they come out tonight undermanned. They should be really proud about what they did. So his message would be keep on turning up and get back to basics, and the basics will stand up in the tight moments. I think they won a lot of admirers tonight. I was very impressed by the way in which they went about it. I was a bit nervous about how they were going to go tonight, but having those 3 senior inclusions, I think, really helped them just walk taller out there tonight when they walked out in the ground. But they just kept on chipping away, and that's all that Adamuse can ask at the moment, I think.
And for Michael Vosboomer, when you're in fact, we'll come back to that. Let's head back down to the Carlton rooms with Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm down here with Tom de Koning. It's 2 from 2 now to start the season. Wasn't the comeback of last week, but another close one just to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, it was another close one. It's good that we can kind of get to the end of games and know that we're in the fight and really finish off some scenarios, and it's stuff we've worked through all pre-season in the back of last year, so it's good to know we can hold on to it and get the job done in the end.
And 11 points was the biggest margin. There were so many lead changes going goal for goal. What do you like in that situation? Do you know exactly what the score is at every given time?
Not necessarily. I think we knew it was a close game. It was an arm wrestle the whole game. We knew that. We just kind of took it back to our contest and pressure, and we know that can beat any team in the league. So, we trusted our process and got it done in the end.
I'll send you upstairs now to our experts, Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey.
Oh, Liggy Murphy, mate, good to speak to you again, mate. And off a very good performance by yourself. I'll try and fit you into my 3 votes, but just the energy out there, mate. Back playing at the MCG in front of, I'm not sure what the crowd was. I didn't see an attendance number tonight, but back in front of the Carlton faithful after obviously a huge win last week. Just the excitement of build up for round one.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's good to be back in front of the home crowd, and they definitely bring the noise, which is awesome. And yeah, not sure what the number was, but it was bloody loud, and yeah, really excited to get the win.
And I thought you really stood up in that last quarter. I know Toby Dankervis he's had a pre-season that's sort of been touch and go, and he's obviously missed that first week. But just knowing that in that last quarter you were going to run over the top of him, was that something that your line coach in Matty Cruiser was getting into at three-quarter time about?
Yeah, definitely. I think we knew he hadn't had much of a pre-season, and he was still running well for the first half or so, and then yeah, we had a good hand with Harry Mackay, and even had Cripper and Chow in there for a little bit. So yeah, they did a good job, and in the end was able to just try and get forward on him a little bit, and yeah, got some good looks, which was good.
There's been lots of talk about Harry Mackay's routine for set shots. Have you got a routine at the moment? Because I did like the one the last quarter, but the one in the third maybe probably need a little bit of work.
Yeah, I think yeah, something went wrong there, I think, Lee. But I do have a routine. It's just I don't get many looks, so maybe it's a bit something to work on throughout this bye week for me.
And just you've been around for a while now, Lee. Do you feel that you're ready to really take the competition by storm? Because you're looking $1 million out there at the moment, mate. Yeah,
I think so. You know, I'm a big confidence player, and the main goal for me is just to get consistency in my game, which I feel like I've been able to grow over the back end of last year. So the more I can just bring a consistent performance, the better, and that'll help the team get the results.
Tom, Richmond led it every break except for the final siren, which is a great thing. What was a message from Michael Voss at three-quarter time after the big win and comeback from last week against Brisbane? What was his message at three-quarter time?
It's no different to what we've been talking about all pre-season. It just comes back to our contest and pressure. I think the midfield really stood up in that last quarter, and we were able to drive forward and get the ball going forward, and the forwards took care of the rest. So the more we can get it forward to blokes like Harry and Charlie, and they make a good contest, and then our ground level players get it done. So we trusted that would work, and in the end it did, and we're able to go into a scenario at the end, ice the game, and really just steal the win.
Liggy, just a quick one from me. What's this whole Liggy business that you and Murph are rolling with?
Oh, you're going to have to ask him, mate.
It's a strange nickname.
Ask him off
thing. I've asked him a few times. I can't get a straight answer.
Yeah, I don't think he'll give you an answer on that one.
Just on the ground tonight, particularly at the city end, how did you find your footing on the turf?
Yeah, it was fine. I didn't notice anything. I didn't notice anything. Why was there something wrong with it?
It looked like a lot of players were slipping over, particularly at the city end, which I think was the main stage end from the Taylor Swift concert. I don't know if you were here.
I reckon we can ask Liggy about that. He would have been at Taylor Swift, I reckon.
You're going to have to ask Harry Mackay or Mark Pitnet about that. I think they're big Taylor Swift fans. So, yeah, I think it was all right. Nothing too bad. The deck was actually really good.
Tom De Koning's with us on ABC Sport. Tom, just in terms of your maturity, I mean, you're getting the opportunity to lead the ruck with Mark Pitnet out of the side. Your final term, you had 6 disposals, 3 contested, 4 inside 50s, a go-ahead goal, and I think 3 intercept possessions. What in your game do you feel like has allowed you to have more consistency and take it to the next level?
I think my game's built off my follow-up and what I can do around the contest. So the more I can bring that, just once the ball hits the ground, I can follow up and tackle and get ground balls. That really sets up my game, I think, and the rest takes care of itself.
I think it's the 6th game you've won by a goal or less. So how much work have you done in the off-season to try and sort of put yourself in these sort of situation scenarios where Richmond are heading inside the attacking 50, you've just got to find a way to hold on? Yeah,
we've done heaps of work, obviously, and we really trust our players to get it done. We had Charlie behind the ball, and he had some really big plays at the end there, and we trust everyone just to get their role done in those situations, which they've been doing, which is great.
Well, you're now going to buy, so you get a break.
Yep.
After 2 rounds, what are you going to do after having a big off-season and a couple of hit-outs?
Yeah, I'll be straight down the surf coast. I'll be in the water. I think it's going to be good weather, good surf. So, I'll be down in Torquay for sure.
Just a little story about Tom De Koning. Actually, he got banned from going to the beach up at the hub back in 2020, wasn't it, Tom? Because you're finding yourself down there quite a bit.
Yeah, I think I was down there a bit too much. There was a surf ban, and I ended up I think I was losing a bit of weight because I was surfing so much. So that was a bit of an issue with my on-field performance. But, yeah, not an issue anymore, Liggy. All good.
Oh, come on, Liggy.
Quite a visual sight, I'm sure. A 201 centimetre blonde-headed surfer. Tom, congratulations on the win. Revel in it, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Well done, Liggy.
Tom de Koning, better known as Robbie Williams' favourite player.
Yeah, it's a big endorsement, isn't it?
It is,
Robbie
isn't it?
Williams?
Yeah, probably should have asked him
I
about
thought
that.
you were going to say better known as Liggy.
So did I.
I'm glad you asked the question because I thought after 4 or 5 references to it in the first 2 answers, we needed to at least bring our listeners in as to what it actually means.
Well, we did it last year, didn't we?
As the same with nicknames, like I don't even know where it's come from, but anyway,
Right.
he decided to call me at once, so I just called him back and it's stuck.
Liggy.
Strange.
Yeah.
Liggy.
He was good tonight, though.
Very good, I thought.
Very impressive, and I think we've known for a little while that he's going to be a very handy piece for the Blues, as is his brother down at the Cattery.
Well, there's not too many ruckmen in the competition that have shots on goal. He had 3 tonight.
Yep.
He had 3 shots on goal. He kicked 1 goal, 2. Did he kick 1 goal, 2?
1-2. Yep.
1-1, 1-2. If he can add that to his game, where he becomes, because we've seen him take hangers. He's a forward, isn't he? He got drafted as a forward.
Oh, I think drafted as forward and ruck, but I think he's still learning his craft, even though he has been around for a while now. But even just understanding moments in games, like when Marlon Pickett went up against him, he still just treated him like it was another ruckman. He should have really just jumped in, grabbed the ball, and kicked it out of there himself.
Yep.
So he'll get better from those experiences, but he looks big enough now to mix it with the big ruckman, and he did that against Nankervis tonight. He's probably a little bit underdone, but still, you got to get the job done against whoever you're facing, don't you?
No, I thought he was good.
He's got a little bit of the baby giraffe still about him, doesn't he? Like 24 years of age, I think he'll realise in the next sort of 12 months how dominant he can be, especially if he does push forward at the right times, and maybe just helping out in the back line as well. But the contested marking for the Blues with Harry Mackay, Charlie Curnow, it's going to give opposition defence nightmares.
He had 6 tackles too, the big fella.
Yeah, a lot of headaches, I think, for opposition teams once he starts to put it all together, and he's pretty close to doing that. So he's had an enormous game tonight. He was terrific, and especially in that last quarter when you could just sense that Nankervis has just had no petrol left in the tank, and he was just running on top of the ground. And he's only 24, but ruckman always take a little bit longer. But I think now he talked about being a real confidence player. I think he's certainly got that belief now that he can really dominate games of AFL.
He's 24, is he?
Yeah.
Been in the system for 6 years. Yeah, right.
Goes quick.
I lost those 2 COVID years.
Yeah.
I just feel like, I don't know.
And Harry Mackay for the Blues, another good day in front of goal. Kicked 3 goals for the match. The combination with Charlie Curnow, who booted 2. Got a good balance of the small forwards who provide the support, and that's, as we said, still with Jacob Wiedering to return, Sam Walsh to come through the midfield as well. And Lockie Fogarty, we spoke to him last week, Murph. Just the pressure. I feel like that was an element of Carlton's game that we didn't see last year. The forward pressure to really try and lock the ball in and force the turnovers with the bomb kick out of defence.
Now, they got that going in probably the last 6 to 8 games, I thought, Carlton last year, and he's a pivotal part of that. Him and Matty Owies are significant in that area. I think they're really important in terms of their ground level play, obviously, but just getting to the right spots. But then just their harassment and just forcing dirty balls outside D50 and just giving their teammates easier balls to defend on the way out is really crucial for the way in which they go about it.
On the SMS, if you want to get in touch with us, we're on air still for another 22 minutes, 0437 774 774. Pete was working in the gold mines in the middle of WA. He was enjoying the Blues win. Great to have your company, Pete, and Liv from Marupna. My Blues are doing nothing for the blood pressure. Nevertheless, kudos to the Tigers. I'll take the win, but I'm waiting for Sam Walsh to come back, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Sorry, Murph, I'll put that on. When do you expect Sam Walsh to come back?
Not too sure, to be honest with you. No, I meant to catch up for a coffee with him at some point this week and just got away from us. But I was happy to see that, hear that Jacob was talking about him doing the training that they had this morning, and he's not going to tell us he's going terrible, is he?
No,
but he was pretty positive about it. But he's obviously a star and crucial to the way in which they go about it. He's their real X factor in the midfield, not in terms of just like tricks, but just in terms of just his running power, just creating options for his teammates. He's a freak player, freak runner, and just tears teams apart by the way in which he runs up and down the ground. So, yeah, hopefully he's not too far away, but I'm not too sure.
What kind of advice do you give him, Murph, when you catch up with him?
listen to your fitness staff. Don't push it too hard. Because he's one of those guys.
He
And
would
people would
overtrain.
have played with a lot of blokes like that where they don't know any other way than just going hard and just working themselves into the ground. And he's one of those guys, and that's why he's been so good when he's come into his first initial few years of football, because he was just so fit, just so hungry. But when you've got an issue that is obviously in his back, you need to give it the care that it deserves. And no doubt he's listening to those experts, but hopefully he can sort it out pretty soon.
So the Blues winners by 5 points here at the MCG in front of 83,881 fans. We'll get Murph and Boomer's thoughts on the other round one matches still to come, and not to mention the ABC Footballer of the Year, the votes in the player of the match. But for Adamuse's Tigers, a 39-point loss to the Gold Coast Suns last week, a 5-point loss to the Blues tonight. All of a sudden, Port Adelaide at the MCG next week. The Sydney Swans the week to come. The Saints and the West Coast Eagles ahead of their bye in round 6. There's always going to be a bit of a sort of interesting explore sort of the start of the season as to whether the Tigers still have the cattle to be able to compete for finals and a premiership. Hard to gauge after 2 matches, but at least Adamuse would be buoyed by the fact that they were really competitive for 3 quarters, especially given the circumstances and the missing personnel.
Yeah, and I think they're right at they still think they're a chance to play finals. Other people think, are they? So they're right at the middle group of teams for me. This is where I see Richmond, somewhere from probably 8th to 12th, maybe 13th if things don't go right. If they lose a couple of close games like they did tonight. But the 3 guys that came into tonight, Martin, Nankervis and Lynch, they certainly need some games under their belt, especially Lynch and Nankervis, who had really limited pre-season. So they're going to get better. It's always hard with a new coach too. Your first year, your first pre-season, you've got to adapt to their style of play. And they've gone from Hardwick style to Uze's style, and it's going to take a little bit of time. We know that. I'll tell you one thing. You look at young Mansell missing that goal, Lynch missing 1:30 out, Murph, the night games. I'm not sure how you handled them, but if you lose one, you go home, you put your head on the pillow it's normally about 1 o'clock after you get home and recover and have something to eat. And at 4 o'clock, you're still looking at the fan or the ceiling thinking,
just the
if I had done that, we'd lose by 5 points. If I had kicked that goal, had lowered my eyes to Drewy, we would have been in a better position to win the game. And that's
still
what
in the zones. He lowered my eyes to Drewy.
Yeah.
The Petri dish.
The big peach, yeah.
He would have
He'll
gone
be
back,
listening.
slotted it, and
He'll
given
be
it
listening
Frank
over in
the tank.
Perth.
He would have licked his lips most, I reckon, occasions. The big dish.
Obviously, concussion has been a big talking point throughout the off-season. Tyler Young subbed out of the match in the third quarter, so the mandatory now 12 days in which players will have a break before they return. Good to see the camera operators are up there on the goalpost trying to make sure that the cameras are all doing their job, as we're distracted by that. But for Richmond, the reinforcements in their back line will be a bit of a challenge now with obviously the retirements in recent seasons of Jack Revolt, Trent Cotchin. All of a sudden some of the former guard are no longer there, but how do you sit, Boomer, with the fact now that players are going to have a little bit longer on the sidelines if they are victims of concussion?
Yeah, well, it's a big talking point, isn't it, the concussion? And we've seen some cases going forward with the AFL and people's welfare that we're always got to talk about and think about. Are they going to make it longer? I've seen Jai Simpkin, third concussion in 12 months, so he won't play this week, and it's been a big break for him. So it's something that I've never thought about in terms of, I only got knocked out once when I was playing football, so I haven't had no problems with anything. But long-term head knocks are a big talking point at the minute. So I think we have to do everything we possibly can to make sure that we do look after those guys.
Do you think that they will start making scans of the head mandatory like every 12 months or 24 months or whatever it is? Like it's got to be.
Yep.
I think it's going to have to get to that stage, because
as you do your medical at the start of the year.
Yeah, I think you have to go get a scan and see. You know, and obviously you get it as soon as you get into the AFL system, and then in 9 years' time, if you had a few head knocks and they're starting to see changes, then that's when things could, be adjudicated in that you need to give it up or you need to do something different. I think they're going to have to get to that point at some stage.
I had a question for you about the score review. Could we do something similar to cricket, where you get 2 a quarter? If you're successful, they stay.
Captain's calls.
Yeah, maybe like a captain's call. Would they ever consider that, you think?
I think the problem with our game is that if it's not reviewed instantly, then you miss the moment. So all they could then have to introduce that the next time the ball stops, there's a delay in the game, or they make sure they review it, or maybe they can talk in the ears of the umpire and they do it through the arc. But the biggest challenge for our game is to try to, one, have the technology that allows you to do it, but secondly, to try and work out what is the right use of it, where it was originally brought in for the howler, and now we have situations like we had in Adelaide where they actually didn't use the technology because the goal umpire was
for some reason
certain that he had the decision right. So, I mean, it puts a lot more pressure on the individuals, but unless they review every score, which at the moment they review every goal as it goes back to the middle, I'm not sure. A captain's call, how would you stop the game in order to facilitate it?
I would say it has to be instantly. So if someone touched the ball,
put your hand
you
up,
would say, Captain, whatever you do, and the captain straight away. You got 10
What
seconds.
if he's on the bench?
Well, the vice captain can do it.
All of a sudden,
Where's the
question
vice captain?
is asking for a review.
It's a good question, Benny. I don't know. I was just thinking about the other night. I think I was watching the cricket, and I just thought, could this work in the AFL where you get 2 a quarter? If you're successful, obviously they stay. If you're not successful, they disappear.
Or even 2 a game.
Yeah, 2 a game, 2 a quarter,
It's
whatever.
probably
2
not
a
going to happen
half.
that often anyway. Like, it's probably just like, well, if you feel like you've touched it, you just put your hand up and say, I've touched it. Can you review it? I don't know.
I think we might get there one day, but I'm not sure we're there yet while the technology isn't at the level in which it needs to. The Blues winners by 5 points here at the MCG, 12-14-86 to the Tigers, 12-9-81 in front of 83,881 fans. Probably the obvious option for Adam Uze at the moment is to throw Noah Bolter into the back line and rely on Tom Lynch and
It's a hard one, though. He's kicked 3.
Shea Bolton.
Yeah.
Shea Bolton's just a little bit off his electric best, isn't he, at the moment? I'm not sure if they're trying to use him as a high half forward and a midfielder from time to time, but he just doesn't quite look at the peak of his powers.
No, it's a hard one because he's been forced to play more midfield minutes, and he's one of these types who he burns his energy too much and doesn't have the ability to have those tricks when he is in the midfield too often. So I think they've probably got to be a little bit smarter and leave him a little bit deeper for longer and come through in little spurts.
Oh, I agree, Murph, because what I think of Shea Bolton when he's playing his best football, he's running away from someone, bouncing, he's balking someone, he's running through 50, having a shot on goal, and you need your power, you need your speed, you need your energy to do that. And if he's playing longer minutes on the ball, you're exerting that energy and you're not getting the spurt.
Yeah.
And his game is the spurt. So it's something they've really got to keep a look at because he's a player I love to watch, actually.
Still to come, the votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year, but we'll quickly get Murph and Boomer's thoughts on the rest of round 1. So it all kicks off again tomorrow night at the MCG. Collingwood unveiling their premiership flag at 6:16pm for those Collingwood fans looking to come along. Jeremy Howe and Finn McRae come into the Magpie lineup for Tom Mitchell and John Noble. No change for the Sydney Swans, who were pretty impressive against the Demons. Brodie Grundy playing against the Demons last week. Now he's against one of his former clubs, Collingwood, tomorrow night. Obviously, we know the Swans are still without Callum Mills, Taylor Adams. They're missing a couple of key players, but they were good in their first out hit up against Melbourne.
If they're unveiling their flag, they must be getting ahead of themselves, the Pies, so it's going to be tough. But Sydney are a team that I actually thought, and I don't know why I thought this, because they just never bottom out. But you watch them last week against Melbourne, and then you realise that who's got to come back in? Did you say Taylor Adams? Callum Mills and Parker.
Luke Parker,
they're going to be a very good team again. The Sydney Swans.
You think back to last year, they had lots of interruptions. Like a lot of their backs just didn't play. They were in and out of the side through injury for majority of the year. So they never had a settled side last year. So and the year before, and they still played finals. And the year before they got to a grand final, they obviously wiped off the park in that one. But yeah, I think they can improve quite a bit. And they've got some handy inclusions, but they're not out there at the moment in terms of Taylor Adams. And obviously Callum Mills is going to be out for a while. So I think that the Pies will get the job done here. I think they're very hard to beat at the MCG. And I'd be very surprised if they lose 2 in a row.
That's the big factor, and you beat me to it. 2 in a row for a really good team doesn't happen very often. So I'm with Murph on that one. I think the Pies just... I do like the Swans, though. Yeah,
question mark for the Swans is around sort of their forward line with Logan McDonald, Joel Amartey, Big McLean as to post Lance Franklin, although Isaac Heaney had a pretty good game in the midfield, so if you can get it in consistently enough, they'll probably find ways to score.
Can Sydney kick a big enough score without Heaney kicking a small bag. I know Papley's going to pop up and kick him. I don't know if you can rely on McDonald and Amadi just yet.
Well, they're sort of unknowns still, aren't they?
Yep.
Like they've got huge potential. It's their key stocks, which you're like, well, are they there yet? Are they believing that they're good enough at AFL level to really impact games? Because I feel they're medium-sized forwards. Obviously, Heaney's a star. Hayward's a very good player, and Papley's a star as well. So I feel like the guys at ground level are very capable.
Yep.
It's the taller guys that we're still unsure about.
Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Mark Murphy and Brent Harvey with you on Grandstand AFL. Grandstand AFL Saturday from midday, and then, of course, we're into the Bombers and the Hawks. And we'll get to see the 4 debutants for the Bombers. So we'll get a look at Xavier Dersma alongside Todd Goldstein, Jade Gresham. Ben Mackay will be there, so all the new names for the Bombers will be on display. We'll get to see the Wizard Watson and Jack Ginnivan for the Hawks, and we know there's no love lost between Hawthorn and the Bombers.
Looking forward to watching this. I don't know who to pick.
Yeah,
really. It's hard to sort of trust Essendon, isn't it? But halfway through the year last year, they were going great guns. Essendon, they sort of just fell on a heap a little bit, but they've had some great inclusions into their lineup. So. But how's that all going to click? So there's guys who haven't played much footy with each other, and then you got Hawks who are a real unknown. You reckon, and you believe, Boom, that Sam Mitchell is one of the great tactical coaches. He'll do a number, no doubt, on Essendon and know them inside out. And then you've got the young raw ability of what the Hawks are going to bring.
Yeah,
so it's going to be interesting to watch.
It is an interesting watch. And I know one thing that Essendon will be better in their second year under Brad Scott, under the game plan from last year, and we've seen snippets of it through some good football last year, but we didn't see it consistent. I reckon we'll see more consistency from Essendon this year, and I couldn't agree with Murph anymore about Hawthorn. I just don't know what I'm going to get early in the year. I'd love to see a couple of games and start talking about Hawthorn and how good I think they can be. But what I seen at the end of last year with a good coach, I think they could make some huge inroads this year.
I think the footy trip was off in the second season under Brad Scott as opposed to the previous year where there was about 30 of them that went overseas. The Giants in North Melbourne in the twilight. What are you expecting from your Kangas, Boomer?
Can't lose, Kangas. Get them 39.5 plus. Look, I think we're going to see a lot more free-flowing football. So, obviously, last year we lose Benny Mackay, we lose Jack Zeeble. You're bringing Colby McKercher, who is as quick as I've seen anybody over 10 metres, kicks the ball beautifully. Harry Shees will probably be off half-back again. So we're going to have some really good ball users. You put in Dylan Stevens on the wing, Bailey Scott probably on the other wing. So now we've actually got some line breakers in our team. And I think we'll have a lot more inside 50s just through the offensive ball movement. Not sure.
Time for some North ball.
I'm not sure there is a thing called North ball. I think he was just implementing that we had the ball, and it got taken out of context, I think. But we're going to be a lot faster in our approach, I think.
So hang on. So Clarko said, like, this is North ball, as in North have the ball.
Pretty
much. George Wardlaw misconstrued it.
Can I just say one thing? I am no longer in football at North Melbourne. I still work at the club, but I'm not in football, so I'm not privy to all that information. The way I read it was he was talking about North had the ball.
Right. Okay. Interesting. It's not as much fun that way.
Let's call it North ball.
I like
anyway.
Bazball, North ball.
Yeah. All right. Let's do it.
How's that working out for Bazball at the moment?
Yeah. Definitely it goes better than Bazball.
Finn Callahan and Harry Perryman come in for the Giants. Geelong and St Kilda on Saturday night. So Ollie Dempsey gets the nod alongside Jeremy Cameron, Tom Hawkins and Tyson Stengel in the forward 50. For the Cats, and interesting to see. Second year under Ross Lyon. Can the Saints back it up with their new signings? Liam Henry alongside Brad Hill in that lineup
at GMHB.
Yeah, so the Joel Selwood stand to be unveiled on Saturday night.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for St Kilda to go down there and beat the Cats. It's still, like, as hard as it's a lot of unknowns still with these two clubs about where they sit, and all eyes are going to be on them for the first 2 months because St Kilda are expected to improve, and Geelong only won a flag 2 years ago, and they've still got some pretty handy players down there, and it's a real fortress down there to try and go down there and beat them.
The Gold Coast Suns are unchanged against the Adelaide Crows, so a chance for Damien Hardwick to have the dream start 2-0. There's no Tex Walker for the Adelaide Crows. Riley Philthorpe is out for a couple of months. It's a bit of a challenge for the Crows on the road to sort of work out where they sit in the bigger scheme of things.
Yeah, without Tex, that's a big out. And I think Gold Coast, having won obviously last week, having that one underneath the belt, everyone get reassured as to what we've been working on over the pre-season. Really worked out. They had a really strong game. They had probably a poor 25 minutes. Outside of that, I thought they were very good. Adelaide, I think, are a very good side, but I think it's a tough ask to go up there fresh, as opposed to having one hit out where you've got that run in your legs and you've had those hits and knocks and you've pulled up well, and then you can go again. I think Gold Coast are well and truly primed to win that.
Yeah, I agree. I really like what the Gold Coast are about, and they're always going to be improving, aren't they? Just those young players, Rao, Anderson, King, Rose are up forward now. I really like some of their youngsters. They might not be so young.
I reckon they're big body. I reckon they're men now. I reckon.
Yeah. Well, Anderson and Rao. Yeah. Rao's put on. It looks like he's put on about 6 kilos, probably from eating the grass. But they look good. I really like what and they're underrated down back. They've got some good backmen, and we don't talk about them because we don't see them very often.
6 kilos isn't that hard to put on, Boomer.
No, it's not, is it?
Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs on Sunday after Grandstand AFL Sunday from midday. The Demons get some forward reinforcements, but it's not Harrison Petty. It's Tom McDonald, Cozzy Pickett and Tom Fullerton who come in. Tomlinson, Bowie, Shackey and Spargo go out. The Bulldogs have got a few inclusions with Lockie Bramble from the Hawks. Nick Caulfield comes in. James Harms will play against his former side. Riley Sanders as well. So there's a lot for the Western Bulldogs to try and work out where they will feature in 2024.
Yeah, it's going to be a good watch. I like the Demons, but you just don't know what you're going to get with the Bulldogs. I know we're saying that every game almost, aren't we?
Well, we don't really know.
Like
it's been one pre-season game, hasn't it?
We're all going into it blind, but you look at the talent on both their lists, it's pretty stacked, really.
Yep.
And the Bulldogs were disappointed last year. I just love Marcus Bontempelli. I just feel that he's challenged quite a few of them, I reckon, over the pre-season to lift their game. I reckon they want to do it for him. I reckon they'll surprise a few this year, the Bulldogs.
So do I. I think they're the team to watch. The team that didn't make the finals last year, that can really propel themselves up the ladder and play some finals football. And I'm thinking top echelon 3 to 6 for the Bulldogs.
Port Adelaide and West Coast on Sunday. So Brandon Zirk-Thatcher, Asava Radagalia, they're all there for Port Adelaide getting a hit out. And the West Coast Eagles, Harley Reid, that's all we sort of need to say as to is he as good as Chris Judd when he made his arrival? They hope so in the West.
I hope so, yeah. I think
big
even
boots to fill, though, isn't it?
Juddy famously made his debut for East Perth. So he played one game in the WAFL and rolled up and had, I think, 35 on the wing, and he played on a wing and kicked 3 or 4 goals. And Tony McHale, the coach of East Perth, was asked post-game, what did you make of Chris Judd's game on debut? He said, I don't think we'll ever see him again. And sure enough,
he was right.
Away he went, played round 2 and off he went.
So I think we all think Port Adelaide should be too strong in the final match. Fremantle and Brisbane. So obviously the Brisbane Lions looking to bounce back after their loss to the Blues. McKenna, Robinson, Tunstall, Fort and Anderson, Answorth into the extended squad with Lockie Neal out, unfortunately injured, with Kadeen Coleman. And, Fremantle with the contract extension for Justin Longmuir, so at least he gets a bit of breathing space there.
Interesting with their, sorry Murph, their midfield. So Lockie Neal goes out. Ashcroft was already out from last year, but two pretty much starters. It's going to be interesting to test their depth. Who comes in and replaces Lockie Neal, who's a 30-possession player? I know Dunkley will take a little bit of responsibility, but who's the next one to come up and take Dunkley's spot? Because Lockie Neal's the number one there. So have they got enough depth? Because he plays every week, Lockie Neal. He's resilient.
They'd probably go to him tap-wise probably 50% of the time, really. So it's a big hole.
Who takes Kadeen Coleman's spot? Can they play Dane Zorko across half-back, or do they have to get more creative and look at it?
Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe Dane Zorko needs to play more midfield with Lockie Neal not being in there. Who knows
maybe
how
Zach
they
Bailey,
go about it.
Zach Bailey a little bit through the mid as well. It's going to be interesting to see the way they get coached this week.
So the remaining matches for round 1 of the AFL after the Blues were 5-point winners over the Tigers at the MCG. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Boomer Harvey with a hand pass to Mark Murphy.
Yeah, a few special mentions to my man, Leggy, Tom de Koning. I tried to sneak him in, but I couldn't. Noah Bolts I thought was terrific, but my one vote goes to Nick Floston. I thought he probably saved 4 or 5 goals single-handedly tonight. I thought he was brilliant. Nick Newman gets my 2 votes. I thought he competed really well all night. He had the 7 tackles, Nick Newman. There was a few standout ones where I thought that they were away and going to score, and he just managed to find a way to hang on. and I thought his ball use was really good. Paddy Cripps gets my 3 votes. He had the 31 disposals, had the 21 contested possessions, 7 tackles, 4 clearances, and just wheeled himself into the contest late in that game to basically get the football out of congestion of about 15 blokes and hand pass it off to Adam Chera for a score. I thought he was vitally important and gets my 3 votes.
3 to Cripps, 2 to Newman and 1 to Nick Vlostone for Mark Murphy in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Thanks, everyone. Great to have you involved. Thanks, Murph. Thanks, Boomer. Great to have you a part of it again in 2024.
Looking forward to the next game.
Good on you, boys.
Thank you to Ben Cameron, to Lauren Borden down on the boundary, to Stuart Hollywood Baker and to Adam Jones back in the studio. Carlton winning another heart stopper, this time at the MCG. They had to desperately hang on and the Tigers fought so bravely despite just 2 fit players on the field. The Blues by 5 points. For Carlton fans, enjoy the song.
We're all the champions. They like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
Want to immerse yourself in sport and stories of athletes from across the Pacific? Well, join me, Bobby McCumber, alongside some of the most talented journalists and sports commentators from across the region for Fresh Off the Field. Each week, we'll bring you interviews with Pacific athletes leaving their mark on the international stage and those aspiring to do the same. From cricket to netball, athletics to rugby, and everything in between.
Fresh Off the Field, Thursdays from 4 p.m. on ABC Sport Digital.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
In case you missed it. Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame. On mobile, online and on your radio.
Joining me is Tracy Holmes to talk about Sports Hall of Fame, and in today's show we speak with David Foster and Jeff Fennick. What similarities do David Foster and Jeff Fennick have, if any?
Yeah, a lot of similarities. David Foster has an axe in his hand. Jeff Fennick's got a fearsome punch. I mean, in the end, the result is the same. And both incredible characters. And I think you have to be to compete in either of those sports. You know, David Foster just climbing up and chopping down branches and just full on and big and hardcore, and nothing could stand in his way. And yet he's like a real gentle giant, you know, can make people laugh, can fill up a room with laughter. Jeff Fennick, on the other hand, you know, the Marrickville Mauler, just a little nugget. He was just tough and rough and ready and would take on anyone. And it's really interesting how people can use sport. They can pick a skill that they have. A lot of people go, well, you know, what can they offer a society? Well, what they offer a society is that they identify their strength very early and they commit absolutely everything to that strength, and they make a huge success of it, and they let nothing stand in their way of achieving the goals that they set for themselves. And I think that's the real great thing about sport. Forget about all the myth and the grandeur and the globalisation and, you know, lessons for society. On a very, very personal, individual level, what athletes do is they set goals and they just give absolutely everything to achieving them. And it doesn't always work, and sometimes they lose and sometimes they get beaten. But then they pick themselves up, they reset those goals and they go about achieving them again. I mean, the stamina of these people and the single-minded focus is so inspiring.
I was going to say that they've both come from probably a less than privileged background. How do they reach the top?
Well, a lot of athletes do, and that's part of it, because it's a fight. It's a struggle. And a lot of people, there's been a lot of discussion in the last 10, maybe 15 years about Australia's sliding place in the world of sport. You know, we were so used to dominating pretty much anything we chose to be a part of, whether it was tennis or cricket or swimming at the Olympics. Whatever we chose, Aussies would win. But that came because Australia went through a fairly long period of struggle street. You know, we really did have to fight for things. We didn't always have what we wanted when we wanted it. And now we're in this period of privilege where a lot of people, a lot of kids who have now become young adults have never had that experience. The good schools are there, you know, the good healthcare is there. Mum and Dad have provided everything. Mum and Dad will look after all the hassles, and then we move into a job that we choose to do because we like it. So that really doesn't equate with the absolute intensity and the struggle of sport. And in some ways, Australian teams, the public's very quick to say, oh, we're failing. What happened to that team? But it's not the athletes themselves. It's the society. It's the time we find ourselves in now, where people aren't prepared to just give up everything and be so single-minded in that pursuit, because it's like, oh, well, it's too hard. I'm going to go and do something else now.
Why do you think wood chopping and boxing deserve to be in the Hall of Fame?
Oh, what doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? You know, it's not the fact that someone's standing there with an axe and chopping a piece of wood, or someone standing in a boxing ring punching somebody else. That's really ignoring the heart of the matter, because at the heart of the matter is all of those qualities that I was talking about. Finding something, first of all, that you really feel so passionate about that you can give your every waking moment to, and even half of your sleeping moments as well, because these characters dream about it day in, day out. And being 100% perfect. That's the aim of every athlete. It's to do what they do perfectly for that small moment of time. And they never achieve that. They never do, because you can always run faster, chop faster, punch harder. All of those things can be done better. And it's this never-ending pursuit of perfection, which I think is a lesson for anybody in any sphere of life.
Where are they now? Do you know?
Still around. They're still around, and they still pop up. And when they have the big events of their chosen sport, you know, they're kind of wheeled out in the media again. Well, let's get a comment from these two, because they're absolute legends. And I guess that's why they qualify for the Hall of Fame.
Well, let's have a listen to your interview with David Foster and Jeff Fennick.
It's a rare privilege to be able to interview a sportsman boasting 139 World Championships, 106 Australian Championships, and more than 700 overseas and state titles. In fact, it's a rare honour for any person to be able to achieve such extraordinary records, and he's today's Grandstand Hall of Fame guest. Who is it? Any takers? I'll give you just one more clue. He's the only person to have ever won 6 out of 7 championships at the Sydney show, and he's achieved that feat 4 times. World champion axeman David Foster. Welcome to the Hall of Fame, David.
Well, thanks very much.
With a list of records like that, you'd be able to set up